Puki, ti pričaj. Tamo, komentatori. Ne, dolje kažu isto spojeno sve kako je. Više, ostali smo na ovaj internet. Radilo na internet sa jedinicom. A isti smo kao, sve smo isto napravili, isti kabel i sve. Na kamer ništa smo pipkali. Da, pa ne znam, ja isto gledam ovdje na koji ide. Da. Ali ovo počinje tek manje. Ne znam šta je vani. Daniel, šta je vani? Jedan je vani, ostavi jedinicu. Čekaj, bo. Ništa. Hvala sam na glasati. Da. Puki, probajte nešto dolje još išćaš. Produžen je. Ali dva smo nadoštikali kao ja. Probaj Puki spoj ovaj kablova. Puki, ja vidio ove tu kablove dolje. Spoj kablova, ovih audija. Vidi ovaj spoj kablova audija. Kaže, gledaju već to. Ajde opet uključi, isključi. Molim? Ne znam, ovdje je sve isto, ne mrda ništa. Da. On tam, da. Jedino ako nam miksi tamo nešto nije dobro. Ili ako jedan od ova dva kabla koja se spajanje nije ako ne štete. Da. Mora to bi nam miksetiti, da. Ajde ništa biti sad s njima da vidite. Da. Ajde. Daniel, za mikseti sve spojeno ko što je bilo. Ili imaš fotku onu neku ili? Imaš fotku neku ili? Puki! Puki, aj pravo bilo što izmjerat na miseti. Prebacit ono tamo, vodi izbodi. Šta? Šta da radimo mi, ja? Puki, ajde uslikaj miksetu i pošalji u grupu Kruni. Daniel, zove me Kruna, čekaj, ne mogu sad. Halo Kruna. Šapče.
Jura, probaj ištekat, uštekat, bilo šta. Traži po kameri opcije, ne znam ja. Reci Danielu, sam da te ne bi slučajno izbacio. Kruno će te nazvati.
Da. Šta mi radi, znate li? Ima video optika. Znate li, ima video optika. Ništa drugo. Nema auto. Znate li? Svijetli optika i video. Ne znam šta drugo. Čekaj, Kruna me zove. Čekaj, Kruna me zove, čekaj. Halo. Čekaj. Daniel, jesi ti pojaču kameru 2 na režim? Jesi ti pojaču kameru 2 na režim? Dobro. Je pojaču. Ništa. Vamo sa strane. Da. Ok, posjeći, srpski posjeći. Dobro. Dobro. Dobro, može. Ajde.
Jura,
Da.
drži ovo.
Molim. Čekam.
Jesi ga uštekao?
Da. Nije ovako problem. Da.
Sikander Khan, number 6. He's done that neatly. This is the thing they have to do just for an over or so. Tuck the ball into the gaps and make sure, at the very least, they bat out. Every ball missed. Not only is a waste scoring opportunity, but also you get bowled out before your 10 overs are up. That makes a very big and negative difference to your net run rate. The net run rate is calculated when you have a total score based on the assumption that you batted all your overs.
Exactly. It was for the first couple of days, we'll remember me endlessly talking about net run rate, and it did actually prove relevant.
First ball for Dod Mohammed. Well, he's seemingly got straight out of bed and straight into the zone because he's smacked it away, backward of square. A little bit of a discussion amongst the umpires about whether that was 4 or 6. He's not going to get any help from the fielder, Stefan Gooch, because the fielder is too busy on a hunting trip in the earth embankment and finally signals 6 when he does get back. So, left-hander Dod Mohammed. He's not going to die wondering. He's found something.
He's not batting out the overs for net run rate. He's only got one thing on his mind. This batsman doing T20. The maximum. He's got his first there. As for those that might remember yesterday, we almost had a dramatic. Well, we did have a dramatic climax. Darmstadt and Funkstadt potentially divided on run rate, as they were in the end.
Towards second ball. That's sensible cricket, just pushing it away into the offside. And he ran the first one quickly. There was no chance of a second, but that's good positive running.
Thank you very much for joining us wherever you are in the world on ECN.cricket and fan code in the subcontinent. Apologies for the disruption that we've had to our audio feed across the start of this game, but just to bring you up to speed, you're watching the first match in Pool B. Pool A yesterday, we saw SG Heinhausen top the table with 4 wins from 4. Darmstadt finishing second on net run rate ahead of Funkstadt. Both teams winning just 2 games from their 4, but that was enough for Darmstadt Cricket Club to make it through. Now in the first game of Pool B between the 2 sides that are arguably the 2 strongest sides in the competition, and I would cautiously predict we could even see this being something of a dress rehearsal for the final on Finals Day Friday, up against each other in the green and the black. It's FCA owned for Darmstadt. In the yellow and black batting is MSC Frankfurt, who won the state T20 competition. They were also victorious in the 62-day ECS tournament that happened in July. But formidable opposition in the field here in FCA. They actually won a 3-game playoff, which didn't even get to game 3, 2-0 against KSV Kummerfield here in Darmstadt on their home track, which is not this ground. It's just half an hour's drive or so away on the Flicks pitch, a very short ground and one that they know well, and that was probably a bit of home advantage that helped them in that playoff. That playoff win secured them a spot in ECL 21, the winners of German competitions in 2019 and 2020 playing off for the right to be there, because of course ECL 20 never happened due to the coronavirus. So that is the fixture that we've got on here, and after winning the toss and electing to field, FCA have had a very good day of it so far. See Frankfurt really struggling to get the ball away in any meaningful fashion whatsoever. That has left it's a situation where they're struggling to get any kind of meaningful score.
So the beginning of the 6th over. Lovely lap sweep there, and that's going to be 4 runs down towards the sycamore trees over by the children's playgrounds. And despite falling to 50 for 5 at the halfway stage, it's a good recovery just underway now between these 2 batsmen. Sikander Khan, right-hander, who's on strike at the moment at number 6. Accompanying him, hit a 6 off his first ball, Dod Mohammed, non-striker, left-handed. Sikander prepares to face the bowling. just beaten there, and the wicketkeeper was beaten too, so they're going to be able to get a bye. I think it's a bye. There was a little outside edge. Was a little outside edge there, so it just hurried on to the keeper, kept a little low. That brings the attacking Dodd onto strike, and because of that monster hit, he hit Owen the last over that went over backward square for 6. But, FCA have now put 3 fielders on the rope on the leg side, but he's still bunted it forward of mid-wicket, and they've run that first one very quickly, thinking about the second, but it's a good bit of fielding. So the strike being rotated here by Sikandar Khan, Dodd Mohammed. Field changes round now for Sikandar. This off spin proving a little difficult to get away, and there's another play and a miss. He realises, you see when he rehearsed that shot, that he probably was too wide of off stump to go for the slog sweep. Should have just been content to drive it down the ground. A little bit quicker and flatter this time. Come back for 2. That's excellent running. One of the ways in which the MSC middle order are being effective at the moment is that they're not just trying to clear the boundary with every ball, selecting their gaps very carefully. Although the offside boundary is well covered, there'll be plenty of singles and 2s on the leg side. Up in the air, just short of the fielder running in from long off. And Sikandar has placed that well. Deliberately underhit it, just so that they could get the single. And that concludes over number 7. We apologise for the loss of score and graphics here in Frankfurt at the moment. We've had some technical teething troubles. I know that you lost first 5 overs or so of audio commentary as well. As we restore the audio commentary, we lose the graphics. Confident that we'll be able to get everything in sync in the next couple of overs. Sikandar going for his big hit there, and he has cleared the rope by a few yards over towards the railway line. A nice slow ball, length, but he's done well to pull that across from very wide outside off stump. Obviously decided that regardless of the field setting and the direction of the ball, he's going to try and play to his strength on the leg side. Nicely worked away. They're going to take the first one quickly. Wicketkeeper scampering away there fast enough to restrict the batsman just to the single. It's been an effervescent performance in the field from FCA, team from Darmstadt. Wonder if Dodd is now going to eye that leg side boundary again. He does. The bowler's done well to hold his nerve there. Floating it up, little off break outside off stump, and look now where Dodd is standing right in front of off stump now, and the ball is wider this time. Oh, that's harsh, I think. Dodd is smiling. He's just saying to Sikandar that he still can't reach it outside off. He stepped across his stumps in his stance that time to try and get closer to the ball. The bowler's pushed it wider. See how far he goes. And there is the leg side shot. Well, that gambit has paid off. That's gone over the embankment and into the back garden of the prefabricated housing. Well, the wider the off break came, the more Dodd stepped across to the offside in order to get it into his hitting arc. That's been a success, that ball. The bowler is saying to umpire Gooch, well, when he comes across like that, I've got to be allowed to bowl it wider. See if he moves across to the offside again. This time staying nice and still. Ball's in the air. The fielders have collided, but he has caught it. And Well, almost by quota, he decided it's about time I played an offside shot there, Dord, instead of going with his favoured leg side shot. And he's perished. A skewed high edge. He was trying to drive through the offside, but it was well taken at short third man. See here the ball pushed through wide again. Tried to scythe it through the covers. Two men converging on it. Well, Tahir Ahmed, the catcher in the end, has done very well not to be distracted by his teammate running across, and just find ourselves losing another wicket just when the batsmen were well set. Number 7, Dord Mohammed goes. Sikandar on strike because the batsman had crossed there. Sikandar back on strike, looking for the single. New batsman not massively keen to go. And that concludes over number 7.
So, 2 overs to go, 79 for 6. 8 overs is the score.
79 for 6 off 8 overs. Okay, that's worth saying twice, isn't it, given the situation?
Apologies for the slight difficulties. Scoring graphics, a couple of technical issues that the team behind the scenes are working incredibly hard on. What we can tell you is just so far slightly under par from MSC Frankfurt. Trying to get up past the 100 mark.
Number 8 batsman on strike, and he's going to get that into the gap. He's gone over the infield, and so slippery out there, you see. Lots of morning dew. The batsmen have come back for 2. And that is not about the unevenness of the outfield. What it is, of course, because it's an artificial pitch, as most pitches are around mainland Europe, they've got to wear very, very slight studs or no studs at all. And because of this early morning start, the turf can become very slippery around there. So 81 for 6, but this one is nicely hewn away. Across the line, through the onside. 83 for 6 now. 8.2 overs.
Lovely shot by Rashid Najam, who's just come in at number 8. Hasn't got much time to get himself set. Side Sikandar Khan, he's just got to go for it. Go for it, he did there with very good effect.
So Rashid is away with his first boundary. Goes for it again over the leg side. Third man is the chance here. Looks straightforward, and it is straightforward. And the wickets continue to tumble. That's the 7th wicket down for FCA. 83 for 7.
85 for 7. 2 and then the 4, and then the wicket to start off this penultimate over. Wickets just keep falling, and adds to the sense of chaos. Good to Shebekel. Comes out at number 9 with his side desperately needing some hitting. He's a bowling all-rounder by trade. Really does get much of a chance to bat though, being so far down the order, this MSC side. But he's not just got a chance to bat, he's got a really important chance to bat here. His side desperately needs something from him.
The batsman crossed. And that ball was in the air, so it's Sikandar Khan on strike. 3 balls left in the over. He should get 1 here. They haven't even thought about the 2 really, they're just strolling the first, and it turned out that that was okay. It's a good throw came in. 86 7. Qutb Shebekel is taking his guard now. Middle stump. He was quite keen to come back for the 2, but Sikandar had only strolled the first. And here's his first ball. Now they will get 2 here if they push very hard. But, they've just settled for the 1 there. 87 for 7. 8.5 overs. The number 6 Sikander is brought back on strike. Now with 1 ball left in the penultimate over.
Do you go for the single or do you go for the boundary?
We forgive him for going for the single here to try and get a big last over in. He's bunted it down the ground and will get 4. Baseball style, just sitting on the back foot and playing a cross-batted shot very straight. 91 for 7 after 9 overs. Sikander just deciding here that he trusts his partner Kutub at number 9 to take strike in the last over, and it's worth going for the big runs at this stage. So FCA still have a chance of getting beyond the competitive benchmark of 100 runs. Last over now. It's going to be bowled by Ghulam Saif to Kutub Shekhar. What's up, Mike?
So I've been told, and this is part of the reason why I'm having a bit of trouble with the scoring right now, is that unfortunately, due to some kind of confusion amongst the FCA Darmstadt ranks, the vast majority of the shirt numbers that the players are wearing do not actually correspond to said player. I had a chat with the scorers tent. That's the difficulty that we're working on. So this is not Ghulam Saif. In fact, this is actually Qadir Munir. Ghulam Saif's shirt number. It is, I'm sure you viewers can understand, a slightly confusing situation for scorers and commentators alike, and it's one of those situations that you get more often in village cricket, where afterwards books will have to be tidied up and adjusted appropriately. It is Qadir Munir to bowl.
Sikander back on strike. He's tried a big mow across the line there. It could be a run out at the non-striker's end because Kutub was backing up, which is exactly what he should be doing there. But ultimately, all he was doing was backing up. He didn't actually follow through with a call to Sikander, who was unsighted regarding the direction of the ball. 92 for 7 off 9.3 overs. 3 balls to go. What's Sikander got? Going for the scoop. Has he got a tickle on it? Well, whether he has or hasn't, it's going to go for 4. Well, he didn't get anything on it. 4 byes is good. He's calling for a helmet now. Why is he calling for a helmet? With 2 balls remaining, he wants to have a lid.
It's an interesting choice, isn't it?
It's because he wants to go down for that scoop shot, and he felt that he hadn't got the guts to get into exactly the right position there. Because, yes, Michael.
96 for 7.
Yeah, we got that.
Oh,
that's all good.
Pardon me.
Yes, it's because if the ball's coming straight at him in that scoop shot, it's difficult to play the shot with confidence.
5 off just 4 balls in this final over. It's not a great tally. Very good final over so far from Qadir Munir. Rounding off a very effective bowling and fielding effort from the FCA boys. Off the back of that excellent playoff win against KSV on Sunday, so very good nick.
Right, 2 balls to go. Sikander with his helmet there, now on strike. Will he play the scoop again? Comes down the pitch and he heaves it through the leg side. They've got to run 2 here. Sikander is quite slow between the wickets. There's been a misfield. And, he's done very well out there on the line not to carry the ball over it with him. And that's allowed Sikander to come back for the 3rd. Good running, 99 for 7 with a single ball to go in this 10 over innings. As you can see again, well, no, that wasn't a question of the ground. That was just letting the ball go through his legs. And ultimately a good job to save the 4. Last ball of the innings, 99 on the board. And that'll be the 100 up. And no reason why they shouldn't try and go for 2. Why not even 3 here? Sikander is so slow between the wickets. They're coming back for a 3rd. Sikander's not interested though. He turns his back on his partner. Well, as we've seen before in this competition, if you just decide to go for 3 or 4, keep running off the last
you might get 5
ball. You might still get runs. But Sikander preferred a not out, and actually look, he's exhausted as well at the non-striker's end. So MSC complete their innings with 101 for 8, having been, well, the scoring that's going on behind us has suggested it's actually 106 for 7. So 106
Pardon me.
Well, okay, the scoreboard is telling us 104 for 7. The scorers are telling us that the target is 102. It was 101 in the end. We did call it right, so just ignore the graphics you've got on your screen, we think. Anyway, MSC 101 for 7, and the FCA Darmstadt target will be 102. And as we look at the highlights there, you can see really was bursts of boundaries and wickets. Although the runs did come, there were big shots for MSC. FCA kept chipping away, taking wickets regularly throughout that first innings. It was mainly leg side stuff. But the batsmen on the whole found it difficult going, apart from when they got a few boundaries away on the leg side. Catches were taken. This one was very well judged. No call. Just a question of which of the two fielders was going to prevail. It was very slippery out there as well because of that morning dew. Batsmen who really managed to get some late momentum were Sikandar Khan and Jawad Mohammed. They just tried one shot too many at times. Succession of leg side heaves. A few of them went in the air. It was the last ball of the penultimate over when Sikandar went down the ground. And in that last over, very skillful bowling, taking the pace off the ball. So the attempted scoop, but 4 byes in the last over. I don't know what the wicketkeeper felt so miserable about there. Sikandar called for the helmet and flayed a couple through the leg side just to conclude the innings for MSC, the team from Frankfurt.
Should apologise for the difficulties with the scoring graphics across the second half of that innings. A couple of issues behind the scenes that our technical team are working very hard on solving. But what we can confirm for you is that MSC Frankfurt, having been put in by FCA Darmstadt, who won the toss and elected to bowl, have posted 101 for 7 batting first. Card built on Adel Khan with 23 off 13 at the top, and then Sikandar Khan holding together a lower order collapse with 27 not out on 18 at the end. As for Darmstadt with the ball, Tahir Ahmed was on a hat-trick after picking up 2 for 22 early on. Balhu Munir bowled very well, 11 for 2 off his 2. It's an all-round pretty efficient fielding performance from the United Stars boys. If they can back that up with the bat, then as well as being on their way to ECL 21, which they are after that playoff win on Sunday. On top of that, they will be in a very good position to get themselves off to a winning start in Pool B, heading towards qualification for Finals Day Friday. We'll be back with the run chase very shortly. 1 of the third day, game 11 of the entire tournament. It is arguably one of, if not the highlight of the entire pool stages. I would say the two favourites for the tournament facing off in the same pool. MSC Frankfurt, who won the state T20 competition, and were also victorious at the ECS in July, up against FCA 04 United Stars Darmstadt, who won their playoff to reach ECL 21. And on top of that, after a disappointing season, are generally still considered one of the powerhouses of German cricket. Had a pretty good day after winning the toss and electing to bowl FCA. They restricted MSC Frankfurt to what is confirmed as being 106 for 7 in the end. Particularly excellent bowling from Badr Munir with 2 for 11 off his 2 overs, which included bowling the final over. And that kept things incredibly tight. And we do know from a couple of days now that that is probably a slightly under par score, and to defend it, you're going to need something magnificent at some point. As we saw last night from SG Heinhausen when Yasir popped up with that extraordinary hat-trick, and the last 2 overs ended up going for just 8 runs. And Michael McCann alongside me for the climax of this game. Across the rest of this 5-day T10 bonanza is Kit Harris.
Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Well, it was rather frenetic, that first innings. Players coming and going, scores coming and going, but one thing is quite settled now, which is that the winning target is 107.
107 to win. And of course, despite both of these teams being favourites to get out of their pool, you really won't want a losing start. It does put you on the back foot and puts a lot of pressure on their remaining 3 games. The other sides in this pool who will get their opportunities later today, that's Wiesbaden, the Hawks, Germania Bieber, pardon me. It is Bieber, as in the musician Justin. I think surrounded German circles, same pronunciation. And Oberwurzel. For now, I'll focus very much on Boom Boom Jr., Shahid Afridi, one of the very quickest bowlers that we'll see at this tournament, if not the quickest. He'll be charging in, trying to help his side defend 107 against Mohamed Mudassar. And immediately Mudassar makes room, cuts well, fielding slightly muffled onto backward point, but just about good enough. It's his name, Kabir, facing that first ball. Pardon me, Mohamed Mudassar out there opening with him. And Mudassar is on to strike now. And he's without doubt the key wicket of this FCA lineup. Hard-hitting German national team player. He's the top run scorer in the state T20 competition this summer. He's facing Boom Boom Jr. Back of a length. That's a confident start from Moody. Pulls it away for 4 through mid-wicket. He didn't get all of it, but he got enough of it. And it's the first boundary of the FCA innings.
Yes, it's the kind of target which means they don't need to panic particularly. 10 and a little bit runs per over. Really, that's a question, this sort of chase, of just waiting for the bad ball and making sure that you get maximum value out of it. If you hit a 4 or a 6 and over, and then the rest of the time you're pushing 2s into the gaps, that's more than enough to cover it.
That's another lovely shot from Moody. There's a sweeper out there, but at the moment all he's doing is fetching the balls that are cracked past him. Back-to-back boundaries for Mohamed Mudassar, who hasn't quite shown us his best yet in the ECS back in July. We're starting to see it here. This could be his moment to really shine on the European cricket stage.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot from Mudassar. It was a very, very high bouncer, and he's done well to reach it for the hook shot and roll his wrists over it to keep it down, because it's very difficult to play a controlled hook shot when the ball has bounced so high. Just shows his class off the back foot.
Junior once more, short, back of a length and crunched over mid-wicket for 6. Mohammed Mudassar is loving life. 4-4-6. Taking advantage of the power play, and he's taking Shahid Afridi Jr. down with him.
Well, that shot was really the shot of a man who felt that he'd had enough of playing himself in. Almost an IPL sort of shot there. Just a good length ball on the offside, fairly innocuous, and he swatted it across the line.
Mohammed Mudassar really showing what he's capable of. He's thrown the ball by Shahid Afridi. Wanting a change of it, he won't get it. Here's Boom Boom. And this is down the ground. It's more boom on Boom Boom. Pain for him. 4-4-6-4. And Mohammed Mudassar is absolutely loving life in the ECS. He's trying to break the back of this target in the power play. And he's doing a mightily good job of it. 18 off the last 4 balls.
And that was no slog. He placed that quite deliberately over the infield.
Boom once more. Hasn't got all of this. Could be out. Is out. Big wicket. 4-4-6-4 out. Boom Boom Jr. gets the big old wicket, the one they desperately wanted in this FCA lineup. The adrenaline getting the better of Muddy. Just miscuing it out to extra cover after a glorious start and some extraordinary shots. Mohammed Mudassar has to depart.
Just couldn't control the adrenaline there, I think. He got in the zone and cleared the boundary once and hit 3 other supreme 4s, and he just got himself carried away. The machinery was whirring so fast, and you can see he's disappointed with himself there because he just tried 1 shot too many. When you've hit those 4 boundaries in a row, the adrenaline's going so fast round the veins, it is very difficult to check yourself. He tried to hit absolutely everything there, but it's meant that MSC have managed to get themselves that crucial wicket. In comes Mohammed Tayyab in the green helmet. He won't be facing because the batsman, sorry, both got green helmets. He won't be facing.
Knocked away for 1. The bowls are off. Appeals to umpire Gooch, but batsman clearly in. So they have managed to skip through for the single. His name Kabir, who was watching Mohammed Mudassar's crackling batting from the other end. He's now brought Mohammed Tayyab onto strike. Kabir has 2 from 2. Tayyab about to face for the first time. Facing up to Adil Khan, the 21-year-old. Afghanistan under 16 and under 18 international. See what he's got. Interesting use of off spin in the power play. That's very full. It's gone very, very high. It will take some catching, and coming round from mid off, it's very nicely taken. Really important catch, and it was held by Shebekel, Kutub Shebekel, confident underneath it, and Adil Khan picks up his first wicket of this ECS, and MSC Frankfurt second. And it's a golden duck for Mohammed Tayyab, who was so excellent for them on Sunday in the playoff. Welcome back to the European Cricket Series Frankfurt. Apologies for the brief disruption in commentary due to back to the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. Apologies for the slight technical issues across the last couple of minutes. Welcome back to the European Cricket Series here in Frankfurt. Just for the slight technical issues across the last couple of minutes due to our lost problem. All up and running and sorted. Our team working very hard behind the scenes to make sure that it is. In the meantime, comes to the most important thing, which is out on the field. You see Frankfurt have posted 106 for 7 batting first. Reply, say Darmstadt had a bit of trouble, 22 for 2, 2 overs. Akhlaq Ahmad, the number 4, is yet to score off his first 2 balls. Husnain Kabir, the batsman, has only faced 4 balls, which he's scored 3 runs. It's Kabir on strike at the start of this third over, the final over in the power play. As expected, it is Boom Boom Jr. ready for the Junior to bowl it. Tom over with 2 sweepers out at third man and square leg. And this is just over the head of the short third man. Wide third man stroke backward point, running around, can't get there. Skips away for a valuable 4. Stand on to 26 for 2. Kabir has 7 of them. See a couple of his partners go. He nearly went there as well, nervously, uncertainly trying to swat it away, nearly coming to his demise.
He's had a difficult time of things, Kabir. He's hanging in there.
This is full, too full, very well driven, but straight at cover point. Good backing up eventually. Does the job, keeps it to 1.
Just hit the 1 boundary. 6 balls he's faced, Husnain Kabir. Having gone in number 1, he's only scored the 7 runs so far.
Pressure's definitely on here, particularly in the power play as well. Once more, back of the left, makes room and cracks this away. Down to the man at deep point and just over his head. Well, it's a daring shot to take in the power play. There's only 2 fielders out. Rather than trying to hit the gaps, trying to hit it over the head of one of them. Is exactly what Husnain Kabir attempted. Got his raw with a boundary. Less of the whack that he got on it though. Might have been out again. He's chancing his arm. Fortune is favouring the brave. He again, this time goes after it in a more calculated way through the vacant mid-wicket region. And Boom Boom Jr. signalling to his captain his frustration that he hasn't got a man out there, but it's the power play. He can only have 2 out. There's so many different places you can cover. That is the brutal nature of power play bowling.
Well, he said he was a little bit sketchy, Husnain Kabir, but 6 and 4 from the last 2 balls will give him a huge amount of confidence.
4.64 across the last 4. Once more, slower ball. Didn't quite get hold of all of this. Catching chance and taken. Their catching's been excellent so far today. And MSC Frankfurt don't let themselves down here. 36 for 3. And just as Hussein Kabir was getting going, he departs for 17 off 9. Much like Mohamed Mudassar, his opening partner, finding boundaries at ease, and the adrenaline getting the better of him, trying to go inside out over extra cover. It went much higher than it went longer. Took a bit of catching. It was well taken at extra cover. It's 36 for 3.
Yes, the fielder got himself under it easily enough, but it's the kind of catch that we saw go down plenty of times on Monday and Tuesday. But there's just something about this MSC team in the field. They get into the position as fast as anyone, but the hands seem safer, the hands seem softer, the catches stick more. Fielding makes such a difference in the T10 game.
Well, the fielding from both of these teams has been high quality. Probably as good as any fielding that we saw on day 1 or day 2. So it's 36 for 3 now, with 1 ball of the power play left. 2 new batsmen in. It's an awkward time here. Required run rate isn't necessarily disastrous. It's loss of wickets that's the problem. Boom Jr. in. Strays onto the pads. He's got deep square leg out for that. Only a single. 37 for 3. End of the power play. And it's definitely a power play that MSC Frankfurt will be the happier side with. Got rid of the dangerous opening pair of Hussein Kabir and Mohamed Mudassar. With Tayyab gone for a golden duck as well. Now it's up to Akhlaq Ahmed and Umar Farouz to rebuild the innings together. Try and see if they can bring this target closer into view. Because right now it does seem a bit of a way away. The power play is done, so sweepers can disperse around the ground.
The change bowler looks like Sikandar Khan. A little bit of medium. Didn't bowl a whole lot in the ECS Frankfurt in July. Assuming it's Sikandar Khan, and unless there are 2 people wearing number 10, or he's changed his jersey since he batted.
Sikandar right arm around. Medium pace dobbers. This is needed down to short fine leg, but straight at the man, so no run. An occasional medium pacer. Batting all-rounder. 27-year-old who's also captained in the Hessen Super Series, so he's a real leader in German state cricket, one of the best players in this region. He's dropped too short there, and that is pummeled down in the gap between fine leg and square leg for 4. 41 for 3. Score ticks onto. That's good, positive batting, putting the bad ball away. That's the pressure back onto MSC. Nicely done by Akhlaq Ahmed. His first boundary in this knock after a slightly circumspect start, just 1 off his first 4 balls. He catches up with himself a bit with that shot. He's a left-hander as well, which can be awkward for the bowlers to adjust their line. And he's taken it long on. Akhlaq Ahmed perishes for 5 off 6. It's more good catching from the MSC Frankfurt boys. And it's 41 for 4. 3 sweepers out on the leg side. And one of them gobbled it up easily enough. Sikandar Khan, well, it was in that slot, as it's called, that length ball. Dared him to say, can you hit it over long on for 6? The simple answer was no, he couldn't. So Akhlaq goes. Umar Farouz, the wicket-keeper batsman, is joined out in the middle. Ansar Haya. Gone for 5 off 6, and well, they're actually ahead of the required run rate here. Seher Darmstadt, the big concern is the wickets that they keep losing. Changes for the right-hander after the dismissal of the left-handed Aklak. 5-4 offside field. Sweepers out at long on, long off, deep mid-wicket and square leg. 4 sweepers. Time around, short and wide, superbly fielded, and somehow he's ended up getting nothing for a crackling, rasping cut shot.
No calling from the batsman on that occasion.
Should confirm it's Ghulam Saif who's struck out rather than the aforementioned Sahaya. Miss Sikandar. Slower ball. He's through the shot very, very early. Get through for a single despite aggressive fielding. 2 for 4. It's not the run rate that's the issue here, it's the continual loss of wickets. The FCA Darmstadt boys.
It's exactly as it was for MSC. Every 10 runs they would lose another wicket. You'd think they were just getting back into it and then they'd be pegged back. Target of 107.
It's modest.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely game on though, isn't it? Darmstadt have got themselves in a pickle.
Sikandar. Very, very, very slower ball. There's a sort of batsman's appeal for a wide that Harguch is not interested in. He's drifting across him, and that's a lovely over from Sikandar Khan. He's conceded just 5 runs from it. It's surprisingly, though, not the most economical over of the innings. Khan's over conceding just 3. He picked up a wicket. Really, apart from Shahid Afridi Jr., Boom Boom Jr., it's been incredibly tight. Shahid Afridi Jr. conceding 34 of his 2 overs. He got a lot of tap from Husnain Kabir and Mohamed Mudassar, but ultimately he won the war after they won the battle because he dismissed both of them for little cameos. The bowling, left arm spin. This ball is dragged down against the spin. Too long on. This ball is his name Kabir. Muslim Yar Ashraf is on. Muslim Yar, a German national team bowler. Something that's gone here. It's a good tight line again. Nothing much can be done. Cut away. Safe, straight to the fielder, and the pressure builds. So Ashraf, very capable all-rounder. Comes again, slower, flighted, big LBW appeal. Nothing given. Keeper slightly untidily fumbles behind the stumps, and that allows them to get through for a bye. 4 for 4. Safe strike.
It's a good slow left armer, isn't he, Muslim Yar? Just bowls a lovely nagging line, and
he's just picked up another one. The wickets keep falling for Darmstadt. 44 for 5. You miss, I hit. That's how he works. Left arm around with that angle that invites you, that makes you think it's there to be slogged into the leg side. It's in fact not. It turns and hits the off and middle stump. What he does in limited overs cricket so well. Really good white ball spin bowler, Muslim Yar Ashraf. He's just demonstrated it once more. Ghulam Saif gone for a 4-ball duck. Not what the doctor ordered in a T10 run chase or in any run chase, indeed. Umar Feroz has now joined yet another batsman trying to stabilise this innings that is rapidly falling apart. This is becoming quite a collapse now. They were 19 without loss after the first 5 balls when Mohamed Mudassar was everywhere, all and sundry. Since then they've lost 5 wickets for the addition of just 24 runs. Tahir Ahmed is the new batsman.
there's a bit of pressure on him now. Coming in at number 7.
A bit of pressure. 43-5. Gets a single, chopped away to backward point. The halfway stage, Darmstadt. Darmstadt United Stars are well behind where they'd want to be in terms of wickets lost and runs scored. It's a full toss, a rare bad ball from Muslim Yar Ashraf. He's got sweepers out to square leg and deep mid-wicket who converge, and through some tag team fielding do enough to keep it to 1. Some really good work out in the deep. Means that at the halfway stage of this run chase, with Umar Feroz and Tahir Ahmed having both just come to the crease in a collapse, Muslim Yar Ashraf has conceded just 3 runs and picked up a wicket in his first over, needing 107 to make a winning start to their ECS campaign. FCA Darmstadt is struggling, defending ECS champions. FC Frankfurt a very good day of it in the field. As we pass into the second part of this chase, they now need more than 2 a ball. 62 required from 5 overs. It's lower order, you've got to take them home.
So we're going to have some left arm seam from Daud Mohammed for the 5th bowler in the lineup. Now, if you haven't seen him before, you'll like Daud's action. He has a very zigzaggy, wandering run up and very slow, lowy action like Malinga, you see. And then the ball comes out in a nippy way. There's the single. Just gets Badr Munir off strike. 61 to win now from 29 balls. So when I say his action is slow, I mean his run up is slow. Left and right, almost like a slalom skier making his way between narrow poles. And all the speed is generated in Daud Mohammed's shoulder. Like I say, the arm come through low, almost next to the umpire. And it's really quite whippy and slingy, and you can't see this on your screen at the moment actually, but that ball has hurt Badr Munir. It's hit him right on his right elbow. He wasn't prepared, given the run-up, I suppose. You wouldn't be prepared, first ball, just how much pace this young left-armer can generate. And he's still on his knees, getting assistance from his teammates. The umpires have now come over to have a little talk to Badr Munir. 12th man is coming out with the freezing spray to give him a little help. I have to say that I've seen glaciers move back home in Iceland faster than this 12th man is coming out to assist his teammate.
Not rushing, is he?
And in fact, it's taken him so long.
That is a nonsense.
It's taken him so long to get out there that the umpires have said, look, you know, it's almost tomorrow now. At last, here comes the spray.
So
Zabiullah Arjubi is the 12th man. And,
the very unenthusiastic 12th man who wishes he was playing.
Well, if that's as fast as he moves around the field, he may be lucky to get a game. So Badr at least has received, if nothing else, the comfort of knowing that he had some frozen spray. Altair is on strike in the air. Ball goes high and is dropped. They're going to get an overthrow as well. So that's a rare fielding lapse. 2 overthrows.
Not quite. But I make it that's the first really poor piece of fielding that we've seen in this match, actually, from either side, in terms of a drop catch and also messy fielding afterwards.
So 3 runs for Tahir Ahmed. That means there are 58 now required from 28. In fact, the man wearing Badr Munir's jersey is actually Umar Feroz, and Umar has managed to get that down to backward point. Big thrash through the offside, got a little bit of a thick edge, and just the single there for Umar. Still need a little more than 2 runs per ball. A lot of pace being generated by Daud here. Tahir. Back on strike. 4 off 2 so far. And he runs very well between the wickets. Here's Dodd again. Now, see how quickly they're going for the first run. They could easily push for 2 here. They turn, and that's the right thing to do. Fielder had a lot of ground to make in order to pick up the ball, and you don't see it often in this tournament this week. The batsmen are hesitant to run the first one quick and go for 2, but that is a perfect example, a really professional way to do it. They put pressure on the fielder, and by the time the fielder had picked up the ball, they were already a few paces down for their second run. 55 off 26. And that's intelligent cricket from Tahir. He's pushed the ball in the air to Sikandar, knowing that he can just take the run by dropping it short of him.
Well, we did mention that this game is possibly, it's a bit early to say, a dress rehearsal for the final, and it certainly has been a high quality matchup. In terms of the quality of the batting, the bowling and the fielding, the right honourable gentleman to the left of me might disagree, but I would assert that this is the highest quality game of cricket that we've seen across the 11 so far in terms of what we've seen from both of these sides. It will be a difficult task for SV Wiesbaden, Kanani Abiva or Namar Oberwurzel to get into the semi-finals ahead of either of these two.
Last ball of the over, play and miss. That's really well bowled by Daud Mohammed, left arm over. 4 overs to go, 24 balls and 54 runs needed from those 24 balls.
Is that an assessment you'd concur with?
Yeah, I would, Michael, and the reason you can tell is with a couple of things that mark this game out in terms of quality. There's a little higher than the games in Group A yesterday. One is the ground fielding. So these fielders on both sides, FCA and MSC, have been willing to get to ground and slide for the ball. You see their hands going below their knees to field vastly more often than happened in Group A, where it was more often than not the fielders would use their feet. And the other thing is the running between the wickets, running the first one hard, setting off for the second, even if you might turn back. A swing and a miss. There's 2 dot balls in a row. That's good pressure from the fielding side. We're not going back to one of the bowlers who's been used already. This is Kader Khan. Another swing and a miss, but this time Kader has just pushed it a little too wide. It's a bonus run for FCA, wide ball. It's a tough ask, asking a bowler to bowl his first over, number 7 of the innings. Well done, through the offside. They should get 2 here. The ball is almost at the boundary. It's well stopped with the foot. A safe couple. Impressive there was the way he threaded it through quite a tightly packed offside field. Kader Khan has had a good start to his over. On for the big hit, but it should just be one through the short mid-wicket. So there's bowling is at the moment just tight enough to increase the pressure almost imperceptibly but irresistibly. By degrees there is greater pressure on the batsman. There's the 4 that relieves that pressure a little bit. Timed well, just stood still deep in the crease and relied upon his bat speed to get it through over extra cover, and it's a crucial boundary. There's 20 balls to go now. It reduces the runs required to 46. And Umar Feroz is going to have to take responsibility for the bulk of this chase. Batting at number 5. Goes to 9. Now, that puts the pressure back just a little on Kader Khan, the 6th bowler used. It means that one of the 4 bowlers who've bowled just the 1 over isn't going to bowl a second, which is interesting because all 4 of them have been inexpensive. This should be 1. They're coming back for 2. I like that. That's really good. Direct hit, but not out. The batsman had decided they were going to push for that 2. And that is smart running. Just what we were talking about earlier, Michael.
It's very good running. Going back to your favourite subject as an experienced club cricket captain, which is the bowling rotation. It is a surprising decision. Adil Khan conceded just 3 off his over. Same with Muslim Yar Ashraf. Sikandar Khan went for 5 and Dal Mohammed went for 8, and 3 of the 4 of them picked up a wicket as well.
And Umar has hit a monster 6 there. It was nice and short, and he climbed into a pull shot forward of square, and I'm afraid that this experiment to use the 6th bowler, Qadir Khan, has not been successful. His over has gone for 14. And, Michael has run you through the bowling figures of the bowlers that might have been used, and it's just provided a little bit of impetus for the FCA chase. 18 balls now remain, and 40 are required to win. Umar Feroz was all over Qadir Khan in that over.
Game very much on. And concedes 16 from his over, which is double what the most expensive bowler of the 4 we just named had. Dawud Mohammed going for 8, and the other 3 all going for even less.
So 40 to win. It is going to be Dawud Mohammed. Field now very well spread.
I should say even fewer for the pennants. Get it right.
Mashed it! There it is. 6 more. You see, it's not just all about what Umar Feroz can do. Tahir Ahmed is just as capable. And he gets his big pull shot out. And now FCA are motoring. It only took that 1 over, didn't it, from Qadir Khan for them to start squeezing the accelerator. 34 now off 17. They've got that equation back down.
Could be quite an expensive mistake, that bowling change.
32, no, 36. So the equation now is below.
2 a ball.
2 a ball, 32 to win. He's gone aerially again, and he'll find 4 once more. A lovely free flow of the bat, width on offer from Dawud Mohammed. And suddenly, in the last 8 balls or so, what was looking like a rather sticky stroll for FCA has turned into a dangerous dash towards the finish line. 28 now to win off 16.
These 2 have put on 36 off just 14 balls. We're going to get 2.5 a ball between them.
Tahir on strike again. He's going for boundaries again. Now that's high. There's a fielder underneath it at mid-wicket. It's a difficult chance, and he spilled it. He decided to run backwards and claim the catch. Another fielder was running in, running forwards, who didn't call for it. And that could be costly. Fielders make amends, but it's a rueful shake of the head. Qutub was the guy who decided that it was his, but it was much harder for him running backwards, trying to catch over his shoulder, than it was for his teammate running forwards, Adil Khan. 2 runs off the over there. All kinds of semaphore going on from Michael McCann next to me. A swing and a miss just to restore some normality to the situation.
Just going to mention it was Adil Khan, the fielder, charging in from long on, and it's always easier to come forward than it is to go back, as a rule with catches. He called for it and was positively disgusted. He didn't get the chance to take it. They kissed and made up afterwards, but that could be costly.
Another side through the offside. This time there is a fielder on the end of it at deep point. Lots of screaming and shouting from the fielders to get the ball back in. The batsmen have just taken the single there. So 27 still to win from 14 balls now. 2 left in the over. FCA are motoring. It's Umar Feroz back on strike. And, another play and miss there. At the end of the over. I'm not quite sure what's the situation with the graphics on the screen. They seem to be telling the story. 2 overs now to go, and this is the difficult part, because having used medium pacers for bowlers over 7 and 8, now when is Muslim Yar going to bowl? Because slow left arm deep in the innings is a risky call. They're going to Adil Khan, who opened the bowling with his brisk medium pacers. He bowled the cheapest over of the innings so far, second over of the innings, which went for 3. 26 from 12 required, and there is a massive one to start the over. He's cleared the boundaries, front foot over to the side to give himself room to smack it. And now Mr. Economy from earlier in the innings, Adel, he is feeling the pressure. 26 off 12 becomes 20 off 11. Now we are on for a big finish here. Field is being continually tweaked. Infield is close on the offside, and on the on there are fielders, but this is mid-off who's coming in to chance a very difficult catch indeed, and he's shelled it. The batsmen have only made 1. A couple of drop catches in the last 2 overs have just turned the tide, and the pressure is now firmly on MSC. It was 62 off 30 at the halfway stage, 62 off 30 to win. But now it's 19 off 10. FCA chasing 107 to win. Have a very good chance. He's going to get away with it. He is. It was about as wide as he can get, Adel Khan, without the umpire deciding to penalise him. So just dot ball, 19 off 9 to win. That could be the edge for 4. It is. He was aiming a big shot through the offside. He just got a little thin nick on it. And that's a great result for Umar Feroz, bringing this target within range now, down to 15 with 8 balls remaining.
And it brings up the 50 partnership as well, from just 24 balls between this pair, going at just a tick above 2 runs a ball. And it has taken this game from a very perilous position where it looked like they might well collapse and end up getting bowled out, to having it very much theirs to lose.
What's Adel Khan got this time? Well, should just be 1. The fielder coming in from the boundary. They're turning for 2. They're going to do it. There's a mix-up. And they decided not to do it in the end. Turned back just at the last moment. 1 run. There's no need to panic at this point, just because they need 2 a ball, as they have done throughout the last 5 overs. This is a situation in which, if they keep their heads, a boundary or 2 will come. 14 to win.
These runs to score are always the winning ones.
Becomes 13 to win. Now, going for another single here. It's gone a bit slowly, but there's an errant throw from backward square, and they've taken too much time, and they come back for a 2, which they really shouldn't have got at all. But the fielder who picked up the overthrow just held the ball. They were just looking at each other in the fielding side, and the batsman decided that they were going to go for it. So I don't know what Sultan Ahmad was doing there. Held the ball and started chatting to the other fielders. He's looking round for someone to blame, but
that was a mess.
Sultan should have got that ball back in.
It should barely have been 1, and somehow it's 2. It's little moments like that that make all the difference. The 2 batsmen on their knees having a chat to each other. The MSC Frankfurt boys having a conversation with each other about what on earth was going on in the field.
So the options are, will they go for the gentle dobbers, the seam up of Sikandar Khan, or will they risk possibly their best bowler, Muslim Yar, but who is a spinner? Always a risk bowling the spinner deep in the innings because of the opportunity for taking the big shot Went for 3 off his first over. It is going to be the slow left arm of Muslim Yar, and there are 11 to win. Senior partner Umar Faraz is on strike. Appeal for the stumping, but his feet were in, and that is a good start. It's very brave of Muslim Yar to give the ball some air. First ball, it's paid off. Umar Faraz, 31 from 18 balls, just needs to keep his head here. If they can grab a couple of 2s, they could get to, if they hit it softly, into the leg side. He's gone for the hit through the offside here. They must take 2 really. They come back for the second and there's a fumble on the line, so well run.
Not great fielding from Boom Boom Junior. Shide Afridi out there.
See, as long as they don't hit it straight to the fielder in the ring, there should be 2 to all the boundary riders, as long as they hustle that first run quickly. You take the 2s and then hope that the 4 ball will come along. 9 off 4. There's the 4 ball, it's high in the air and it's gone through the mid-wicket fielder. It was a half volley. He came down the pitch, swung his arms through the arc, and that has brought the target into a distinct reachability. 5 off 3. Umar Faraz has played with a very calm, cool head these last couple of balls after playing and missing to the first.
What a partnership this is. They came together at 43 for 5 just before the halfway point, and now they're on the edge of victory.
5 from 3. What's Umar going to do? He goes to finish it in 1 ball. If it goes over the boundary, it's all over, but it's held on the line. Massive change in the dynamic of the game there. Adel Khan just loped around underneath the ball, and it was a question of whether it would go over his head. He didn't look unconfident if it went to hand, and there just wasn't quite enough distance on Umar Faraz's shot. He perishes for 37, caught on the line by Umar. It is now 102 for 6, and there are 5 to win from 2 balls.
And it was such an astonishingly jubilant moment for Adel Khan, because remember, not so long ago, out at long on, he came in for that catch, mid-wicket running back, took it off him, and he was furious. That was his chance to contribute in the field, having not been able to take that previous one, and took it, he did, at neck height on the line. The batsmen have crossed, so it does mean that Tahir Ahmed of 23 off 12 will have the strike. 2 balls to go, 5 to win. Badr Munir, the red sleeves, is at the non-strikers.
So, what's Tahir going to do here? One thing I think he probably doesn't want to do is just take 1 to get the new batsman on strike. It's a play and miss. Now they're going to get at least a couple of byes here. The ball goes to the line. Yes, it has. 4 byes. What a wonderful result. The ball was very full. The wicketkeeper just plain missed it.
Well, it's a wonderful result if you're anyone but an MFC Frankfurt fan. It's a disaster. 4 byes of all the things to get at this stage in an innings.
So it turns out that the 4 runs they needed to make the game almost certainly theirs came courtesy of extras. The wicketkeeper is doing very well to contain his disappointment here. So 1 ball to go.
We could have a golden ball.
1 to win. And, well, I don't know why there's a long on out there. There's definitely 1 to him. They need to bring everyone in either side of the circle to save the single. 1 to win. Here it is. He's nicked it. It's a chance of a catch. It dropped short of the fielder. It's not the fielder's fault, but they have got the single that they required off the last ball. FCA have really squeaked through that victory at the last moment. 107 to win. They didn't look like doing it at the halfway stage. Throughout the whole of the last 5 overs, they needed 2 runs a ball to win. 11 off the last over, became 5 off the last 2 balls, 4 byes, and then a single. And MSC, the team from Frankfurt, perhaps the favourite to win the tournament, they won the ECS Frankfurt competition in July, have lost their first game of the final ball. Let's have a look at how it happened. Initially, there was a good partnership between Hussein Kabir and Mohammed Mudassar. It was Mohammed Mudassar who got the most extraordinary array of shots going in the second over. He hit of 4 balls, a 6 and 3 fours, but then he played that one shot too many, was caught in the extra cover ring, and at that point things just started to unravel a little bit. Mohammed Tayyab came out and tried to hit that big lofted drive of his first ball and made a golden duck. And, Shahid Afridi was the most expensive of all the bowlers. Just that extra bit of pace that he generated gave Hussein Kabir some room to work with. He just hit those shots away through the offside. Then when the pace came off the ball, an opportunity would come back the way of the batting side. So that was Hussein Kabir just getting into his stride there. And Umar Feroz and Tahir Ahmed came together once these breakthrough were made. Sikandar just taking the pace off the ball here. Akhlaq Ahmed getting dismissed that catch there to a Muslim Yar. You can see how cold it is with the ball stinging the fingers. And it was that partnership ultimately between Umar Feroz and Tahir Ahmed, a partnership that was worth 59 runs, that turned the game around. Just short of the halfway mark, it was 43 for 5. And then they got their shots together. 2 drop catches really left MSC with no one other than themselves to blame at the end there. We'll just see the closing stages of the innings. It was a great comeback from the team from Darmstadt.
They were 43 for 5. They were dead and buried. And then Umar Feroz and Tahir Ahmed between them had other ideas, adding 59 off exactly 5 overs of batting at the tiniest touch under 2 a ball. And it took them from a position of considerable weakness to a position of considerable strength that just about to them getting home.
This is the second of the misses. They proved to be very costly because that partnership really did have to be broken. Now when Adil came back, he swung away a couple of important boundaries. And, altogether, you'd say that's a good comeback from the FCA team. 3 catches dropped in the closing stages. And Adil Khan, well, he did everything he could, but when it got to the last over, 11 to win, just couldn't defend it.
Worth saying as well that this is a nice bit of sweet revenge for FCA Darmstadt, because in the last ECS in July, the semi-final stage between these two, it was MSC Frankfurt who won by 14 runs, powered by 56 from Adil Khan. And Nafis Bunter Ahmed took 5 for 23 for MSC in that win. And they also got the better of them in the state T20 competition matchup this summer. But the third opportunity is FCA Darmstadt United Stars, who get the victory on the very final ball. No golden ball yet required here in Frankfurt, but 3 times we've gone to the final ball with the match in the balance, so be going anywhere because we're guaranteeing you drama aplenty here.
We're looking at the scorecard at the moment, which just shows that solid opening stand. Double figures for both of the men at the top of the order, and then it just fell away a little bit and needed some concentration between Umar Feroz and Tahir Ahmed. Good communication. The thing they did really well was push 2s and take the runs that were on offer, even when it involved putting pressure on the fielder. It's a successful partnership, both of them with good strike rate. And although in the final over. Umar Feroz perished, caught on the boundary by Adel off Muslim. His contribution proved to be enough. You can see there, starkly laid out what the problem was. It was the decision to bowl Kadir Khan for that extra over as a sixth bowler when Sikandar Khan had taken 1 for 5 off his over. He didn't get a second over. Yeah, they decided, did MSC, that it was better giving that over to Kadir Khan. As it was, it went for 16, and that made all the difference. I think if Sikandar had bowled again, it might very well have been a different story. So an even chase. Acceleration, deceleration in the middle, and really a rejuvenation at the end to see FCA home. So there are the final scores. 106 on the board from MSC. It looked like a middling total, a gettable one. FCA did everything they could in the middle overs to lose it, but ultimately a partnership saw them through, and it's the first win of Group B. FCA, the team from Darmstadt, have beaten MSC, the team from Frankfurt, and we'll be back with you very shortly for the second game between Wiesbaden and Oberruschel here on the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. This is Kit Harris with Michael McCann signing off for a short break, but join us in a few moments please for Game 2. welcome back to Frankfurt with the European Cricket Network here, presenting day 3 of the European Cricket Series Frankfurt. We're in Group B. The second game of the day pits Wiesbaden against Oberursel, and it's Oberursel who have won the toss, and they have decided that they are going to bowl first. We saw in the first game that in these morning fixtures, it's not the worst idea to get in the field and get your team all warmed up and pumped before you have to try and have a bat. The opening batsman for Wiesbaden, numbers 35 and 34 on their backs. 35 is Kashif Zadran and 34 is Nasrullah Zadran. The Oberursel players, a tight-knit team. They got what they wanted, called correctly, and they're going to be in the field trying to restrict Wiesbaden to a target which, well, ideally, as we've seen in this competition so far, would be just under 100. That seems to be really the benchmark. My name's Kit Harris, calling the game for the European Cricket Network, and with me is Michael McCann.
Hello.
It's going to be Nasrullah who's going to take first strike. Kashif just making his way to the non-striker's end. And the first over, you can see, was an incredibly high kick there. It must be a very supple young man. First over is going to be taken by... was it going to be the number 8? No, in fact, he was just loosening up. It's going to be Sher Sadakat who takes the first over. He's a right-arm medium bowler, and in Oberursel's statistical history, he has the highest number of wickets of any of the players. 90 white ball wickets. That's the lowest economy rate on the team. Average is well under 20, and those are really low watermarks for a quality bowler. He bowls little medium pacers. And Sher Sadakat just going through his warm-up routine at the moment. First ball loosener from every bowler so far today has been distinctly loose. His first one joins its many companions in everybody's first over. A wide ball down the leg side. He was distinctly ginger in the way that he loped up to bowl and creaked his arm over.
Yes, you felt like it wasn't the most surprising result given the preparation that had gone into it, the way he lumbered in.
Nasrullah prepares to be made to play second time round. He gets a bit of width and taps it. They're thinking about a single. Oh, he's going to be run out first ball. That's an absolute disaster for Nasrullah. Tapped it firmly to the fielder at cover point and just set off for the run without much of a word, and his partner Kashif then roared loudly no to go back, but by that time Nasrullah was committed, and that is an awful start for poor Wiesbaden. Sorry, I'm getting tapped on the shoulder. I don't know what's going on there. But, that is a wonderful bit of fielding. Very calm head in the offside. And poor old Nasrullah has got to walk back, run out from the first legal delivery of the innings. Here's the replay. You see, nice width. He played it firmly to cover point. He'd started down. His partner sent him back, and the accusatory look straight back at the non-striker Kashif says, well, that was my call, and it was his call. Whether the run was on or not is difficult to be sure about, but certainly it was Nasrullah's call, and he has perished. So it's 1 for 1 after one legal delivery.
Not the way you'd want to start. You're on TV with the world watching across fan code in India and ECN.cricket worldwide.
The three batsmen digs out that ball. It's gone straight, and they're going to be able to take a single. Stuttering around a calling between the wickets isn't good, is it? They're backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. On this occasion, Kashif ran the first run very quickly from the non-striker's end up to the keeper's end. And they couldn't decide whether or not they were going to run the second. Batsman number 3 is the wicketkeeper, Shan Aga. Now Kashif needs to get his calling sorted out this first over. Prepares to face Saddakat. Gone right through him. Someone appealed for something, and I can't quite divine what it could have been. Little off-cutter from Saddakat, just going back through the batsman. Kashif just looks a little bit hasty and muddled out there. He's already participated in a run out and nearly in 2. He's made a cut shot to a short ball there, but it's gone straight back to the bowler. And, yeah, even as the bowler received the return there, as it went into his hand, Kashif dived back into the crease at the wicket-keeper's end, thinking he might be run out. Not sure if he can see where the ball is half the time. Now that's in the air, just short of the fielder at mid-on. And uncertain times for Wiesbaden. Haven't settled at all in this first over. They've looked unsure about what shot to hit or whether or not to run. Chief amongst the hesitants has been Kashif. Goes for the big shot this time. I think that's going to go over the fielder's head. Oh, no, it hasn't! That's an outrageous catch. An outrageous one. He just kept back-pedaling, and Shams has taken a gorgeous stunner of a catch over his left shoulder. He never looked like he was going to be under the ball. He didn't even look like he was particularly trying, but at the last minute just stuck out the hands and it's gone straight in. So, well, a rather bizarre and uncertain little innings from Kashif has come to an end. A big hit, loads of height on it. The ball practically came down with bits of cloud on the leather, and Shams has pulled off a blinder. And for me, that is the catch of the tournament so far, not just the catch of the day. Michael McCann.
Atif Shams, take a bow. What a catch. And you could tell it was good because the two teams waiting to play game number 3. Next up, Kamania Biba and FCA Darmstadt United Stars, who were behind the boundary. All 22 of the players rose up from their seats and applauded it. Such was the high quality of the cricket on show. The new man comes to the crease with 228 on his back, Fayaz Khan Nasiri. It's 228 on his back because that's his highest ever score, which is quite an effort. Solid 200 odd more than most cricketers can claim to be their highest score.
Right, here is Sher Hask bowling to Fayaz Khan Nasiri, the number 4 batsman. There's an appeal for caught behind. The ball just shaping past the outside edge. So Shan Aga, number 3, is at the non-striker's end right now for the change of over. There's number 29 on his back. Mr. 228, Fayaz Khan, prepares to face his second ball. Well, laid at that very firm hands, hasn't he? Lucky not to push it straight back to the bowler. Fayaz Nasri is off the mark. Sher Hask so far has looked to be an accurate enough bowler. No great pace, but a decent line his first couple of balls. Now Shan Aga is on strike. And the power play boundary fielders are on the leg side. Yeah, just a bit too wide on that occasion. Trying to bowl tight in the corridor, Sher Hask, for his offside ring. Just strayed a bit on that occasion.
Well, this is a really surprising start because SV Wiesbaden come into this game the firm favourites. They won 10 consecutive games in the state T20 competition this summer, unbeaten in their pool, and then won their quarter-final as well against Frankfurt Cricket Club before falling in the semis against MSC Frankfurt, who went on to win it. But the Hawks not doing anything but fly so far.
So nice shot. Good drive into the covers, just for one. Key thing here is, even with the offside ring, those fielders, 4 of them, will all be back on their heels, waiting to stop the booming shot. So you should always be able to get one. Sean Arga is now away. He's done well again, and once more there's one. He's well stopped in that ring. They've been very effective in the first couple of overs so far, the offside fielders, managing to stop balls that, dare I say it, yesterday usually it would tended to be a foot waved in the general direction of the ball rather than people getting their hands low down to it. Just the singles coming so far, and the wides, a couple of them now in the over. Cher Hask is trying to bowl little gentle outswingers in the channel. Just on a couple of occasions he's collapsed a little bit over towards the offside around his front leg, not quite getting through his action tall. You can see here just his body falls over a little bit towards the offside as he bowls, but this time the batsman's got it away, and no, don't use your feet, you've got to get your hand down to it, and there's 4 runs, the result of it. The first boundary for Fayaz Khan Nasri, all timing. He had the width again there, not so wide that he couldn't hit it, just cut it away cleanly, pierced the field. All of the fielders made good ground to the ball, and they got to the boundary, just tried to back heel it. That rarely works. Another wide one. The umpire having a think about it. He's having a think. Yeah, he's waiting for the ball to become dead before signalling the wide again. And that particular wide, I think Cher Hask is a little less impressed with, but really he has been bowling too wide of the stumps so far. That's a better line, but that could well be 4 as it goes between those 2 fielders again. It does make it this time. Just had a little bit more on it than the last one, so 2 4s, almost identical position. Square of the wicket on the offside for Fayaz Khan Nasri to conclude the second over. And that is the beginning, could we say, the green shoots of run-scoring recovery, perhaps, for Wiesbaden.
Shanaka, the skipper, looking to lead his side back from the brink. 2 for 2 after the first over, remember. He's the only player of Pakistani descent in this side. Raised initially in Karachi. Apart from that, the side has a very Afghanistani feel about it. Every other player in the 11 Afghanistani descent, 8 of them, the surname Zadran, all not necessarily in the same family. They are coming from the same Afghani tribe in the Kalian Tribal Confederacy from Afghanistan's mountainous southeast region.
So the third bowler is Sher Miran, bowling his medium pacers, like everybody else. He starts with a wide. It is cold. It is cold in these circumstances. Left arm over. Everyone's getting a loosener. That's better. Just cramping the batsman for room on his thigh pad. Just the single. Cher Hask's over was just a little expensive. Went for 14 runs. Cher Miran, a little bit of gentle left arm over.
Sadikan only went for 2 off his first over. Power play very much in favour of the bowling side, who picked up a third. It goes from bad to worse for Wiesbaden. Their captain Shahanaga goes for just 10. And they really are tottering here in the power play. 18 for 3 now. And Shermiran picks up his first wicket in the ECS. And the Mar Oberwurzel on TV for the first time are flying. Captain departs, having tried to lead something of a recovery mission. Instead, leaves his side in all the more trouble as the wicketkeeper batsman Momin Rahmatullah steps out. One way so far.
So the new batsman is Ibrahim Zadran, number 7 on his back. It's a good breakthrough for left armour. There's Miran again. Nicely, nice. That's a bit of kidology. You could almost take a single while the wicketkeeper's throwing the ball up in the air, but I don't know what they thought was the sound there. Take a look at this. The batsman was nowhere near it. The wicketkeeper seemed absolutely convinced. I don't think even the bat hit the ground. Well, a moral victory at least, shall we say, to the bowler Shermiran. There's Ibrahim now going to face the second ball. He squeezed that away, and as soon as it passed that man at short third man, it's 4. It's difficult to get onto width like that early in your innings. You really have to reach for it, but in spite of the tightly packed ring of offside fielders, Ibrahim has managed to penetrate a gap and is away with a 4. See, he's almost played a deliberate edge there, just running it off the face with a very, very open stance. That's just thrown Shermiran off his rhythm a little bit there. Running through the crease and deciding not to let go of the ball. We've seen a good shot from Ibrahim early on. That is rather more clumsily played. Yes, he rehearses the shot that he should have been on there. Swivel pull on the back foot, but it was short of a length ball and he found himself starting to come forward and it just took him on the thigh pad.
It's funny how many batsmen always know the exact shot they should have played after the ball was gone. It's always so much easier.
He's a slippery left arm seamer. It's difficult to pick up the length. Again, he's found it difficult to play the line there. Doesn't the wicketkeeper have an interesting way of gathering the ball? As soon as he gathers it, he throws the ball away along the ground and throws his hands up in the air. And if I were the non-striker, I would be keeping an eye on that, because at some point he could throw the ball a little further than he can pick it up again. He might be able to race through and steal a second there. So that concludes the power play. 3 overs gone, and the score is 22 for 3, and that's a pretty good return from Oberwurzel with the ball against Wiesbaden. 22 with only 2 men out on the boundary in a T10 innings.
I'd say only pretty good.
Yeah, that's neat.
I'd go more than pretty good. I'd say that's exceptional. That's possibly one of the worst batting power plays we've seen in this competition so far across 12 games.
Now Sadakat, who bowled the first over, which only went for 3 runs, is going to come on to finish his pair of overs and bowl the 4th. So he's going to have to bowl to a man who was quietly encamped at the non-striker's end throughout the 3rd over. Very tall and muscular Fayez Khan Nasri. There's certainly 4 over the offside. Great Yorker. He's come forward to dig it out, and in the end he did a good job to get it backward a square for a single, Nasri. But he has now surrendered the strike to the number 5 Ibrahim. And if Sadakat has learned from how Ibrahim handled Miran's last over, he'll bowl straight and on a length. It's just straight onto leg stump there, and it's an easy picking for 1. Glanced away off the pads. Ibrahim played and missed a couple of times, Ibrahim, when the ball was back of a length over off stump. that's the area to bowl to him. Now Sadakat has got Nasri back on strike. Fayaz Khan, as he appears on the scorecard, Fayaz Khan Nasri. Another false start from an Ober-Ursel bowler. The second time that's happened. They've got to be careful with these false starts, because if they are going to take more than 45 minutes to bowl their 10 overs, there can be a run penalty. Massive hit, high in the air. It's coming down to the fielder. This will be a good catch if it lands in his hands, but it doesn't. It's a safe one. I think the right man went for that. The Kamran going for it, he was always running into it, whereas if Sher Hask had to run for it, he'd have had to backpedal. So in the end, just a couple of runs there to Fayaz Khan Nasri.
Young from Norwich says anything around 85 to 90 from here would be a good score. Well, we have seen how quickly things can turn around in T10.
That's just smartly played. Hit it in the air into the infield, but intentionally he's done that. Just looking to take the single. You can hit it in the air really anywhere you want on the leg side infield, because there's nobody there. Leg side is where Ober-Ursel are covering the boundary. So singles easily had to leg, sixes over the offside, which suggests that Sadakat's plan is to continue to bowl straight. Well, they've done well to intimidate the batsman into not taking the single there. This is getting distinctly sticky now for Wiesbaden. Sadakat is miserly in his economy so far. Could even bowl his 2 overs for fewer than 10 runs. 7 so far. Here's his last ball, and it's cramped him up. Optimistic appeal answered in the negative by the umpire. And what a wonderful first couple of overs those were from Sher Sadakat. He's bowled a first over that went for 3 runs and a second over that went for 4. The first of those was in the power play. Absolutely outstanding. After 4 overs, the score is 27 for 3.
Doesn't get much better than that in terms of bowling at the top of the innings. Question from Badar Udin on the YouTube live chat. Please do feel free to get your questions in. He says, who won in previous games between these two? Well, as I mentioned, SV Wiesbaden were 9 from 9 in their pool stage. So you won't need to be a genius to work out that they did beat CC Oberwurzel when they met, finishing with 6 wins from 9, but one of those 3 defeats was a thrashing. Wiesbaden winning that game by 60 runs, no less. But I'd be very shocked if we're talking about a 60-run win for Wiesbaden in this fixture, given how they've started with the bat. Very much struggling.
Miran again. Good footwork there. That could have gone for a couple, because it was very straight. There's no one on the straight boundary, and Miran has just played it inside to Nasir to restrict Fayaz Khan to the single. One thing I would say here is that Ober-Ursel are front-loading their overs with the 3 openers. Big swing there, but the ball too wide to make contact with. Sher Sadakat, the opening bowler, is bowled out. First change bowler Miran is now bowling his second over. First 5 overs will be shared between 3 bowlers, which means that the 4th and 5th bowler will both have to bowl in the back end of the innings. They'll have to bowl 4 out of the 5 overs. Now, they could get 2 there if they push the first one really fast. Fielders picked up the ball sharply. And I know I've developed a bit of a habit of saying they really should be looking to come back for 2, but on that occasion, the throw was so accurate and flat, it might just have struggled. What it has done is bring the big-shouldered Fayaz Khan back on strike. These left-arm seamers are proving very difficult to get away for more than just a single at a time. If bowlers 4 and 5 are anywhere near as metronomically accurate as Oberursel's first 3 bowlers, this will all come off very well for the fielding team. In fact, you almost think that the strategy here against Sher Miran is to see him off with singles, and not even going for the big hits now. Why do you think that is, Michael?
Well, based on my research, one issue that the Oberwurzels have had is just lacking batting and bowling depth, and Wiesbaden will be very aware of that. I wonder whether that's influencing said strategy. Being content enough to see through this and then see what comes next that might well not live up to that. And similarly with the batting, there has often been a problem with them where past their strong top 3, things have tended to drop off quite quickly. They've been prone to huge batting collapses and situations like this where they've kept it tight at the top, but then it's all got a bit messy from there.
A big nick, and he's gone. Well, he had to try and play through the offside and even drop the fielder back at deep point to give him the opportunity to chase the wide ball, and the plan was brilliantly executed. The wide ball duly came down from Sher Miran. The batsman tried to get the big shot in, but the ball was angled across him, and Ibrahim Zadran has been caught behind. A really neat piece of planning and execution from the Oberursel captain. And now, here's something key. They're thinking about these 4th and 5th bowlers, and the wicket-keeper is just having a bit of a swap around. So that may mean that we're going to see Mohammad Rahmatullah coming on as the 4th bowler. You see the wicket-keeper has changed over. Now, Sher Miran, who's just finished his spell, he has taken the keeper's equipment. It would be good to see Mohammad Rahmatullah have a bowl, because he has the cheapest economy of any of the players in the Oberursel lineup.
He certainly does. He actually finished 5th in the MVP rankings in the German State T20 competition because he can hit a long ball with the bat, scores at 2 a ball, and he's got bat in hand. And he got 21 wickets at just 9 in that State T20 competition. So, despite keeping wicket for half of the time, he's very handy with ball in hand too, Mohammad Rahmatullah. The issue has often been finding where their 5th bowler will come from, or if some of their first choice aren't available, where their 4th and 5th. They've got their full choice squad available today, though, which does definitely help.
Well, you have your answer, in fact, because although the wicket keepers have swapped around, Mohammad Abdullah has given the pads to Sher Miran, and we got to acknowledge Sher Miran taking the pads after a very good couple of overs, which went for just 12. Of course, that means that Mohammad Rahmatullah is going to become one of the remaining bowlers, but he's not going to bowl 4th. He's going to be the 5th bowler. So the answer to your question is... there we are, back online. We were just saying that the 5th bowler, you haven't missed anything, in fact. The 5th bowler is going to be the wicket-keeper, Mohammad Rahmatullah. He's not bringing himself just on yet, because the other man to complete the bowling quintet is going to be the one you see warming up on your screen right now, Atif Shams. Now,
He took the catch of the tournament.
He is the obvious bowler, but there is one thing to be said, well, a couple of things to be said, which may just present a little window of opportunity for Wiesbaden. One is that he's one of the youngest players on the team, just 18 years of age, and the other is that he is one of the more expensive bowlers. For all that he has a bit of sharpness and pace about him, his white ball economy rate is 8.57.
That's in T20, we should say, rather than T10, which is definitely on the more expensive side. He is someone that does tend to get targeted. He's had a bit of a tough time of it at times in the State T20 competition this summer. Now in he comes. It's very quick, but as we were just discussing, very erratic. And much in keeping with the trend from today, he starts with a wide. And Wiesbaden might well be looking at this as an opportunity to target, to try and get them going.
Well, they should be. And especially since Fayez Khan has played himself in now.
10 off 10, which is pedestrian for T10. Here's Shams. Slower ball, that's better in the block hole. And they don't take a single there. It's very conservative running. Maybe have it on their minds that they don't want to lose yet more wickets, having already lost 4. But
he can't be protecting his number 6, Amin Khan, can he? Is that how bad it is down the order for Wiesbaden? Already
I would say that's more cautious running than protecting. Here he comes again. That's a good sharp bouncer, and that's what he can do when he's on it, Atif Shams. Get real lift in the ball. He is a promising youngster, but the chat on the circuit is that it's a case of honing that raw pace. And we had the firecracker Ali Reza Verk for Heinhausen. If he's the firecracker, then Atif Shams may well be the firework. He is known for getting very fired up, and he does like a send-off. Tends to all happen when he's bowling. Wickets and runs at the same time often. Here is Shams. He gets him pushing it, that one, through it a bit mistimed. Get through for 1. 35 for 4. New batsman Amin Khan takes guard. It has, as I mentioned, been a bit of a problem for the RCC Oberwurzel. Their bowling depth leading to this young man so often not just having to bowl, but having to bowl the pressure overs in white ball games, and that's exactly what he's got to do once more here. Bowling to Khan in the red helmet. Slower ball, excellent bowling, really good. Not much he could do with that apart from just block it out. We've got 4 sweepers out. 5-4 offside field. We've got deep point, mid wicket, long on. So a long off as well. Here's Shams. It's full and just guided away. And once more, it's really cautious running. That's 3 singles in this over, potential singles that the percentages say you'll get back into your crease at both ends to complete that have not been taken. And they're not helping themselves here, Wiesbaden. They're playing themselves into a hole, and then the run rate is only just above a run a ball. Here's Shams once more. That's full, driven back, dot ball. Just 2 runs off 5 balls. Shout from the batting tent behind us. We've run the singles hard, and it's a very fair shout. Because right now, Wiesbaden have put themselves in a real spot of bother. 35 for 4 at the end of the 6th over. Fayez Khan has 11 off a positively pedestrian 13 balls. Amin Khan yet to score off his first 3. And Wiesbaden, who I saw coming into this one as maybe the team best placed to challenge the 2 potentially strongest sides in this group of MSC Frankfurt and FCA United Stars Darmstadt, who played off in game 1, are having a bit of a nightmare with the bat.
Now, the 6th bowler, sorry, 6th over, has been bowled by Atif Shams. It's a very good one it was too. Just 2 runs from it, in fact. But we assumed everything we were saying was geared towards this idea that wicketkeeper Mohammad Rahmatullah is going to be the 5th bowler, but oddly he's not.
He's a key bowler for them when he comes out from behind the stumps. It's not he to bowl his 7th over. This spin, and almost a caught and bowled, which would have been a quite ridiculous diving caught and bowled to his left. Instead, Fayez Khan Seri gets back for 2. He's now got 13 of 14 balls. And Atif Shams, who we were saying could be targeted in the previous over, has gone for just 2 runs, which is superb stuff. Here comes the leggy once more. Reverse sweep, but he was completely out of sync with his timing there, Nasiri. Fortunately for him, that has been in keeping with the rest of the innings. Has 13 off 15 balls, and you can just feel the mounting sense of pressure here. We could be on for the lowest score of the tournament so far. This has gone very, very high. Up towards us at long on. On the bounce. They only take a single. Good work by Imran, running around from long on to long off, and you can hear you probably can hear it on the sound effects mic as well. We certainly can. The shouting of frustration from behind us in the SV Wiesbaden tent at the very, very, very cautious running. Again,
Mohammed,
to labour the point, but it's quite difficult not to. And I'm just scrolling back for when the last boundary was hit. And I make it was off the 4th ball of the 3rd over, which is quite something. To not have a boundary in so long in T10.
Mohammed Ahmad was the leg spin bowler there. We're not used to having seen him bowl before. If he's going to bowl over 7, it does mean he's got to bowl his spinners again in either overs 9 and 10. So the bowlers who remain, Shea Hask, the opener, has an opportunity to bowl one of the last 3. So, of course, does Atif Shams, who was outstanding in the penultimate over, just going for 2. And the spin we just saw of Mohammed Ahmad, he can bowl 9 or 10. But we do actually have a very severe problem in the field right now, because I think one of the foxholes has taken its toll.
Yes, we have mentioned this week how undulating and difficult this outfield can be, and it seems like an unfortunate step in one of them.
He's done his back.
A big problem for one of the MRCC Oberwurzel players.
I don't think it's a foxhole. Has he done his back? It's what he seems to be holding.
He's being carry lifted off by a teammate. Well, that really does show that your teammates will be there for you whenever you need them to. Fireman's lift them off the field. It's an unfortunate situation and not one you want to see ever.
I don't think that one's a fireman's lift. I think that's Norwegian wife carrying tournament, isn't it?
Oh, well, there we go. It's good to have a lifting expert next to me in Kit Harris. And it is Imran who is being carried off by the 12 men completing the work. So they're down to 10 in the field now. The MRCC Oberwurzel. That won't help them in the closing stages.
That's Shea Miran, who bowled those 2 good overs as first change. Both of them went for 6.
The only consolation if you're an SV Wiesbaden camp, in that camp, is that at least he'd already bowled his 2 overs, but that's not a big problem because, of course, they've got 3 more games today and tomorrow. It's
not Miran. There's 2 people wearing his shirt, which is typical of the numerical problems we've had today. Of course, Shea Miran is keeping wicket, and there's at least one other person wearing his number 9 up there. It says another Miran at mid-off. So it's all a bit confusing knowing who is who, and they're all wearing the same shirt. At least 2 people out there wearing Miran 9.
Now, will this break in play just help Wiesbaden find that composure? Faiz Khan Nasiri is at the non-strikers. He's on 14 off 16. Amin Khan has 0 off 3. Smaller bowled. Well, I was going to say driven for 1. They still haven't taken 1 there. Well, the break in play clearly hasn't changed the attitude from the 2 Wiesbaden batsmen. And the Wiesbaden players in the tent behind us cannot believe what is going on. They cannot believe how cautious the running has been between these 2. This one is chopped away, and they do finally, belatedly, take the single on this occasion. So midway through the over, new bowler continuing the over, Khan Anar. Dot and a single so far from him. That's short, missed out on outside off, but the batsman will pick up the wide. Just to take you back through that, Mohamed Ahmed was on. Started his over very nicely with a 2, a dot and a single. But got himself injured through stepping on a rabbit hole in the undulating outfield. Now his over being finished off by his teammate. He might have picked up a wicket. Nope, it's gone wide of long on, who can't get round. Didn't put a dive in. And off it goes, just by where the gentleman's been doing Tai Chi for an hour or so each morning. And the Tai Chi man had left from behind the boundary. Otherwise he might have had a cricket ball to bring into his magical potions and dancing and all sorts. Instead picked up by long on, so the over finishes slightly messily with a wide and a 4. That will help Wiesbaden because they've got to take everything they can get. So Mohamed Ahmed, having bowled very nicely with his leg spin and conceded 3 from 3 balls, troops off injured, and Khan Anna replacing him, concedes 7 from the remaining 3 balls. And now it looks like it's shaping up to be Atif Shams to come back on. He only conceded 2 from his first over, so it's not necessarily too much of a surprise he continues, but it does seem slightly odd that arguably their best bowler might end up not bowling in the innings at all at this rate.
He's not going to. He's not going to because he's back behind the stumps again. So why Shermaran took the gloves, we can't really say for sure, but he's given them back now.
44 for 4 off 7. Here is Shams bustling in. It's very full. Not sort of fitting with the profile of what we expected. When it's his day and he's up for it and everything's flowing and looking in good rhythm, it can be one heck of a prospect. When it goes wrong, it tends to go really badly wrong. There was a game in this state T20 competition where he went for 47 off 2 overs. Costly situation in a run chase. Here's Shams. Bowls that short, scooped straight up in the air. A really poorly timed pull shot, and Shams takes the court and bowled. Having a great day of it with the ball, and what a moment for this young man. 18 years of age, playing on TV for the first time, and he's taken a court and bowled. His first wicket in the ECS to go along with a very economical spell. The youngest player we've seen so far at this tournament, but certainly not out of place. Just look here. The batsman completely bamboozled by the slower delivery, was through the shot way too early, and a confidently taken court and bowled. Congratulations to the teenager.
Well, he's up at the top of his game for all that we've talked him down. His first over going for 2 and then breaking that burgeoning partnership between Fayez Khan and Amin Khan. Amin's faced 7 balls there for just 1 run.
It was a frustrating partnership for the SV Wiesbaden tent behind us, because out comes the new man, the only left-hander in the SV Wiesbaden squad, so it will present a different challenge for Shams. He's going to have to adjust his line against Khalid Khan Zadran. They crossed, so did they cross? Well, it seems like the left-hander is taking strike. In comes Shams. Bowls. That's a big LBW appeal. It's given.
Oh.
It's given.
Now 2 noises.
It did seem like there might have been an inside edge.
2 noises.
But it's given, and the man who was so frustrated waiting around for the chance to bat as the pedestrian running and slow previous partnership happened goes.
Right,
and
here's the replay.
Atif Shams is on a hat-trick.
Well, there's at least 3 reasons why that's not out. It would be good to see the replay again. Here we go. I think it pitched outside leg stump for a start. So
looks like it pitched well outside leg. Was maybe too high as well.
No, I'm agreeing with you there. I think it was too high.
Given that it was coming off an artificial track where we know that the bounce is generally very high.
And he got an inside edge.
Apart from that.
Yeah. Otherwise, just having a look at it again, I mean, if you're being charitable, well, he might just have pitched in line with leg stump, but I don't really think so. Probably going over the top, and a bit of a little nick on that as well.
Well, there we go. The batsman as well signalling that he thought he got an inside edge. So what we know for certain, though, is that Atif Shams is on a hat-trick. What a story this could be. The 18-year-old. And he comes, very full and blocked out. Quite content to not become part of a statistic as to the first teenage hat-trick in the ECS. The answer to a question in a public house quiz event, if such a thing can ever be possible in the future again with the world as it is. Abdullah Zadran instead blocks it out and then takes a single, which gets Fayez Khan onto strike. In what has been a curate's egg of an innings, in that normally someone doesn't last this long in T10 when struggling to get going. They either get out or they start hitting boundaries. He hasn't really done either. He's got 18 off 17. Here is Shams. Short. Well, that's a good little clip shot, and there's no one in there. The field isn't really set for the short ball down the leg side. And they'll come back for two. They don't really think of pushing a third when it might have been possible.
Isn't it wonderful, Michael, that the fielding side now feels so in control and they have so much faith in how well Shams is bowling that they're letting him bowl the penultimate over with only 2 fielders on the whole leg side.
7-2 offside field.
That's how well he's bowled, Michael.
It's not every 6-2, pardon me, because you've got Mohamed Ahmed off injured. Here is Shams. Good one to finish outside off stump. Maybe not. Just a touch too wide. Well, I'm sure it's in his head that he can't afford to bowl down the leg side because he's only got 2 fielders there. He just pushed it a touch wide. Atif Shams has bowled an absolutely brilliant spell here. 2 for 5 is his current figures with 1 ball left. One of the best sets of figures we've seen so far this week. Make sure they're not dented from this final ball. Here is Shams. Bowls and beat Zadran. They do consider running a bye. The keeper's direct hits puts pay to any ideas of that. Abdullah Zadran sees it off. And wow,
Well,
what a lot of respect for this young man. 2 overs, 5 runs conceded, 2 wickets taken. Second one a questionable LBW decision that were referral facilities available would definitely have been sent straight upstairs. But take nothing away from Shams. He's done everything in his control. Yeah. And normally, he is targeted as a bit of a weak link in this Le Marsisi Oberwazul attack. And instead, he's come through trumps for them.
It was a questionable LBW decision, but isn't it a testament to the quality of the umpiring here that we are coming up to halfway through the whole tournament, lunchtime on day 3, and really that's the first time that we've had cause to question anything that has come from any of the little team of umpires here. The standard of umpiring at this tournament, given that there will always be a mistake or two, has been really good.
Yes, television always makes umpiring look like an easy job when, in fact, it's a very, very tough one out there in the pressure cooker.
Looks like it's not going to be Sher Hask, the opener, to bowl his second over.
It's Khan Anawa who's coming back, which seems a surprising choice. Starts with an offside wide. Now, Khan Anawa only bowled as cover for the leg spinner Mohamed Ahmed when he got injured midway through this previous over. And if there's one thing you can criticise from the Marsisi Oberwazul in the field, it's been slightly odd choice of bowler rotations at points. Here is Khan Anawa once more. And that's short, and that's another wide. These are unnecessary freebies, because as well, Moman Rahmatullah, who often keeps for them but then comes out from behind the stumps to bowl, came out from behind the stumps, didn't bowl, and has gone back there, when actually he's one of their very best bowlers.
I know Hask went for 14 in the over he did bowl, but he has the greater level of experience.
Let's come on once more. That's short. Cuts away, but that's okay because they've got a sweeper out at point. They've got a 5-4 offside field. Deep fielders are out at point. Square leg and long on a 5-3 offside field, I should say, because Mohamed Ahmed is still off that injury. The leg spinner stepping in a rabbit hole here in Frankfurt. That's a full toss. Very wide, missed out on. These are just needless little extras, and it should be said, this is by no means a threatening total. They're on for the lowest score we've seen of anybody all week. But you never want to give the opposition freebies. Who knows? A couple of big overs here. They can get up to 85, 90, which is certainly defendable.
There's another one.
That's yet another wide.
See, how many times, Michael, have we seen in the tournament so far the opening bowlers And these are the bowlers who are considered to be the most effective defensive bowlers, bowling in the power play and not coming back at the end. Now, it's all very well loading your defensive bowlers into the power play, but you need them for 9 and 10. We've seen many times the 5th or 6th bowler bowling the death over.
There's an eye once more. This is flicked away. There's nobody in the square leg region, just the one man coming round from mid-wicket who keeps it to 2. And this struggling knock from Faiz Khan Nasiri gets a bit of a boost, but it's been called as 1 short. And if anything sums up the day that Faiz Khan Nasiri is having with the bat, it is that 1 run short. So they only actually get 1 run from that ball, not 2. And that really is the basics of cricket. He keeps the strike though. Comes down the pitch, he meets this on the full toss. It flicks off his opening batting partner and will still just about go for a straight boundary. Desperately needed. He's been out there for 21 balls now, and that's only his 2nd 4.
Would you believe it? It's only the 5th of the entire innings.
Absolutely, and I make it the first boundary that we've seen. It's only the 2nd boundary we've seen since the middle of the 3rd over. So in the last 40 balls or so, we've seen just 2 4s. It really has, apart from the odd wide, been very tight stuff. That is yet another wide.
Is that the 5th in the over?
That is a 6th in the over.
And that's not multiples of wides. A wide and a bye making 2 wides off 1 ball. He's bowled 6 separate wides in the over, which means already this over is going to be a 12-ball over.
And I guess they are grateful that Moman Rahmatullah, their best wicketkeeper, has retreated to be back behind the stumps, pardon me, because he's minimised the damage. That's a legitimate ball, which is a good start, but it's thumped, cross-batted down through the vacant long-off region for 4. There is holes in the field for Mubawarzel because they are down to 10 after that injury. And it's capitalised upon nicely there.
We've had 15 runs, I make it, off the first 4 balls of this death over.
And this is exactly what 2 big overs at the end here, and suddenly this utter disaster of an innings from SV Wiesbaden can become something just about competitive. That is a leave, and we've seen this so many times this week, the extravagant leave to get a wide, and it is very rarely one that works. And I was mentioning how 2 big overs here could change things. We've also had confirmation from our match referee of something that definitely changes the complexion of this game, which we'll come back to after this ball. Faiz Khan Nasiri looking to accelerate.
Another one.
And that is yet another wide, and it might not surprise you to know what I'm about to say, given that that is the 6th wide of this over. But you may notice that it's meant to be 45 minutes per innings at the European Cricket Series. Teams given slightly longer if 6 wickets are lost. But even so, some penalty runs that are coming. So that is a dot ball, and a badly needed
why leave it?
Dot ball.
Why leave it?
Well, that is confusing, because he's left that one when it was only going over 4th or 5th stump, nowhere near a wide, and the umpire rightly not being convinced to give it, but plenty of wides in that over, which eventually stumbles to an end. It was one of those overs that just seems to go on forever. And whilst this won't be punishment to the bowlers' figures, will be punishment to the total, because there will be 5 penalty runs because of this innings taking too long, adding on to the SV Wiesbaden score. So they'll get a Brucey bonus of 5 runs, because it is now 11:53 local time, so this innings really should have been complete by now, and they can have very few complaints, because not only is the innings not complete, we've still got an entire over left of it to be bowled. And suddenly the game just kicks into life a bit more. Wiesbaden are 64 for 6, but adding in the penalty runs, I make it we're up to 69 for 6. We are going to be delayed slightly more as well here, because the 12th man's running on a bat change for Faiz Khan Nasiri, which does feel a bit like the workman blaming his tools. He's got 29 off 24, and for a long time in this knock, until a couple of recent boundaries, he was actually scoring at below a run a ball. And, well, maybe he's going to try and show us in this final over that it was the bat that was the problem rather than him and his slightly cautious approach, and very cautious approach to running between the wickets. Last over starts with a dot. It's some appeals. I'm not really sure why, because the bat was nowhere near the ball, but a dot in the final over is priceless stuff. 69 for 6 here, including the penalty runs, which they are assured will be added on at the end of the innings, so worth factoring in those two. And Sherhask is back on for his second now, having gone for 14 from his first. Very full, missed, appeals again from Momin Rahmatullah. Someone really has put a pound in the wicketkeeper today. He's going up for absolutely everything, and I'm baffled as to why.
The clue there, where you knew it was just trying to make sure it wasn't called a wide, was that Rahmatullah directed his appeal for caught behind to the square leg
umpire. Yes, it really didn't make much sense on so many different levels. Here is Hask. That is a long way down the leg side wide area. They'll come back for 2 extra on top. Rahmatullah takes it nicely enough, flicks it onto the stumps, but they're always getting 3. So that's 3 wides. The wide tally is growing here, like a sort of big old succubus, something you'd see on David Attenborough. The wide tally is up to 18. 7 of those bowled by Khan Anna, who filled in for the leg spin of Mohamed Ahmed. And we were really surprised when Khan Anna came back on for his second over, having filled in. And that second over of his went for 15, and they swung the momentum back the way of Wiesbaden, when their best bowler, arguably, Rahmatullah, could have come out from behind the stumps and bowled it.
Is it the case that if you haven't bowled another over by the schedule close, there's another 5-run penalty? Is it 5 runs per over?
Here's Hask once more, short outside off. And he doesn't want to leave that in case it's not given a wide. Fielded by Atif Shams, missed by Atif Shams. He's bowled so well, but that's not a good moment for the 18-year-old. Instead, it's picked up and hurled in. His teammate who's had to cover his error there.
It's actually, he has gone for 4, but the way that the batsmen ran between the wickets when they thought it was just 1 or 2 was shambolic, and you just can't. It's the last over. You can't be turning down runs.
Well, Sharmiran is adamant that it didn't go for 4. But it has been signalled as such by the umpire, and it is his word that counts. So it's all suddenly got a bit messy here from Oberwurzel. Having done so much right, 17 wides in this innings, 5 penalty runs. In answer to your question, I don't know the situation in terms of 5 further penalty runs.
It was 4 because he had his foot on the line. Now there's more discussion going on. How long is this going to take? What's the disagreement now?
This has been one of the longest T10 innings I've seen. We are just about up to the hour mark for it, which is quite extraordinary.
Did the square leg umpire there say it was actually 2 runs?
Confusion. Having a natter with the match referees as well. Here is Sherhask. Short. Clipped away. They'll get 1.
Can we get a replay of that contentious marginal boundary decision, I wonder? That would help to clear things up, because the argument has been raging a little bit about whether I don't think the ball went over the boundary, but I think that the suggestion is the fielder's foot went over the boundary, but we haven't seen a replay. I think the fielder's foot was on the boundary while the ball was in play, which would have made it 4.
Add in the penalty runs, and right now it is 76 for 6. That is a wild, wide full toss.
It's gone for the no ball there.
And it's a front foot no ball, I believe, or a no ball on height. But either way, it's a free hit. Yep, it's on height.
Although it was a wide.
Do you know how you could tell that was a wide, I should say, because our viewers would have seen that and enjoyed that. Rahmatullah, having appealed so much to try and get things not to be given as a wide, instead decided that Rahmatullah, the wicketkeeper, actually signalled that as a wide, so even he accepted that it definitely was one. Here is Hask. Oh, he switched to a left-hander's stance, and he's nailed the reverse slap shot straight at point, or what became square leg in his new stance. They get a single. Faiz Khan Nasiri smacks his bat on his pad in frustration. 30 off 26 for him now, and including the incoming 5-run penalty for a slow over rate, They are 78 for 6 with just one ball of the innings left.
Now, we did get the replay during that little session of entertainment, and the replay did appear clearly to show that the fielder was well short of the line when he reeled the ball in.
Here is Hask now with the final ball of the innings. That's very full, and he's fallen over himself because he was trying to set it up to hit big, and instead he ended up getting it the wrong way round. They think of coming back for 2, and after a careless and unnecessarily throw to the bowler's end, they do come back for 2. Faiz Khan Nasiri finishes on 30 off 26 balls. Abdullah Zadran gets 2 off the last, and adding in the 5-run incoming penalty for a slow over rate, they finish on 80 for 6. And exactly as I mentioned a couple of overs ago when it looked so bad for Wiesbaden, remember that at one point they were 44 for 6. These two, helped by that 5-run penalty, have got them up to 80 for 6. It's still not a great total. It is clearly under par, but it is just about defendable if they can have a very good day of it with the ball. So we do definitely have a game on here, when at one point it looked like they might end up around 60 all out. Quite a recovery from the Hawks. They'll try and put a score on the board, but the RCC Oberwurzel will definitely be the happier side with what they've seen so far. A lot going on in those final 2 overs of chaos. Here's what happened at the start of the innings. Well, it was all just one-way traffic. Sher Sadakat with 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. Incredibly tight. Sherman Ran was also superb with the ball, taking 2 for 12 from his 2, but Atif Shams was the real story of the day. The 18-year-old was on a hat-trick, taking 2 for 6. Came Mohamed Ahmed with his leg spin. He went off injured, though, after just 3 balls, and that was the moment the game turned. Mohamed Rahmatullah came out from behind the stumps and was ready to bowl, and then, bizarrely, ended up not bowling at all. And that saw Khan Anar bowl a second over, which got hit quite thoroughly and quite impressively by Faiz Khan Nasiri in particular, and just got Wiesbaden going in a good way after such a difficult time of it. That was Sherman Ran, and that was the aforementioned Mohamed Ahmed coming off injured, lifted off by his teammate. There was Khan Anar. He bowled a lot of wides, 7 off the 9 balls he bowled, covering the second half of Ahmed's over, and then brought back. This was Shams's caught and bowled, his first wicket in the ECS. 2 for 6 from his 2 overs for the young man. Very impressive stuff. LBW appeal potentially a touch high, pitching outside leg, but given nonetheless. Then a bit of tap off Khan Anar. We had 6 overs without a boundary in the middle of this innings. Some very pedestrian running from Wiesbaden, also not helping themselves. So you look at that card, well, both openers went for ducks. Nasrullah Zadran, a golden duck, ran out off the first ball. Kashif Zadran, a 4-ball duck. Faiz Khan Nasiri was very slow in the middle of the innings, did hit 3 boundaries in the latter part to get himself 30 not out of 26, but it's still not really what you want in a T10 game. It's very slow stuff. He was one of 2 players who got to 10. Shahanaga, the captain, making much quicker 10 off 5 balls. Abdullah Zadran chipping in with 8 off 7 at the end and just focusing on getting the strike back to Faiz Khan. So that 7th wicket partnership has taken them from 44 for 6 up to their finishing score of 79 for 6. SV Wiesbaden will have to defend that very shortly. And the RCC Oberwurzel will hope that that slightly messy late finish and the 5-run penalty doesn't cost them. Hope you're enjoying our coverage wherever you are across the world, and do join us very shortly for the run chase, where the RCC Oberwurzel will need 80 runs to win to get their ECS campaign off to a good start in their first ever televised match against SV Wiesbaden here at the ECS in Frankfurt.
80 runs, the target then for Oberursel in this Group B match of the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. It should be, in terms of the context and what we've seen before in this competition, a bit of a walk in the park, but these are not massively fancied teams, either of them, and of course anything can happen if a couple of wickets fall early in this helter-skelter form of cricket brought to you by the European Cricket Network. Here's the first ball. Whistling past the outside edge. The bowler is Endamullah Zadran. My name's Kit Harris, your commentator for the European Cricket Network. With me, Michael McCann.
Afternoon, good morning or good evening, wherever you're watching us across the world on ECN.cricket. Great to have you with us.
Zadran is adopting his now, maybe ruling out his chances of LBWs there with his bowling around the wicket. But, he's making it difficult to play, and unfortunately a run there has been stolen as a totally unnecessary zinger of a throw was fired in the bowler's end.
Well, that is just carnage. That's just completely unnecessary. Not what you need when you're already defending a low score.
That will go down as a bye. So, Mahmud Rahmatullah has got himself away. Sadakat is the other batsman. It's a sensible batsman, just playing himself in. Just the one run so far.
Two factors well worth considering despite the low score on the board. Wiesbaden well known in German state cricket for being a side that are much more of a bowling side than a batting side on the whole, and the RCC Oberwursel known for being quite top heavy with the bat. Past Rahmatullah and Sadakat, then numbers 3 and 4, there isn't necessarily a whole lot more, so a couple of early wickets and this chase could get very, very close indeed, despite the low score which I make, looking through our records from the 11 games so far, to be the lowest score we've seen posted this week by anyone. Beating, if that's the right word, the 81 for 5 Frankfurt Cricket Club managed in match 1 against TSV Hatterson.
Yeah, it's finally got some bat on it from this awkward angle, right arm round, and Sadakat wants the second, but Rahmatullah sends him back. And it's good to see positivity between the wickets. I love Sadakat's look out there, wearing that wide-brimmed sun hat, despite the fact that it is, well, mild at absolute best here. The sun is nowhere to be seen. There's a gunmetal grey sky here in central Germany. Again, that action is so difficult. Well, it is a strange thing to bowl right arm around the wicket to two right-handed batsmen, but he's angled it across and made scoring runs extremely awkward. So the end of the first over, as we're in this power play, and the score is a mere 2 runs. And if Wiesbaden are going to successfully defend a target of 80, then the first over going for 2 is a great way to do it.
Endamullah Zadran is the perfect bowler for a tight, low-scoring game. He had the 4th best economy rate in the whole of the 20-team state German T20 competition in Hessen this summer, an economy rate of just 5.33, with, as we just saw, angling that ball in full and straight. Took 12 wickets at an average of 18, but he's someone that prioritises economy first.
Khalid Khan is the left-arm over bowler. Big appeal, gone! That snaked into the pads, full, straight, and Sadakat doesn't like it. He's saying to the umpire he hits it. Well, I don't know what he can possibly hope to gain by arguing with the umpire.
No referrals.
No referral. Yeah, well, no, he may get a penalty of some sort for this. This is very clear dissent. Still pointing at the edge of his bat all the way out.
He's got to walk off, though.
There's absolutely nothing to be gained from that level of dissent. He went to the umpire and asked him to reverse the decision. Well, whether he hit it or not, there was absolutely plumb. But just have a look again. May not see the inside edge here. Oh yeah, you can see the inside edge. There's quite a big snick on it. But it really doesn't matter. As soon as the umpire finger has gone up, then what you can't you can't remonstrate with the umpire all the way back down. Now he's gone to the match referee as he comes off the pitch, and he's still having a complaint about it. Well, that is a unfortunate lack of self-discipline there from Saddakat. And no, he was hard done by, and it did look like the decision ought to have been in his favour, but you can't walk off the pitch like that. That is, it's just too much. The breakthrough, one way or another, for Khalid Khan. Again, a nagging length, good accuracy. Sher Miran, who bowled so well first change. Well, I want to say he is the next batsman, but there are 3 people who are wearing his jersey. I believe it is Sher Miran, the left-hander. Fencing at the ball. This is wonderful bowling from Khalid Khan. He's got his tail up now with that fortunate early LBW decision. Another play and miss.
Well, as advertised, they're a very strong bowling team, SVV Spartan. These 2 opening bowlers are very much the leaders of that attack. Both of them 2 of the tightest bowlers in German state T20 cricket, and we're seeing why. A really nice combination as well with the left arm over and the right arm round.
Gone for the hit there through the offside. Just wide enough to make it difficult to make contact with. Not wide enough to trouble the umpire. Well, I said at the opening of this innings that 80 should be a relatively straightforward chase, but so far we're in the second over, but it's proving anything but.
In a side who aren't so strong with the bat, and a side who are very strong with the ball, and that helps make it interesting. That's another swing and a miss. Big appeal not given, but these 2 opening bowlers have got it on an absolute string here. Zadran's only gone for 2 runs off his first over. Anything you can do, I can do better, as the old phrase goes. Khalid Khan still hasn't conceded a run off his 5 balls.
It would be the first maiden of the tournament so far. Just imagine it, a maiden opening the bowling in the power play of all things in a T10 competition. And you'd forgive, I think, Khalid Khan for his slight vanity in moving the fielders very exactly before this last ball. And it is a maiden over. What a remarkable thing here at ECS Frankfurt.
A wicket maiden. A wicket maiden, no less. Superb stuff from Khalid Khan and Enamullah Zadran. They're known on the circuit as 2 of, if not the best opening pair of bowlers in German state cricket in Hessen. They're at it once more. Such an impressive pair, and they're showing exactly why they carry that reputation with them.
So Enamullah is going to come back on with his really awkward angle of right arm round. Just 2 runs off his first over. Would you believe, after 2 overs, 2 for 1, that will be a wide, so that adds 50% more to the score. First genuinely bad ball that we've seen. It's taken us until the 3rd over to see it. And Enamullah shaking his head at himself there. Well, he needn't be too harsh on himself because he has bowled well. Now he's bowled the wide. He's got stuck in the groove. Identical delivery, similarly punished by the umpire.
Yes, rightly so. Those maybe watching and wondering from home, anything down leg is a wide. Forward. Anything close to the leg stump.
He's managed to get something on that. It should race away to the boundary. Again, Enamullah just straying onto that leg stump line, but closer to the batsman. If anything, though, that's made it worse because it's within range. And, well, you've seen that Rahmatullah's just able to nudge it away off his pads. Nice, clean glide. It's been a slightly short ball, but it was a perfectly executed leg glance. First boundary of the innings. There is that awkward line again. That's the thing that came off so well in the first over. Delivered from very wide of the crease. Wide of the crease and angled right across the batsman. Makes it so hard to play.
Despite that first boundary of the innings, we are comfortably on for the worst power play of the week. 22, the current lowest we've seen.
Angled across again. And I'd like to, if we can have a look at a replay of just of that last ball, a dot ball though it was, we're trying to illustrate what it is that's so difficult about facing the bowling of Enamullah. Just comes wide of the crease. We may get that replay in a minute. Comes wide of the crease, angles it very sharply across the batsman. There we go. Perhaps we could see that ball again, because that's another good example of it.
Just really struggling with ball being pushed across them.
Here we go. Look, here's
the batsman.
He comes wide of the crease and he angles the ball with a little bit of outswing right across the batsman. Now that replay shows you so well just why it's so difficult to get bat on Enamullah. This will be just the one. And from the captain there, from Fayez Khan Nasri at least, that was very sensible. Everyone was yelling at him to get on the ball and throw it in, but he just put his hand up to say, oh, let's be calm, let's not get overthrows away. And now for the first time, Enamullah is going to have a bowl at the left-hander. I wonder what his approach will be here. If he angles it into the pads, there could be 4 square on the leg side. Well, he's bowled wider this time, and it should be 4. It is slowing up a bit. I think the ball would just make it. Does. And, yeah, in order to protect the leg side boundary, he strayed quite wide of off stump. And Miran Shah has managed to get his first boundary away.
Just overcompensated, I should say, in that adjustment, didn't he? Just the classic left-hander putting them off. I do remember a Crick Info article suggesting that even at international level, left-handers get 10% more loose deliveries than right-handers, so there definitely is a value in having them in your order. They can bat reasonably competently as well, of course.
Now, Khalid Khan is not being saved for the death. It is not the power play anymore, so there is that, but his first over was a wicket maiden, and so Wiesbaden's decision is that they're going to try and maintain the pressure rather than save these very parsimonious bowlers for later. If they can just knock all the stuffing out of Oberursel in the first 4 overs, their thinking will be, well, it doesn't matter who bowls later on, they won't be able to do it. It's a strategy. 3 overs gone, 13 for 1 in the power play. Here is Khalid again. There's that play and miss, you see. What we've discovered about Rahmatullah is that the ball delivered from this angle and angled across him on a good length, 4th or 5th stump line, he finds extremely difficult to make any contact with it at all, and all the other teams should be paying careful heed to this. This time he steps into line. This is an absolutely fatal run. Suicidal, but the wicketkeeper has missed it, and if only the batsman hadn't given up, he might have got back. Well, why would you write a suicide note like that?
Well, they're having an argument as to who's been run out as well. A complete disaster.
Well, it was his call. We'll give Rahmatullah that. It was a crazy run. He hit it straight to Nasri, set off for the single, and instead of choosing to try and get back in case the wicketkeeper mishandled the ball, which she did, he decided instead to engage in a heated argument with his partner about whose fault it was. So when the wicketkeeper parried the ball away, instead of running back, Rahmatullah was enjoying a heated debate of culpability.
Had he run back and run fast, he might have got back, but got back he certainly didn't. And under the pressure exerted by these 2 opening bowlers, they are crumbling. Oberwursel, as advertised, they are a side known for being a touch light on batting. Wiesbaden got such depth and ability with the ball.
Yes, it's a bit chaotic really at the moment.
13 for 1 in the 4th.
Still hasn't conceded a run, and he will now, because he's made room across to leg side, and there is the first run scored off Khalid Khan, and it's a lovely 4 runs. all along the ground. Proper one-day cricket shot that. Not over-hitting it, not trying to clear the boundary, just picked the gap. It was all timing. As you can see, it was a half volley length. The batsman opened up his stance and powered it away. Great timing. So Khalid, off his 9th ball of 12, has finally conceded a run, and it's 4.
And as a result, they've dropped a couple of sweepers out to cover point. Extra cover, long on a mid-wicket as well. So that's short and beats him. And Atif Shams, the teenager, who was so impressive with the ball, now trying to show what he can do with the bat. Having smoked to that boundary. Just mistimes that one. There's a third man out as well. Got a 6-3 offside field. Got to stay consistent to the offside line that has been the defining characteristic of this spell.
No, he's just managed to get something on it there. If he'd walked inside and let it go through, that would have been a wide, but he's just managed to get his thigh pad onto it there, and rather generously contrived to give Khalid Khan another dot ball, which means that he's just 1 ball left in a spell of 2 overs that so far has conceded just 1 scoring shot for 4 a couple of balls ago. There will be at least 1 run here. They're jogging it through. Shams keeping an eye on the fielder for a mishandling of the ball, but just the one it is, and that concludes a really, really great spell from Khalid Khan. He's taken a wicket in 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, and there was the run out of Rahmatullah as well. So at the end of 4 overs, chasing 80, Oberursel are 18 for 2.
Yes, it won't surprise anybody to know this is by an absolute mile the worst power play we've seen in terms of the lowest score, but also credit to Enamullah Zadran at the other end. And one of the reasons why they can bowl both of those out is they've got confidence in what comes next. Ismail Zadran, Javed Khan Zadran, and also Faiz Khan Nasiri. All of the options available, and it will be Faiz Khan Nasiri to bowl with his right arm pace. They've got a really good pace attack, SVV Spartan, and it helps when you've got confidence in bowlers 3, 4 and 5, that when you have a good opening spell like that, you can bowl the openers through, and that is exactly why Faiz Khan Nasiri really troubling Atif Shams. He's hit him right in the heart there. The player's running in just to check that the 18-year-old is okay. He's rubbing it a bit, but seems fine enough to continue. And this point in regards to Shams only confirms what I had suggested and what I had heard, which is that Overversal have got some very talented players but don't necessarily have the depth, and having to send out an 18-year-old at number 4 when you're in all sorts of trouble and 13 for 2 is a lot of pressure on a young man's shoulders. Here is Faiz Khan Nasiri. That's a very sharp bouncer, signalled as the 1 for the over. It's certainly not a wide. Very, very well bowled. Faiz Khan Nasiri, easy to spot with that gold chain around his neck. He's running in with a lot of intent here. And we are seeing a very strong bowling unit finding a way to go about defending 80, and so far they're doing it with ease.
Something of the Shoaib Akhtar about his run-up, Faiz Khan. And there will be a single here for Shams. And it's, when they're thinking about the second, there's no reason at all to hesitate when picking up the ball. There's an awful lot of conversation that seems to be deemed as essential out here on the line. And it was picked up nice and tidily by Enamullah, but it was then decided that he would just hold on to the ball and talk to his teammate about something for a moment. And in that brief pause, very sensibly, Miran spotted that they could race through for a second. So Shams back on strike facing Faiz Khan again. Nicked it! Missed a difficult catch. That was hard though. He got a massive, massive thick edge on it, and the wicketkeeper was leaping like a salmon up a weir in northern Scotland, trying to grab onto the ball before he came to ground. A really pacey short ball, and good effort from the wicketkeeper to get his hands as high as he did. Just the single. And I'm not surprised now that Namiran Sher is down on strike. He's called for the helmet because Fayez Khan is working up some real pace here and shows very little inclination to bowl the ball in the batsman's half right now. So the blue helmet for Miran Sher, red helmet for Atif Shams to protect themselves against this hostile barrage from Fayez Khan.
One of, if not the quickest bowler we've seen so far at the ECS here in Frankfurt. He turned the plate final that they had against Frankfurt Cricket Club at the ECS in July by taking 1 for 9 from his 2 overs, Fayez Khan Nasiri, with some searing heat. And he's doing so again here. His run-up starts from almost the 30-yard circle.
He's bowling round the wicket now to Miran. That's the kind of ball you do want to receive, just up in your half volley. Didn't push it through either. And a dot ball. He's pretty terrifying when he pitches it short. And he's got to be careful about doing it again in this over because he has been allowed to bowl his 1 shoulder-high bouncer for the over. If he does it again, it'll be a no ball. So once he's got that out of the way, it's easier for the batsman to predict where the ball will be. Good length this time though, and Miran can do no more than just stick it into the outfield to the cover fielder, and another dot ball, and it is very hard to break through the shackles that Wiesbaden are imposing on Oberursel right now. 21 for 2 at the halfway stage, and we thought that Oberursel were going to cruise a bit better than this. The target is 80, and so they already need as many as 59 off the last 30 balls.
They certainly do. Well, I mean, you might have thought that they were going to... I did suggest that SV Wiesbaden are a very strong bowling lineup, and it is often the batting that lets Oberursel down, and so it is proved so far. Change in the bowling for Wiesbaden, and it's Kashif Zadran on. Appeal from the first ball of his spell, but he'll have to accept a dot ball instead. And he's so far going in the direction of what I felt could be a possibility, which is that this excellent Wiesbaden attack drags it back after the comparative failure of their batsmen. Bit of spin now. This time they're thinking of a single. Surely a run out of the bowler's end. What a mess that was. Shams stands with his hands on his hips at the striker's end, and his partner Shermiran is run out. Yes, no, wait, sorry. It was the vintage example of that. Didn't really know what was doing, who was going anywhere, and they only had to Jonty Rhodes it ultimately. Just run the ball calmly into the stumps, which is what Amin Khan did.
I'm not sure that was Shams' fault, really. He took one step down the pitch. I don't know if he did shout yes, but his partner started running and was ball watching at the same time. So Miran should have been looking at Shams to see what the call was, and Shams sent him back. Miran wanted to come, but Shams had called him back straight away.
21 for 3. And those last 2 overs of the Wiesbaden innings, which helped by 5 runs for a penalty for a slow over rate, saw them add 29 runs to the score. In fact, to make it with the penalty, it was 29 runs off the bat, and the wides, plenty of wides, and the 5 runs for the penalty for the slow over rate. 34 was added between those 2 overs. And doesn't that 34 look mammoth now in the context of a game like this? Absolutely gaping difference that's created. Well behind where they need to be. Well, they aren't known for their batting over Wurzel, and Wiesbaden are certainly known for their impressive bowling lineup, but even so, this is quite extraordinary. We're in a T10 game, we're in the 6th over, and the required run rate is steepening, but the current run rate is under 4. Kashif Zadran continues with his spin to Shams, who's under pressure. Shorten just pops this out onto the offside, but 3 enthusiastic fielders gather. That certainly won't help. teenager who was so good with the ball, 2 for 6 off his 2 overs, and he was on a hat-trick at one point, has 8 off 11 with the bat. Something's got to give here. In comes Kashif once more. Bump ball. Not a catch, but I'll take the dot. 5-4 offside field here. They've got a third man, a long off, long on, deep mid wicket out. 4 sweepers. The required run rate now well above 2 a ball. That's short, and again, all Shams can do is just push it back to the bowler. It's only been 3 fours scored in the entire innings. We haven't seen a 6. It's been quite extraordinary. Now the spin continues. Kashif. This has gone straight up in the air. I said something had to give. He's got a life here, Shams. They get through for a single, but singles aren't enough now. Required run rate approaching 14. And it's the end of Kashif Zadran's over. He nearly got the second maiden in the same T10 innings. Stolen away from him by a top edge, which the wicketkeeper and the fielder coming around couldn't get near, so they got through for 1, but still superb stuff from him. And they're 22 for 3 off 6 overs. Oberwurzel need 58 off the last 4.
Here's the 5th bowler, just marking out his run. Javed Khan, number 17, on his back. But, he seems a capable bowler.
I was about to say
he's very, very tidy off spin.
He's a 5th bowler only in name, Javed Khan. To say what I've seen of him has been leg spin. We'll see what we get here. That is a leggy. It's beaten the keeper as well. The keeper can pick up which way it was turning. That's a bye. Shams looks very grateful to be down at the other end after this. Lovely start from Red Khan Zadran. Looked to be a leggy out of the back of the hand. Finding it difficult to pick him from the commentary box.
It's only because our screen is so desperately overexposed.
Here's Zadran once again. Very wily spinner, very tough to get away. There's a leg break turning in. Popped away, dot ball enthusiastically fielded by the wicketkeeper, Shahan Aga. Well, Javed Khan had the 3rd best rate of anyone in the German State T20 competition this summer. That's a floaty leg break. Pushed out to short mid wicket. Went for just 5.18 and over. Took 12 wickets across the competition at an average of 12. Gives you an idea of just what a good spinner he is. Mixture of off breaks and leg breaks so far. Clipped away through square leg for 1. He's bowled 2 off breaks and 2 leg breaks. One of their go-to bowlers, 33-year-old. He started very tidily here. Conceded 1 run from 4 balls. Oberwurzel are writing the notes for their own funeral here. Their own death warrant. They're not even going down swinging, really. Maybe that will change here. Shams has surely got to go for it against Javed Khan. That's a short off break. It's there in the slot to go. Thumped away. 1 bounce 4 out to square leg. Well, that will help. They do need nearly 3 a ball now, but that will make the equation just the tiniest bit better. And Shams finally belatedly gets his first boundary off the 16th ball that he's faced. Pardon me, he did it his first ball for 4 as well, but he has 13 off 16 balls. And it's nowhere near enough. Javed Khan. Shams this time pushes the leg break out to square leg. He fields well. No possibility of a single. 13 off 17 for the young man. And that completes that over, which has gone for just 6. It's nowhere near enough. And Oberwurzel now need almost 3 runs a ball
In their first ever televised game, their European Cricket Series debut. One of 4 sides making their ECS debut here. Had a good time of it with the ball, but they've run into arguably one of, if not the best bowling side in the competition, who are also having a good day even by their high standards. And that's created this astonishing situation where they've ended up 28 for 3 after 7. Now the 8th over starts. Looks off the wicketkeeper's pad, I believe. Just waiting for the signal from the umpire, given his leg buys. Just came off batsman Hask. Brings Shams onto strike. We've seen some close finishes here, and one big over could change everything, but right now Wiesbaden are cruising to victory, which is an extraordinary statement given the low total they're defending. Shams gets a single out to long off. They scored the lowest total of the week,
but and not for long.
Well, I did mention that they won by 6 to a question we had earlier on, that they won by 60 runs because of a very good bowling performance when they met in the state T20 competition. They're not quite going to win by 60 runs here, but it might not be far off.
There
this
won't
rate.
be.
That's well bowled outside off.
There doesn't seem to be much willingness really to go after the ball. At the moment the shots are just, they're pushes and prods, and it mustn't be forgotten here, it really is critical that even if Oberursel aren't going to win this game, the more runs they can get, the better it will be for their position in the league table. You see, that's no more than a nudge onto the offside.
And Shams has to run back in at the bowler's end because he's sent back.
If you're going to play that shot, the reason to play it is to grab a quick single, but Hask didn't even do that. So he may as well just go down swinging.
I did mention that this Wurzel batting lineup is so dependent on the openers. Both of them have failed, and we haven't seen much since, in truth. That's a quicker, flatter, short ball. Closest finger spinner can get to a bouncer. Guided away for a single by Hask, who has 2 of 7 now. And Shah Sadakat and Momand Rahmatullah, who they're so dependent on, both failed. Both of them did score the bulk of runs in the state T20 competition this summer. And since then, no one else has really been able to get it off the square much. Here is Shams facing up. Oh, he's gone down the ground. It could be their first 6 of the innings, or he could be out. Dropped on the rope. Would have been an exceptional catch from Inam if he could have taken it. And Shams only ends up getting a single. There was definitely time to run 2 there, but again, the running seeming to completely not match the scoreboard situation where they now need more than 3 a ball. The big shot was definitely coming from Shams, and it duly did there. Put down right on the rope. Did at least manage to stop the boundary, to the fielder's credit, and extraordinarily in the end, he even stopped the 2 Kit, which I can see from the look of bemusement on your face just sums it up.
Yeah, bemusement is right. Just seems to be an attitude out there that 1 per ball is sufficient for their needs, but I don't know what their needs are, what they interpret to be their aims, which it is a truly curious way of going about a chase.
What we can say for certain is they now need 4 a ball, 48 off 12. That's if Shams on strike on 15 off 19. It's another bouncer, which is the go-to for Faiz Khan Nasseri. Bouncer or back of the length. Shams misses out. He's got 15 off 20. The young man had a great day with the ball. He's often a bit wild and expensive with it. He certainly wasn't today. 2 for 6 from his 2 overs. But promoted, to my surprise, normally bats around 7 or 8 for them, promoted up to number 4. He's really, really struggled. And it's his knock that has all but confirmed that his side will fall well short of a chase of just 80. They're not even going to get anywhere near it. And he's Nasseri to bowl his second ball of his second over. And that's a swing and a miss again. Strike 2 at the ball game. Latif Shams just stands there frustrated. This will be a big learning curve for the young man, the 18-year-old. His club and himself on TV for the first time being watched worldwide. The pressure of a big tournament like this that
had the opportunity to play in before. He's lost his composure a bit. Sense of big shots coming. So it's kind of Siri bowls, and it's too quick for him to even get a little schnick on it to the keeper.
Right idea though. Short ball outside off stump, and Shams tried, well, a shot that is very difficult for a batsman who's still learning his craft as he is. It was the right idea to get underneath the ball and try and give it a lift down towards third man.
Faiz Khan, the series conceded only 3 of 9 balls so far. Comes once more, short back of the length, back at the bowler who scooped it up.
Outrageous.
And he's managed to take that, has he?
What an extraordinary...
I don't think he has. No,
well,
he hasn't.
It
there
went
was
in.
a second where it looked like he'd scooped it up, but not quite. Here's the replay. Again, hitting that length. Just top of his right hand, but I think it was a bump ball, and he throws it down in frustration.
Bounced short of him, didn't he?
It was great athleticism to get anywhere near it, though. It's such an important death bowler for this Wiesbaden side. My sources tell me that if they do get to a golden ball situation, Wiesbaden, he is the man who would bowl it for them. Here's Faiz Khan once more. Good bowling. Bowling to his field. Back of a length, outside off stump. He's got third man cover point and long off out. Really good, intelligent cricket from Faiz Khan Nasiri. They just can't get him away. He's conceded 3 runs from 11 balls in this spell. It's exceptional bowling, even by the 23-year-old's high standards. He's having a very good day of it here. We are seeing what a formidable bowling unit this Wiesbaden side are. There is Faiz Khan. Short back of a length again, and yet again Shams misses. He has 15 off 25 at the end of the over, and Faiz Khan Nasiri completes an astonishing spell. He and his teammates are competing with each other for who can be the most economical, and he has just about won that award today. He's conceded just 3 runs from his 2 overs. Kashif Zadran has gone for just 4 runs from his 2 overs. Khalid Khan has only conceded 5 from his 2 overs. It's a quite astonishing bowling card right now. Enamul Zadran, bless him, he bowled so well at the top. Now looks like he was positively expensive and wasteful in giving away 13 from his 2, which normally in T10 you would be rightly applauding such an effort. It's 32 for 3 off 9 overs, and coming into the last, Oberwurzel need 48 from 6, which you don't need to be a mathematical genius to tell you should be game over. Starts with a very full ball. It's guided away for 1. Abdullah Zadran to come on and complete what's been an excellent bowling effort. Wouldn't normally bowl the last over Abdullah Zadran, but they've clearly decided with the game basically gone that it actually makes sense to give their 6th bowler an opportunity to get into his straps. Could be useful later on today. They've got their next fixture.
Yeah, they're going to have to play MSC later, so if he's called upon as the 6th bowler in that fixture,
there'll be a lot more pressure.
It's just as well that he's had a bonus over here just to warm up for the day.
He's Abdullah. White arm whippy mediums. And that is exactly why it's probably not a bad thing that he's got his warm-up over in this game. Wide ball. Well, there's a high possibility, unless they can hit 8 runs from these last 5 balls, that Oberwurzel are going to finish more than half, with fewer than half of the runs required for this target, which is just astonishing stuff. Comes Abdullah again. That's in the slot and cracked away into the gap over extra cover. Mowed through that extra cover region for 4. So Shams now moves on to 19 off 26. It is comfortably the largest score that we've seen this week, where a batsman has still been scoring under a run a ball. Normally by this point either the boundaries come or they get out. Shams has done neither. Gets this very, very, very high on the bat. Scampers through for 1.
We can look at the positives though here for Oberwurzel, and there are positives. Remember that a decent side like Wiesbaden was restricted to 79. They fielded well. They showed a good willingness to commit themselves to the stops in the field on a difficult outfield. And the bowling, especially from Shams and from Sher Sadakat, was very good.
Here's Abdullah. Short back of a length, guided away. Well, I did posit at the start of this innings that with Wiesbaden having one of the strongest attacks in the competition and Oberwurzl potentially one of the weaker batting sides across these 10 teams, that this chase could turn out to be very close indeed. But even I, in saying that, didn't suspect we'd be in a last over scenario where Oberwurzl was still trying to get past the halfway point of the total. Ended 79 in style. Abdullah into Shams, who nutmegs himself down the leg side trying to make room. And by stepping away, it means that it's not given as a wide. And if any ball, unfortunately, sums up the efforts of the 18-year-old, that is probably it. 20 off 28 for him now as we head into the last ball of the match. Well, they have got more than halfway. 40 for 3. It's a very strange scorecard because normally in T10 when a team ends up this short of the target, they're all out in a clatter of wickets trying to win the game. What can Shams do from the very last ball? Well, he's smashed the very last ball over long on for 6. It's the most bizarre end to the most bizarre innings of T10 cricket. Shams still finishes with a strike rate of under a run a ball. 26 off 29 for him. Oberwurzl with 46 for 3 from their 10. And so Wiesbaden, one of the very best bowling sides in the competition, show exactly why. They've defended 79 as if it was child's play. They win the game by 33 runs, and they definitely send a warning sign to MSC Frankfurt and United Stars Darmstadt that their bowling attack in particular is really something to be feared. And after a very odd run chase featuring some oh-so-slow, cautious running, some strangely defensive batting and seeming to accept that they were nowhere near the target, possibly also not wanting to expose Oberwurzl's very weak middle to lower order by the high standards of this competition, that is the end of that. How do you start to sum up a game like that?
Low scoring, bowler dominated.
That's a good start, yes.
That's what it was all about. And we're used in these competitions, these short form white ball games, to be focusing on the big hits and the 6s and 4s. And you know, Michael, after a while, there's almost a danger that we stop appreciating a really good bowling performance in a low scoring game. And yeah, there may not have been a glut of boundaries and big smashes over the line in this game, but there was excellent bowling, and certainly when you have, as was the case in this innings, 2 maiden overs to appreciate, you have to take your hat off and admire the bowling, just for a change, when the bowlers get on top.
There was 2 maiden overs, and there was nearly a third as well from Kashif Zadran conceding a single off the final ball of it. Khalid Khan and Faiz Khan both bowling maiden overs. That was the disastrous run out off the spinner. Stumps taken off by Amin Khan. And then Atif Shams just could not get going. He did manage to pull that one through the square leg region for 4. But generally it was a chastening day for the 18-year-old with the bat. Strange situation where couldn't get the bowling away but also didn't get out. It was shelled on the long on fence. That was a dropped chance, very, very difficult drop chance. In truth, he did well to get hands on it. The bowler there, Faiz Khan Niseri. So in terms of the batting, chasing 80 to win, this Oberwurzl batting lineup that so often is their downfall struggle, so dependent on Ramachullah and Sadakat. Both of them didn't come off, and then the innings never really got going. Atif Shams ended up facing the bulk of the strike and couldn't really do much with it, apart from, oddly, the last ball of the match, which he hit far cleaner than anything else previously in the game. Crashed it for 6, ended up on 46 for 3. 26 off 29 for him. The bowling from Wiesbaden, well, I mentioned what an exceptional bowling unit they can be, but even by their standards, they just had a very, very good day. Khalid Khan conceded just 5 from his 2 and picked up a wicket and a maiden. Faiz Khan said, anything you can do, I can do better. He went for just 3 and a maiden. Kashif Zadran conceded just 4. There was a passage of play in the middle of that run chase where they were going at no more than 2 and over. Abdullah Zadran went for 14 off the last, but
that was irrelevant really to the situation of the game, because by that point we were a long way out of the chase. So it ends up with a comfortable win in the end for SV Wiesbaden, victorious by 33 runs here in match 2 on the third day, match 2 in Pool B. Next up, very shortly indeed, skipping on to us, it's non-stop action here in Frankfurt, is match number 3 of the day. FC Germania Biber making their televised European Cricket Series debut, and they're up with a difficult one to start off with against FCA Darmstadt, who won that very narrow game against MSC Frankfurt. To join us in just a few minutes or so for that. For now, from match 2, is the RCC Oberwursel, who've lost by 33 runs against SV Wiesbaden.
Match 13 here at the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. And we are now well into the Group B games that we'll be covering here on Wednesday and Thursday from Central Europe. This is the final match in which we see the appearance of a new and untelevised team. In this case, Biber, with their nickname FC Germania, but from the suburb of Biber, which is just to the east of central Frankfurt, very fetchingly attired in their matching orange jerseys and batting pads there. Sabi, 07, and Schinder, number 22, on your screen, are going to be the Biber bats and make their first shots on international television here on the European Cricket Network, live on YouTube and streaming around the world with me, Kit Harris, and Michael McCann. Now, it's a big game for them first up because their opponents are last year's, one of the big guns, FCA Darmstadt. FCA, as we call them, United Stars from the town of Darmstadt, which is to the south of Frankfurt. They won the toss and decided that they would stick the newcomers Biber in. And here to call you through it is Michael.
Hello. Well, as you alluded to, Kit, you couldn't have asked for a much tougher start for your television? Let's try that again. Television debut in the European Cricket Series. They've got some outstanding attire, FC Germania Biber, but you get no points for fashion, unfortunately, in this competition.
Oh, you do?
But, well, not on the scoreboard that matters. On the Kit Harris fashion scoreboard you do, but not on said cricket scoreboard. They've been a bit of a shock to a few people in Hessen State cricket this year, Germania Biber. They finished 4th in their pool. There was 2 10-team pools in the German State T20 competition in Hessen this summer. And the qualification for this has been determined by the 2 teams that finished in the top 5 in those pools. Germania Biber were a side not expected to be in the top 5 or anywhere near it in truth, and somehow they surprised many and finished 4th, only behind MSC Frankfurt on net run rate. Frankfurt finishing 3rd, and the Marseille Oberwurzel, who we've just seen, finishing 5th. So Germania Biber, a side that weren't really expecting to have this late season opportunity in the cold, chilly, autumnal Frankfurt weather to play in the European Cricket Series, have got themselves here. But now, having got themselves here, they've got to meet a side in very confident mood. They won both games against KSV Kummerfeld in a playoff to reach ECL 21 on Sunday. A three-match T10 playoff that didn't even go to the 3rd game. And then Darmstadt earlier today won a very narrow match on a last ball finish against MSC Frankfurt by 4 wickets on the final ball. So it's the bowling side that are the undoubted favourites in this game. I'll try and translate that into 2 more valuable points. And if they were to win this and go 2 from 2, they wouldn't quite be into finals day Friday yet, but they would be in the dominant position in the group in regards to doing so. First ball of the match now. And this is straight out to the sweeper at long on, who takes it 2 yards in from the rope. A very good catch under pressure, calmly taken by Husnain Kabir. And it means that immediately the strong favourites for this game are into the wickets. And it's a pretty disastrous first ever televised ball for Germania Biber.
Yeah, well, poor Mohammad Zahid. It was a length ball, and he thought he saw it early and was going to be able to get under it. And, well, it was a good shot to play, but he didn't quite middle it. And fair enough, it was the first ball of the innings. And probably had he hit it right out of the screws, he would have got the maximum. But as it was, it just lofted a little higher and found the fielder.
Not exactly what you want from your club's first ever televised ball. Your best 6-hitter in your entire team on strike. And he hits it down long on's throat. Caught by Husnain Kabir off Akhlaq Ahmed. He bowled well in
Game 1, Aklak at the top. Now with his left arm over, settles in against Tony Kumar Werner.
Oh dear.
Flicks this one round the corner. It could be 2 from 2. Square legs running in. He won't get there, despite some good purpose with the bat. And he raises his bat jokingly to his teammates.
I tell you what, Michael.
And I can tell you why that is as you chuckle away. You go first, Kit.
Well, just going to say that to lose one opener.
We'll be careless. These two would be unfortunate.
But Gurjinder has survived the double ignominy there, a left-hander. And that brings number 3, Tony Verma, another left-hander on strike. And isn't this unusual in that we have Verma and Gurjinder Singh batting together? 2 names from a certain part of the world, which there aren't so many players representing here in Frankfurt this week.
Flicked round the corner down to fine leg, and that will be the first boundary of the innings. Desperately needed for Gamania Bieber. They've got it now. Tony Kumar Werner flicking it round the corner. And the number 3 gets Gamania Bieber's first ever televised boundary. And of course is a big part of what the European Cricket Series is about.
He only just got a tiny little bit of glove on it as well. Went for the leg glance. It went very fine, as you saw.
And that's all you need. Didn't need to get much on it, but he got just about enough. Now Aklak looking for a comeback after that boundary. Won't want to stray onto the pads again in the power play. He's got 1 out at square leg. It's overcompensated a bit there. Gone outside the off stump. They haven't taken the opportunity to put a second man out. Oh, pardon me, they have missed one right in the corner. So they've got a deep third man and a square leg. It is a 7-2 offside field. So they're really trusting in Aklak Ahmed to bowl outside the off stump here. On the leg side, he's got a deep square leg and a mid-on. That is it. He really cannot afford to stray. Lefty against lefty. Here is Aklak. That's a much better ball. Can only be guided down to third man for 1. Oh, it's gone for 4. Well, that is a shocking piece of fielding from FC Darmstadt. That really should not have gone for 4. It was only 5 yards to the right of the third man fielder. And yet somehow it is a second televised boundary for Gamania Bieber.
They're going to like television, aren't they? The only thing they need to get right is that Tony Verma obviously didn't get the message about having to paint your pads orange ahead of the colour TV process.
Didn't get the memo. Aklak Ahmed in. That's fielded at cover. They get through for 1.
Well, they didn't in fact get through for 1. You were thinking the right way, as was Gurjinder Singh, but Tony Verma, they both got halfway down, and then they decided rather than carry on.
I was guilty of ball watching at cover. Yes, no, you're good. Well, it's a good thing they've got someone next to me to keep me sane.
Well, that's quite a big ask. Keep me sane.
Here is that.
Not sure I can do that.
Left arm over, swing and a miss outside the off stump. Very well bowled. It nipped in, then nipped away again. Well, it's either that or they had a team pad painting session, and he wasn't invited. But that would be very unlikely, you see, because Tony Kumar Werner holds a very special place within the Gamania Bieber side. His dad, Rocky Kumar Werner, who is still the team manager to this day, was one of the main people who formed the club. So it would seem quite unlikely that they didn't invite him. Maybe
looks like he's wearing his dad's pads, frankly.
That could explain it. In fact, he's Aklak to bowl. Back of a length on off stump. And stopped in the gully. Got a slip and a gully.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that at all this week from any fielding side at any point, even when they've had the press very much on. End of the first over. 11 for 1 for Gamania Bieber. They lost their best six-hitter, Mohammed Saeed, off the very first ball of the match. The 32-year-old caught just in off the long-on rope by Husnain Kabir. A very good catch and good rope management to know exactly where he needed to be and where he could be. So it's now up to Gurjinder Singh and Tony Kumar Werner to rebuild. Yeah, it could be Tony Kumar Singh's dad's Rocky's pads, or it could be that they did meet up to paint all their pads orange, just ran out of paint.
I think instead of a paintbrush, he was given a a dirty cloth to paint his with, because they're not even not even white.
I'm interested. Maybe it was a forfeit. Maybe it's some kind of a...
They do seem to be orange on the inside, though. Are they inside out?
Second over starts. Inside out shot screwed away through third man awkwardly and
oh
terribly
dear.
misfielded. Well, the fielder at third man has already costed FCA Darmstadt 6 runs through poor work out there. The man with number 3 on his back for Darmstadt, it is Munib Ahmed, who later on we might well see with the ball bowling his right arm leg spin, and he'll really hope that people feel better off his bowling than he has here. Just watch this, watch the spin, watch the spin. Oh no. Well, it is an awkward bobbly outfield, but that was inexcusable. That really was poor. Very, very poor stuff. Now Darmstadt, FCA Darmstadt, need to just pull this back in the field more than anything. Tahir Ahmed bowls his second ball. That's a much better delivery. Back of a length, pushed across the left-hander outside the off stump. Now when Tony Kumar-Werner scored his first run, he jokingly waved his bat to his teammates. The reason being that his last 3 innings for Germania Biber in the end of their white ball season had all been ducks. A rather unfortunate run when you're heading into your televised debut, to say the least. And it could have been 4 ducks in a row. So it's Tahir Ahmed to bowl. He's got a little nick on that, and that's gone. Lovely bowling in the channel. Classic stuff, right arm over, pushing it across the left-hander. And Gurjinder Singh has gone for 5 off 4. It's a second breakthrough for United Stars Darmstadt. Lovely stuff from Tahir Ahmed. Knew exactly what he was trying to do. A slash, a wild slash away from his body. Trying to get it through the point or third man region. And it's 15 for 2.
Yeah, almost the sucker ball there, wasn't it? Just floating it up. Just short of a half volley. Not quite in the slot to drive, but tempting Gurjinder to go for the cover drive. And it was the right shot to play. But he had to reach for it, and that was the difficulty. Very expertly executed there by Tahir Ahmed.
So Germania Biber 15 for 2. And Tony Kumar-Werner,
Raheem Zadran, that is.
4 off 4. He's now joined out there by Raheem Zadran with number 6 on his back. Facing Tahir Ahmed. Comes straight down the pitch and gets the outside edge of this. It was a wild thump, attempted to go through extra cover, but point will do fine because it is the power play and there's nobody out there either. 19 for 2. A right-hand, left-hand combination at the crease. And Raheem Zadran immediately, for his televised debut, the 22-year-old, straight into the action and into the boundaries.
Show no fear. That's the best approach, especially when you're confronted with a big team in your televised debut.
That's a very good response from Tahir Ahmed. Outswinger, just nipping away, didn't quite get the edge. Too much swing to do that.
No, it did get the edge.
Oh, it did,
boy.
And he's walking off. Well, I thought they were just... It was such an underrated, understated celebration that it took me a second to dawn. He's certainly out. The second wicket in 3 balls. 4 and out for Raheem Zadran, who got the tiniest of nicks on it. And now, his chance for Tahir Ahmed to make it 3 and 4. Not quite a hat-trick. A very special piece of bowling from him once more. Just gets the edge. And the televised debut for Raheem Zadran is a short one. He goes for 4 off 2 balls. And it goes from bad to worse for Germania Biber on their televised debut. 19 for 3 now in the power play, with 1 ball left of the second over.
So new batsman is Premjit Singh. At the other end, looking rather like the forlorn cavalier, Tony Verma. Just realising how important his knock is now going to be. But Premjit was sitting back to enjoy the opener's batting, and very quickly, number 5, he finds himself in at the end of the second over.
Starts with a confident shot though, finds the vacant fine leg region. Just as he was starting to frantically run after being urged to by the batting tent, he's relieved to find out that the ball has not gone. Sorry, has in fact gone. So no need to run for that. 23 for 3 at the end of the second over. Premjit Singh off the mark with a boundary. Tony Kumar Verna at the other end with 4 off 4. And it must be said that a lot of Gamani Abiba's surprise success in the T20 state competition was built off the runs of Mohamed Zaid, their best 6-hitter and their opening batsman. And with him gone, they have had problems sometimes with others stepping up and playing a real knock of significance. Of course, he hit the first ball of the match down Long On's throat. So it really is up to someone else to step up and do the heavy lifting here as the final over of the power play starts. No need to change it from United Stars Darmstadt. Clark Ahmed on for his second. That's a very good ball. Cracked away to third man, who's had a bad day in the field and now has dropped the catch as well. 2 missed fields on the boundary, and if there is any fielder that you're going to sky a catch to off the outside edge of the bat, you've probably picked your man in Munib Ahmed, who is having a bit of a shocker. And I say a bit, that's probably a misuse of the word bit.
I think, quite frankly, from the way that Akhlaq Ahmed is looking at Munib, he's only one more mistake away from running over there, picking him up and throwing him over the boundary. Fair dinkum.
Oh dear, well, of course, both of the missed fields have also been off Akhlaq Ahmed's bowling, so Akhlaq Ahmed has had 6 runs added to his figures and a wicket chalked off. This is too full, guided away down to fine leg to the aforementioned Munib, who at least got his body behind this one. Scant consolation, because no doubt all and sundry will be thinking about the ball before. The field changes as the strike does. 25 for 3. Rocky Kumar Verna, Tony Kumar Verna, I should say, in what we speculate is his dad's pads. That's a very full, crisp, straight drive. Husnain Kabir jumped one way and the undulating outfield sent the ball the other way. And unlike his colleague Munib Ahmed out on the third man boundary, a far superior fielder out at long on. He adjusted and dived very nicely indeed to reduce the damage. Just look here.
Oh, that's wonderful, isn't it? He overran it and it spun backwards on the uneven sward. That is a wonderful recovery.
It's to get himself an agent and a contract as a football goalkeeper with stuff like that. Here's Akhlaq once more, full. Cut away, straight to point though. Good disciplined bowling from Akhlaq Ahmed. FC804 United Stars Darmstadt, very confident mood into this one, having won that playoff against KSV on Sunday for the right to be at ECL 21, which will be in May next year. Here is Akhlaq, very full. It's just a touch too wide, given by umpire Gooch. Tony Kumar Verna, who belatedly, jokingly celebrated his first run here because he came into this game off the back of 3 consecutive ducks in that sort of embarrassed, I know my teammates are going to clap me sarcastically for this anyway, so I might as well acknowledge. He's now got some serious batting to do. He's got 7 off 7, facing Akhlaq. It's a bit of an outside edge, but it was where he meant it to go. He was trying to play it down though rather than up. Gets a single out to third man, which is not Munib. Munib has been swapped and he's now at point instead. They've decided they can't risk having him there for the left-hander. So Kumar Verna has 8 off 9, 28 for 3. In fact, last ball of the power play. That's a very convincing shot, one of the most convincing we've seen so far from Gamani Abiba. A crunching 4 to finish the power play off in style from Premjit Singh. And after 3, it's definitely a power play inside in favour of the side that won the toss and elected to bowl. United Stars Darmstadt restricting Germania Bieber to 33 for 3 from 3.
Well, that's in terms of the runs. If you're looking to get a competitive total like 100 on the board, Bieber have made progress. It's just the loss of that top order that's going to create the problems. So that's why Tony Verma is so important. Now, Tahir is not going to bowl his second over. He's holding that back for later. Aklak's 2 overs went for 21. The first change bowler, now I know better than to say is Ghulam Saif. So who is it then, Michael, who's wearing Ghulam's shirt?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot there, Mr. Harris. There's been a bit of a detective mission with the United Stars side today, because they have, for a bit of fun for us all, decided to often wear different shirt numbers to what they've advertised in the team sheet they were planning to. So I make this to be Badr Munir. He took 2 for 11 in the first game, so he'll be very glad that in the end he made sure the figures did get credited to him rather than Ghulam Saif. Might have done that thing I've seen some village cricketers do before, where playing accidentally under someone else's name, where they wait to see how well they played first before actually mentioning it. So here comes Badr Munir, right arm around. It's very full, that's a huge swing. But absolutely nothing on it from Tony Kumar Verna, who has 8 off 9.
Oldest player in the side. Badr at the age of 45. You can see he's got that. He may not be as tall as Anil Kumble, but he's certainly wearing a pair of glasses that Anil Kumble pensioned off in about 1994.
The Kumble vibes,
in terms of their vintage.
Kumble vibes is what we're saying. In terms of the general feel of things. That's a lovely, convincing pull shot, but it'll only get 1 out to square leg. Power play's ended, so we've got 4 fielders out now. Having to consistently change for the right and left hand combination, but for the right hander now it will be cover point, long on, long off, and deep mid wicket. Slightly warmer here today as the previous 2 days. The cold and chill has not been around, which has been nice to see. The sun peeking out from behind the clouds. In comes Badr once more. It's full and just has a tickle at it, trying to guide it down to third man. There's a slip and a deep third man, so even if he got it right, you've only got a single. This is good disciplined stuff from United Stars Darmstadt. Got 112 for 5 in the first game of the playoff against KSV, then bowled them out for 43 on Sunday. Here's Munir once more. That's too short though. Climbed into. Didn't quite get all of it. Will be cut off by square leg coming around. The end is thrown in underarm in no rush at all by Mohamed Tayeb, accepting that I'll get 2 for that. Good purposeful pull shot from Premjit Singh.
Well, Badr's a very proud bowler and he won't like that. He'll make sure he gets this one straight. There we go.
Not quite. Just a bit of outswing took that away, but it also, most importantly, took it away from the batsman.
Yeah, that's where he wants to bowl it to Premjit though, because a couple of times he's played and missed. What Premjit doesn't quite manage to do when he's going for that cut against the shorter outswinger, he doesn't step across.
That's a thick outside edge. Backward point can't cut it off. Third man has to come round. Does keep it to 2. They rightly take the 2 and easily come back for it. So at least getting the scoreboard moving somewhat. Germania Bieber, but against a power-packed Darmstadt batting lineup. It's the United Stars boys. They're going to need at least 100, you would think, to be competitive. Mentioned that playoff against KSV on Sunday. So the first game they rolled them for 43. They put up 112 for 5. Game 2 they won the toss in the playoff and they thought, you know what, we'll go for the same formula again, have a bat. Managed 94 for 8. Better effort from KSV second time around, but they ended up 14 runs short. That meant it never went to game 3. And they secured their spot in ECL 21 because of that playoff between the national champions from 2019 and 2020.
Of course, compensating for the fact that coronavirus meant that ECL 2020 never went ahead.
Here is Ghulam Saif.
The mysterious Ghulam Saif, who's been hiding in various forms, like some kind of Doctor Who alien character. He has been identified as wearing number 4 in the end.
That's so slow, isn't it? It's very difficult to get any power on it. In the end, actually done quite well as Tony Verma to be able to.
Yes, it's the old wait,
Get the
wait,
single.
wait, 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 and then wait again sort of situation.
Now, I reckon they can try and get Premjit caught here on the leg side, if only he can make him reach for it on the offside.
It's safe. Premjit does go for it, but he's got that into the gap, and that's 4 into the stingy nettles. Well, you were right to point out 3 sweepers waiting, square leg, mid-wicket and long on. He's got that in the gap between mid-wicket and square leg, and Premjit Singh just starting to inject a bit of momentum into this innings. It's now 17 off 8 balls for him.
See, he likes it there. That's the thing. If you bowl 2 straight to Premjit, he's very confident to cross the line. What we saw in the last over from Badar Munir is that the best angle is wide of off stump.
Not there, though. You can't bowl there. And it's over the fielder's head for 6. And who else would it be out there? The man who's having the shocker of all shockers, Munib Ahmed. He did come in 5 yards off the rope, which really didn't help his cause here. But even if he was on the rope, it was flat bat and hit so hard, I'm not sure he'd have had a chance. As you can see, again, it's a short ball on the pads and thumped, and it's actually landed just a touch inside the rope, which really does suggest that Munib should not have come as far forward as he did. He came 10 yards off the rope in the end when you add in the walking in before the delivery, and then what he did as the ball was airborne, and it's another costly mistake. And Premjit Singh has back-to-back boundaries.
Ghulam has got to bowl it wider of off stump here. They've brought another man over as if to force him to do it. Now you've got even less cover on the leg side, Ghulam.
Comes safe. Ball's outside the off stump this time.
That's
Too
it.
short. But cover point is there, so that's okay.
Yeah, they got the field set for that, you see. It's his least strong shot. He does play and miss those square cuts every so often. The difficulty is the bowler having to change his approach every time the strike rotates, because now he has the left-handed Verma. It's easier said than done, being consistent.
Tony Kumar Verma gets a full toss. Clobbers this out to mid-wicket. He'll only get 1. It's very, very good fielding out there by Akhlaq Ahmed, the opening bowler. And if they had taken 2, there was a high chance of a run-out.
See, the run rate is still not too bad. 50 up now. 49, apologise. 1 ball to go until the halfway stage, but still, Bieber have the chance of getting up to 100. They can keep their heads.
Safe facing up. That's short, there to go. Safe gets swatted into the leg side by Premjit. He moves on to 23 off 11, and so at the halfway point, the underdogs are fighting back, and to their great credit, having been in real trouble at 19 for 3, after a pretty disastrous power play that saw their key opening pair of Zahid and Gurjinder both go, Premjit and Tony Kumar Verna with an unbroken partnership of 31 off the last 3 overs. Means that at the halfway stage, the ECS newcomers, who many were surprised were able to end up qualifying for this tournament, are 50 for 3.
Now, rather than bring on the 5th bowler straight away, Darmstadt team FCA are going to bowl out Badar Munir. Went for 5 runs off his last over. Premjit Singh is on strike. There are lots of singles on the leg side available. He just got to bowl it wider here. It's gone wide. It's gone out into the gap between the 2 fielders. Just dropped short of the line. 4 runs. And now you've seen a big hit from Premjit Singh on the offside. The ball just a bit too full from Munir. It allowed Premjit Singh just to climb into that. Hit it hard. 54 for 3 now. in the 6th over. 27 to Premjit. He's now faced just 12 balls. Now, not quite where he intended it, but actually better than where he intended it, because it's gone finer. A bit of inside edge on that, and 4 more. Now, that's put some pressure on Badar now, because his first 2 balls have found the boundary, and in very different places. Went for the block hole there, on the leg side. Premjit was just aiming his shot into the mid-wicket area, squirted away backward of square. Up he goes now to 31 off 13. 58 for 3. Eyeing that 100 plus. Massive one there. It will drop short of the boundary, but they'd cleared that fielder only a couple of balls before, so there's no one there to intercept it. 4-4-4 to start over number 6. Fielder out there had come up to mid-wicket on the 1 in order to reinforce the offside, and really twice in successive balls we'd accuse Munir of going too straight to a batsman who's well set, who likes it there. Now he's fetched it from outside off stump. This should just be 1. Premjit Singh deciding not to press for the 2 at this stage. So 13 off the first 4 balls of the over. That brings Tony Verma back on strike. Although he has been in rather longer time-wise than Premjit, he's had less of the strike and has been the junior partner in terms of the strike rate. In fact, he's gone at just a shade under a run a ball. And that's a well played. Now, if they hustle, they could get 2, because the fielder has a long run round. No, they're just playing it safe for the time being, not wanting to take any unnecessary risk. Verma was keen to come back for the 2 once he saw the collect hadn't been completed. He returns the strike for 1 ball at least to Singh. It's the right thing to do when one of the batsmen is really teeing off. As long as Verma can just keep on rotating the strike and giving as much of it as possible to Premjit, he'll have done the right job. He's done well to get some bat onto that, actually. It really was very wide. And Munir won't mind that result, just the single. But neither will Premjit Singh, because it means he retains the strike for the end of the over. 6 overs gone, 65 for 3.
Yes, and of course we've seen what a fool you can look if you decide with a delivery like that you're going to leave it alone and look pleadingly, desperately at the umpire in a sort of Oliver Twist style to say, please sir, can we have a wide? Because yeah, I don't think I can remember pretty much a single instant this week where that ploy has actually worked. And if anything, it seems to only irk an umpire into, if it is a marginal call, being only all the more determined to give it against you.
So, this is a big one, isn't it? Spin for the 7th over from the captain, Mudassar. He's the 5th bowler, so the way things are going, he's going to have to bowl 2 overs of spin here. Little off ease. Bowling to Premjit, who's well set. And again, he tees off, backward of square. The fielder's misread the bounce, but recovers in time to restrict Premjit to just the single. And Mudassar drops short to Premjit. He will be on him fast over the leg side. And the left-handed Verma will now have to face the off-spin. An off-spinner never minds bowling to a left-hander. Certainly runs in the offside here, but he's hoiked it high into the leg side. There's a chance of a catch, and it just goes short of the fielder. The fielder overrunning it there. Akhlaq allows them to come back for 2. He had a lot of ground to cover there, and Tony Verma was bright and smart in letting it drop into a gap.
Oh, he's one heck of a 5th bowler, Mohamed Mudassar, for this competition. He had the 6th best economy rate of anyone in the 20-team state competition this summer.
Verma plays and misses outside the off stump. Just trying to hit it too hard on that occasion.
Economy rate of just 5.5 runs per over. So Muddy very good at keeping it tight as well as smashing it everywhere with the bat later on. We'll see.
This isn't going to go to hand either. He's dropped it very neatly between the two fielders on the line. And once again, Tony Verma has placed it well for a couple more. This is bright placement. I know he's hitting it in the air, Michael, but he's not trying to hit sixes. He's trying to hit gaps.
Yep, he knows that he'll get 2 if it's in the gap, and if he really gets it right, then he'll get 4 or 6.
It's too wide to hit this time. And
it's an intelligent adjustment from Mudasa there, and you'd expect nothing less of a guy who is ultimately a German national team player.
You're going to make him, if he's going to play to leg, he's going to make him fetch it from even wider of off. Same again, but this time Verma goes back to cut, and that is smart cricket. He kind of second-guessed, I think, that Mudasa was going to bowl wide of off again and waited for it. And that is a very neat shot in the circumstances. And I think he's called Mudasa's bluff there.
Yes, it's been a fascinating over sort of cat-and-mouse cricket between the two of them, hasn't it?
So 74 for 3 after 7 overs, and they're still up with the rate that will take them towards the ton. Mudasa's first over goes for 9. And the overs that are remaining, 3 of them, well, you've got Tahir's got 1 left. He went for 12 in his first over. Ghulam's got 1 left. He went for 11. And well, in fact, it's going to be Mohammed Tayyab. So big pressure on him. Another little over of spin here. A very slow bowler, Mohammed Tayyab. But once again, we see a 6th bowler being introduced under pressure to bowl in the last 3 overs of the innings.
He is in good T10 form, though. He took 6 wickets in the 2 games against KSV in that T10 ECL
Massive
playoff on Sunday, but he's gone there. That is gone over Longon's head into the spectators, over their heads. It's got to be fetched out the stinging nettles. Well, he was superb on Sunday in that playoff, but he was in the slot there, and in the form he's in, Premjit Singh is just not going to miss out. 44 off 18 for him now, and he's almost single-handedly taking the debutants to a very challenging score.
Well, it's always a risk. Always a risk. The 6th bowler deep into the game. So what's Tayyab got now? He's climbed into it again. That's 6 more it is. Big mistake, bringing on another spinner this deep into the innings. And that one was even more firmly hit than the last. And Premjit is absolutely flying now. And that has brought up his 50 off 19 balls. Well batted Premjit Singh. 50 for him, and it's included 2 maximums and 7 fours. And he's really powered the innings on in the last 3 or 4 overs, given it more than momentum. He's given it a supercharge. So 6 and 6 to start Tayyab's over. He's gone again. Now there is a long off who collects it very cleanly, gets a good bounce. But just the single to Premjit. It takes the score to 87 for 3. 15 balls remaining. And Tony Verma, quieter partner, 20 off 18 in this partnership. But he is just starting to find his range when he plays across the line to leg. This time he goes through the covers. It should be fielded neatly. Bit of a fumble though because of the bad bounce, and he's so good, Tony Verma, at coming back for 2. He's really alive to the game. So many of the batsmen up and down the order in the games we've seen so far could have learned from Tony Verma and Premjit Singh, who were always alive to the possibility of 2. They've created runs which other teams haven't been able to find. Missed out that time, but good running, you see, exactly what I'm talking about. It's only been parried by the wicketkeeper a few metres, and as soon as it missed his gloves, Premjit immediately called Verma through for the bye. And Verma is, well, he's frustrated with himself for missing out on it. You can't hit everything for 4, Tony. Now that's got to be a wide, hasn't it? Yes, he's can totally understand why he wanted to push it wide of Premjit's off stump, because he's hitting so cleanly to leg. That hit it inside out this time. Now it could get 2 if they really hustle. And again, the bounce is difficult for the fielder on the line, and they can come back easily enough. And well, that experiment to risk the 6th bowler having a bowl of the 7th over of the innings has not paid off. It's been an expensive one. 93 for 3, the score at the end of 8 overs, and there were 19 runs of Tayyab's over. 2 overs left, and the options are Tahir, which I imagine he would be the best choice for the last over. Or is Madassa going to give himself another over of spin? Now they're playing it safe here, just to try and get some control. It is Tahir who is going to come and finish off his pair of overs, and they'll leave the worrying about who bowls the remaining over until the 10th.
Well, if anything sums up the brutality of T10 cricket, that is it. 6 wickets across the 2 games they won against KSV in the ECL playoff on Sunday for Mohammad Tayyab. Their best bowler across the 2 matches. And that's probably why, even though they'd used 5, they felt like they had to get him in for an over. They felt like he could make a positive difference. And today, instead, his first 2 balls are over-pitched and get mown for 6, and he goes for 18 off the over.
Verma's found some air there. It's coming down to the fielder, who collects a neat catch. That wasn't easy, because I'm sure it was swirling away with the wind to his right. He's done well to hold on out there. Badr Munir, obviously his prescription must be right, as much as his glasses look like they came out of Anil Kumble's mid-1990s chemistry cupboard. He has judged it very well, and that's a key breakthrough, just to keep Tony Verma quiet. So he made room to leg, cleared his front leg, nice clean hit, and Badr Munir made no mistake.
Well, maybe Anil Kumble's prescription and his cricketing ability has somehow passed itself on in that pair of spectacles.
93 for 4, we're in the penultimate over, and there are 11 balls left. We spent so much of the innings, it seems, talking about whether they would get the 100. Well, they surely will now. Lovedeep Gotra is the new batsman at the non-striker's end, but the strike has been returned to Premjit. Big one! 6 over the head of the fielder, really flat. That was a skimmer. And he is seeing it like it's the size of a watermelon now, and climbing into shot after shot. Premjit now goes to 59 from 22 balls. That's his 3rd maximum.
Well, he's dominated the scoring in this innings. In terms of runs off the bat, he scored 70% of them. Superb hitting from the debutant, the ECS debutant.
Almost swung himself off his feet though, hasn't he? He's just tried to hit it too hard. In fact, he got a little snick on it as it went through, and he's walked before the umpire has had the chance to put the finger up. So a great innings comes to an end, to almost total silence from the fielders in the Biba Pavilion, but they should be very proud of the way that Premjit has turned round a slow start for them. He made 59 runs from 24 balls with 7 fours and 3 sixes, and he has really put his team on the map. 99 for 4 with 8 balls remaining.
Well, they've given themselves a chance now in a game where they were increasingly up against it. One of the tournament favourites all over them.
Just seeing the highlights of his innings there, and at the end, well, it was a wide ball to chase. He has he's totally turned this innings round, has Premjit. So 2 brand new batsmen at the crease. Neither has had the opportunity of facing a ball. The one who is on strike is Arun Balasubramanian, number 15. So he'll have 2 balls in this over, just taking his guard now. And Tahir Ahmed will now be feeling he's got double breakthrough, and both of those big hitters, Verma and Premjit Singh, have gone in the over. And FCA, the United Stars from Darmstadt, just got a chance to close off the innings here. It's a neat clip from Balasubramanian. He's just going to get it off the mark. He's a big, strong man, is Balasubramanian, and I should think if he really gets a hold of it, he can play a monster hit or two. Lovedeep Gotra now taking his guard. Last ball of the over then, and last ball of Tahir's spell. Big one from Gotra now. It might just... No, it's gone all the way. It has. That's his first ball. Good effort there, isn't it? To hit it all that way. He's not going to hang around, Gotra. And we're now well past the 100. 107. Oh, it's there. Something's miscounted along the way, I think, there, because we do have one more ball left. He's gone around the wicket this time, but it's just going to get one more run. The fielders drop the ball and they can come back for two. As soon as you see the inevitable fumble on the line, you know you can turn and come back again. So Gotra is playing a very unselfish innings here. He doesn't mind getting run out as long as there is even half a chance of another score on the board. Others could learn from him. It's the end of the 9th over and the score is 108 for 5.
Absolutely. You see plenty of sides overvaluing wickets at the death in a T10 game. Interesting to see Balasubramanian out at number 7, because in white ball games generally he'll bat at 4 or 5, but his strike rate in the German T20 state competition was a quite modest 112. He's not really a blaster. He hit 259 runs at an average a touch above 50, but he's not someone who necessarily is a death-hitting specialist, but he's going to have to quickly find his range here and show us how he can strike a ball, the 38-year-old.
They've gone for Ghulam Saif to bowl the last over, so not a spinner. That does, I think that's sensible, because Tayyab really got some tap, 6 bowler. His 1 over went for 19, and although Mudassar was pretty tidy with 9, you just go with the slow medium here in the block hole. And that's a good first ball from Ghulam Saif. Balasubramanian just bunts it for 1. That's the smart thing to do, because he won't mind getting Lovedeep Gotra back on strike. 6 and a 2 to finish the last over, and he goes for the big 6 again. That's a wonderful bit of fielding, and a very clever bit of fielding too from the man out at deep mid wicket. He could have gone for the catch. That's Mohammed Tayyab. He could have gone for the catch, but he decided to play it safe and time his leap so that he could parry the ball back inside the boundary, and that is very intelligent, almost semi-professional cricket, and it's restricted the scoring. And this is another big one, and this is going to be caught to the line. He's dropped it. He's gone over his hands for 6. He got both hands to it. He judged the trajectory of the ball so well, Ali Kaiser, and it just burst through his hands for 6. Well, he's getting some... Lovedeep Gotra is getting some good luck there. He managed to come back for 2 when Tayyab took the sensible decision not to go for the catch and save the runs, but well, poor Kaiser has parried him for 6 as well, making room this time. Now they might try to... No, it's
well fielded by Kaiser. That's just what you don't want when you've just been out at long on. You've dropped one over the line for 6. Mohammed Mudassar replaces you at long on, and you go into the infield and it's hit straight at you again, but he did field very well there. You're up to around a par score.
18 now. He's drilled it down the ground, and they're just going to stroll the 1 here. They almost just intuited that it wasn't going to be 2, but now it well, okay. Had they pushed for the 2, that was quite hard actually. You wouldn't criticise them there. They had to be in their creases at the point where the wicketkeeper fumbled the ball. And, well, United Stars from Darmstadt are lucky not to have got the overthrow there. So last ball of the innings, 119 for 5. So swing across the line. Now they may as well try for 2 here. They probably won't get it. In fact, they decided to keep the wicket in hand. They wouldn't have got it anyway. We can't accuse them of being needlessly selfish there, because it definitely was just one. So, to conclude the innings, they've really had an acceleration, thanks really to two batsmen. Premjit Singh, 59 from 23 balls, with 3 maximums, and when he was out, it could have just fizzled away like a squib in a puddle, but Lovedeep Gotra came out and immediately started setting about the bowling. And he's finished with 18 from 6 balls. And Bieber, in their first televised performance, after a really shaky start in the power play, have ended up with not just respectable, but genuinely accomplished 120 for 5 in their 10 overs. And we'll have a look at how the innings unfolded in just a few moments. But at the moment, Lovedeep Gotra and Arun Balasubramanian are being clapped off the field. Here are the highlights. Early 4 byes, but soon things started to get undone. And, well, not everyone had a great time in the field, but on the whole it was a good fielding performance from United Stars Darmstadt. And that was the dismissal of Zahid. Then Tony Verma came out, and he was dropped critically there. That was before he had scored, and he went on to get 22. Mixed bag of fielding, but on the whole it was very good indeed. It was Premjit Singh and Tony Kumar Verma who put on this excellent partnership, which increased the total from slightly sticky 19 for 3 to 93 for 4. Verma playing the supporting role, running the ball around, placing it into gaps and scoring at a run a ball. And Premjit, well, he just tried to hit more or less everything. A strike rate of 252, and the longer he stayed in, the further he hit it. Tony Verma did hit a couple of 4s, and that was one of them. But his dominant partner, well, that was one of his biggest 6s. That one really was enormous. He cleared the boundary 3 times. Only 2 men did hit boundaries during the course of the innings. In the end, he was held by Umar Feroz. Tony Kumar had also been held by Badar Munir. And then out came Lovedeep Gotra, and that was very awkward. Just dropped for 6. And the final score then, 120 for 5. Despite the early loss of both opening batsmen, Zahid was out to his first ball from Akhlaq, and Gurjinder followed very shortly afterwards in the power play. At that stage it was 15 for 2, soon became 19 for 3 as Rahim Zadran was out for 4. We were starting to say it could be rather difficult for Bieber to compete against a big team like United Stars from Darmstadt, but it wasn't the case, and compete they did, thanks to Verma and Singh and their partnership of 74. Bowling figures, well, 4 for 27 from Tahir Ahmed, who was really the pick of the bowlers, and just that one tactical awkwardness towards the end when Madassa probably brought himself on as spinner a little bit too late, bowled 1 over for 9, and because he didn't want to bowl spin right towards the end, we had to have that 6th bowler, Mohammad Tayyab, whose over got spanked for plenty. So halfway through this game then, the equation is nice and simple. 120 of 10 the score to beat, and the Stars are going to have to get their act together. They are a good batting side. I think they will be confident of winning, but Bieber have made a great knock in their first appearance on television. In just a few moments, we here at the ECS Frankfurt on European Cricket Network will bring you the excitement of that run chase.
FCC Oval here in Frankfurt for the conclusion of Game 13 of this European Cricket Series, which sees the plucky underdogs of Germania Biber, who were surprise qualifiers for this 10-team competition, holding their own against one of the favourites to win it, FCA United Stars Darmstadt. Biber putting 120 for 5 on the board, primarily thanks to an exceptional knock of 59 from just 23 by Premjit Singh, after 4 for 27 from Tahir Ahmed had destroyed the Germania Biber top order. And now we're going to see what the ECS debutants have got with the ball up against a very strong FCA United Stars batting lineup with hitters all the way down. At least the two opening batsmen, Hamid Mudassir, the long-time German international and often opening batting partner in the German national side with European Cricket League Series and Network founder Daniel Weston, who's now retired. Just taking guard and completing last preparations, opening the bowling for Germania Biber. It's Ranjit Singh, number 1 on his back. We're in the power play, of course. It is a 6-3 offside field, so he can't afford to stray to leg. But he starts with a short ball down the leg side, and that is duly dispatched. That's Mohammed Mudassir's quality, isn't going to miss out on that. Pulls it very convincingly for 4 to start the run chase. Wherever you are in the world, it's great to have you with us. I'm Michael McCann, and it's Kit Harris to my left. We're at pretty much the exact midpoint of this tournament. The middle game of the middle day. We already know that SG Heinhausen have topped Group A. And on net run rate, despite losing 2 of their 4 games, Darmstadt Cricket Club finished second in Pool A. We're into Pool B. And United Stars Darmstadt in the green and black chasing here can go 2 from 2 with victory. Can sign the debutants to defeat in the process. Mudassir facing up once more. That's short again in his slot. You just can't bowl there with this field in the power play to a top quality German international batsman like this. And it is 4-4 to start the innings. We saw Mudassir briefly fire in Game 1. And he's come out with good attacking intent in Game 2.
Well, this side just has loads of batting, doesn't it? And you start to get things wrong. They have so far. You won't have to wait to pay for it. A bit of extra support going in there as one fielder comes over from the offside to leg. But really, Ranjit would be better served by just trying to bowl a length outside off stump, 4th or 5th line, and try and restrict Mudassir to singles into the offside ring.
So it's a 5-4 field now with mid-wicket and long on. The 2 fielders allowed to be out. This is short but outside the off stump, and he's made room beautifully and guided that into the vacant cover point gap for 4. 4-4-4 from Mudassir. What a lovely start to this innings, and that's the sign of a top quality batsman. You take the fielder out of one area, you move him across, he tries to bowl straighter, aware that he's got the 2 sweepers covering in the leg side. And just watch here the way he just makes a bit of room, opens the face and glides it in between the 2. That's quality batting. The
problem there was, of course, he then bowled the ball that they had been setting the field for, and they'd taken the extra fielder out. But a good batsman will always find a way through anyway.
And that's outside the off stump again. It's a touch fuller, slightly better back of a length. And even with trying to make room, Mudassir only gets it out to point for 1.
Now bring the fielder back. That's the right thing to do, I think. Here, Ranjit Singh has now got onto his bowling plan against Mudassir after those 2 early looseners. I think the smart thing to do now is to bring that extra leg side fielder back into the offside ring to try and close that gap.
It's not what they've done, though. Ranjit in once more. Slightly slower ball on the legs of Mudassir. He's not going to miss out on that. And this first over is getting very, very damaging indeed for the debutants. 4-4-4.4. They're not helping themselves with the lines they're bowling, but all credit to Mohammed Mudassir. He's not going to miss out on this. You can just see here sliding onto his legs and whipped away
There's only fine leg and square leg. The sweepers are out at mid-wicket and long on. But if you're going to bowl short on the pads with this field, there's only going to be one result.
Just keeps repeating on him, doesn't it?
Yes, there's that old saying about insanity and repeating mistakes. Here is Ranjit. He's come wider of the crease this time through the offside. Driven. And it's just wide of mid-off. He's having to charge back around to fetch it. They'll come back for 2, 18 without loss. Now, we have been here before. We have seen Mohamed Mudassir crash and crunch and carry his way to 18 off 6 early doors. And then the adrenaline got the better of him and he played a bad shot and got out. But he's going to have a bit of time to compose himself between overs. First over bowled, 18 without loss. Husnain Kabir will get a chance to face now. He's a top quality batsman, Mohamed Mudassir, and maybe this innings is where we'll finally see it on the European Cricket Network for the first time. He was the top scorer in the German State T20 competition this summer. He wasn't just the top scorer. He scored 126 runs more than the next batsman, 547 at an average of 55 and a strike rate of more than 2 a ball. But he's at the non-strikers end. It's Narayana to open with his left arm spin and he's got a wicket. The first ECS wicket for Gamani Abiba. It's a golden cracker for Husnain Kabir. And the bold move of left arm spin in the power play works a treat. Vinay Narayana gets his place in history as the first ever Gamani Abiba bowler to take a televised wicket. And it is a valuable one too. Husnain Kabir, the dangerous 24-year-old wicket-keeper batsman. Such a big player at the top of the order for United Stars. Out for a golden duck.
Well, that's just the start they would have wanted at this end. They may not have got off to the ideal flyer with the ball in over number 1. But in over number 2, they've taken the advantage. Husnain, well, you can just see here that Zia tossed it up. He tried to flick it finer than he ended up doing. He just got more of the bat on it than he'd wanted. It was supposed to drift down past third man, but he's found backward point.
And the problem we had with a flick shot like that was there was so little pace on the ball. That's a quicker ball, and he's thrown the bat to square leg. Well, you don't see that every day. The fielder coming in to pick it back up. That was absolutely bonkers. What was going on there?
The captain's told him to go out and just throw the bat. Well, I think he's misunderstood.
Mohamed Tayyab has taken the instruction literally. Well, he did have 2 sixes hit off his bowling when he came on earlier, and he really wants a bit of revenge against the fellow spinner. In on him, Narayana. That's one's driven a bit more conservatively. Well, it would be great to see a replay of that. The bat ending up being thrown to square leg really is something that you do not see every day. And he comes now, almost gets an inside edge on that one. Well bowled by Narayana, who's making the most of his opportunity. I don't think we've seen a spinner bowl the second over in any of the 13 games so far, I make it.
He's the paciest of all the spinners, though.
Yes, he is. He sort of
the replay of the bat being thrown.
Just a quite extraordinary situation. One that you'll be seeing viral on social media later, no doubt. For now, it's a very confident straight drive, and long on can't get round to cut it off. That is a proper cricket shot. A really good proper cricket shot from Mohamed Tayyab, who, when he isn't throwing the bat to square leg, shows that he's a very good player.
Yeah, but look at the commitment here from Gurjinder. Fresh out of the back of his 59. You'd forgive him for being a little tired, but he has given that 100% to try and stop it. Well done, Gurjinder.
And the quick left arm spin is just a bit too wide, as well as being quick there from Vinay Kumar Narayana.
If we could just get a replay of that last ball. If I can show you a technical point here about Mohamed Tayyab. There's something in his setup which makes it quite difficult for him to middle the ball.
He's Narayana. He's certainly middled that, though. Kit Harris questioning if he can middle it. He's just hit the top of our scaffolding, and our cameraman's relieved it didn't clobber him. First 6 of the reply from United Stars Darmstadt. And it's a biggie as well. That's hit the scaffolding, the very top of it. The scaffolding's 15 metres back from the boundary.
and it would have kept travelling further and further, probably onto the walker's path behind us, but for our television camera setup. So you were saying Mohamed Tayyab struggling to middle it, Kit?
Well, it's interesting because he didn't do it, that ball. So you obviously haven't noticed it. Every ball except that one, he starts about 50 centimetres outside leg stump and takes a trigger movement, enormous step forward, like a whole stride onto middle and leg stump. Now, as the ball's going past him in the channel outside off, he was struggling to hit it. That last ball, he started much closer to the stumps when he hit it for 6, and the trigger movement was reduced by half, and consequently he was able to get into position a lot earlier. I understand the point of a trigger being to get you moving, but in the case of the early balls faced by Mohamed Tayyab, he was actually getting himself off balance.
Final over of the power play. Very wide outside off. Midasa climbs into that length. High-level cricketer like him, regular German international over the years, he's not making the mistake of leaving it and appealing for the wide. None of that nonsense. Gets it over the infield and gets 2 as the sun has come out for the first time today in Frankfurt. It has been a milder, not as cold day as the previous couple. And a welcome appearance from the sun too. In comes Lovedeep Gotra, and this one really does get the treatment. It's out towards the television tower at deep extra cover, and Mudassir's having a lot of fun. That's his first 6 in the European Cricket Series. 26 of 8 balls now for him. And finally, we might be seeing this very talented batsman show what he can do on the European cricket stage.
And as soon as the sun comes out, so do the midges. The field is absolutely swarming. If you look up at those flags at the top of your picture, where the background is a bit darker, you may be able to see these thousands and thousands of midge flies all over the field. Not quite a plague of locusts, but certainly a mouthful every now and then of these tiny insects.
That is very, very slow, making Mudassir wait for it, and he hasn't really timed this. He'll get one out towards the football goalpost. It goes through them, but you get no extra reward for that. Difficult time to bowl here for Lovedeep Gotra, who got a very impressive 18 not out off just 6 balls at the end of the innings to help carry his side to 120. Now he's got to try and restrict these 2 who are looking very dangerous. That's a quicker ball, well bowled. Catches the batsman out with the extra pace. Tayyab will have seen from the other end the very, very slow ball that Mudassir received. And this was right at the opposite end of the speed gun. And caught him out in doing so. Clever stuff. Gotra once more. Oh, that is extremely slow. And it's dragged out to the sweeper at long on for 1. Well, we're seeing, if nothing else, that Lovedeep Gotra's got some excellent variations of pace.
Yeah, that's certainly true. And, if he could just push it quite wide of Tayyab's off stump, I've got a plan for getting him out here. Mudassir, on the other hand, is a different matter.
He's Gotra short, crunched away. That will be 6 over square leg, surely. Yep, the signal from square leg is that it is. Ramped and shovelled up. He knew exactly what he was doing, Mudassir. Timed it really nicely, and he's now swiftly moving along. The scoreboard is more than ticking here, and United Stars Darmstadt have had the better of the power play, no question about it. 45 for 1 after 3 overs. Mudassir has 26 of them off just 9 balls. And Tayyab flying along as well, the pair of them, after the early loss of Kabir, very much doing the damage here against the debutants.
Well, Balasubramanian is going to come into the attack now to bowl his little spinners.
He's one of their more expensive bowlers in T20 cricket. Economy rate of 7.3, which isn't awful, but isn't particularly great either. He's got
almost all of that, but not quite enough of it. Catching chance at long on, excellently taken. That is quality fielding. Gurjinder Singh doing his bit in the field, and it's so important in a close game like this when you're playing one of the tournament favourites. You've got to take any half chance that you are given, and they've just taken that chance oh so well. It is a big
here's
wicket.
why. Just look at the start of the... You see, he starts so far wide of leg stump that he's still on the move when he hits the ball, and that's why he gets under it and doesn't really... He's only middled one, you see, in all the balls that he's faced.
And that's a really, really good catch. Mohammad Tayyab gone. It is 45 for 2. With one ball gone in this fourth over. Joining Mohammad Mudassir up there in the middle is Mohammad Ahmed, who was the key batsman for United Stars Darmstadt in that playoff win against KSV. Across his 2 innings in that playoff, scored 49 runs at more than 2 a ball and was out only once. Really made the difference. It's Balasubramanian. That is in the slot from Mudassir, who's got the ability to just drag it wide of those sweepers at mid-wicket and long on and find the fence. 4 more from Mudassir, who's having a lot of fun here. Very much is his day.
Yeah, they need to get the breakthrough here very quickly as far as Mudassir is concerned, because he's just looking unbeatable at the moment. I know he did that in the previous game today, where he just raced to 18 and then rather surprised us by getting out. And he's looking very dangerous right now. Now that could be a chance. Who's underneath it? Third man, pedalling backwards. He's misjudged it. That's unfortunate. I think that's Gurjinder out there. A big chance. No?
So just to confirm for those watching, maybe a touch confused by our scoreboard currently, it is Mohammad Mudassir who is still out there, and Mohammad Tayyab who is out.
Yeah? As we called it?
As we called it, but our scoreboard currently just got a couple of gremlins in there that are in the process of being fixed. Mudassir currently at the other end. Mohammad Ahmed trots through. Well, he doesn't even trot, he walks through. That is the most casual single we've seen all week. They weren't remotely interested in the 2. And I think given the striking form that Mohammad Mudassir is in, you can kind of understand why he wasn't interested in 2. He thought, you know what, you can have the single, I'll have the strike. He is in the mood. This could be a lot of fun to watch. It already has been. Mudassir goes again, but he's missed that one. Pushed across him. Does manage to induce a rare full shot from Mohammad Mudassir.
This is what happened to him in the previous game. He'd got away really well with 4s and 6s, but then his adrenaline was going so quickly he couldn't slow down.
He's ticking here. He's certainly ticking, and he's sent that one in towards the stinging nettles. On the tent where the other players are watching whilst waiting for games 4 and 5. It hasn't quite hit the biryani as that's being distributed for lunch. Mohammad Mudassir is certainly a batsman who makes you want to keep your eye on the game, if nothing else for your personal safety.
Well, they're well up with the rate right now, aren't they?
Mohammad Mudassir is flying along here. 4s and 6s raining all over the place.
57, I believe the score is off the first 4 overs. Just reset our graphics. Lovedeep is going to bowl his other over, and I think this is probably sensible.
Boy, his first over was thoroughly entertaining. There was all sorts of tricks in the box. What have we got this time? Oh, that is the very, very slow flighted one. Appeals for LBW or stumped. Which one is it? Is it either? It's neither.
Well, he's not stumped because the bails didn't come off.
That's a good point.
You wonder whether he was appealing for the catch. That's why the wicketkeeper was going to the non-striker's umpire.
It did seem to be appealing for appealing's sake by the end of it. That's clobbered away. Very agricultural. And it's a single out to square leg. So now we're out of the power play. They've settled on a 5-4 field. Point, long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket. And also a square leg out. Ring of protection. The leg side slog area. That's very full, swept away by Mudassar. One bounce. It was good adjustment from the fielder at deep mid-wicket. His teammates were shouting at him that it was a catching chance. It absolutely was not. In the end, he's actually done very well just to make sure that the ball is stopped. Mudassar now off strike. It's Mohammed Ahmed, the big hitter, on strike. That's what he can do. Out towards long on. He gets a decent bounce. They're quite content to take the single. You can guarantee if there was any chance for Gurjinder Singh of being able to realistically catch that, he'd have gone for it because he's already taken very good one running in from long on. Not that time. Got again. Very full. Oh, Mudassar's got all of this. Well, you could have another 20 yards on the boundary and it would still be 6. And the fielder very reluctantly heads into the stinging nettles. He's going to spend a long time in there trying to fetch that. I think the umpires have actually just immediately pulled another ball out of their pockets and said, don't even bother looking for it, it will take too long. Gotra once more to Mudassar, steps across, now goes down the ground. This is over long on's head. 6-6 from Mohammed Mudassar to go to his 50 off just 16 balls. Mohammed Mudassar is having all of the fun here in Frankfurt at the FCC Oval. It is absolute carnage. Well, in fact, he's scoring so quickly that our scoreboard can barely keep up. Brought up his 50 with the previous ball. He's on to 57 of 17 balls, 5 4s and 5 6s. 50 of his 57 runs scored in boundaries. Our scorers have just about caught up with his big hitting antics. We did speculate that it was almost only the matter of time until a player of his high quality showed what he could do. And he's doing that now. And so at the half point of this run chase, it is FCA 04 United Stars Darmstadt with all of the cards in their favour. As things stand, the wicket of Mudassar could change everything. But they're 72 for 2 with 1-2-1 needed to win.
And here's Tony Verma coming into the attack as the fifth bowler. Drops a little short and skids on. And very sensibly, Mohammed Ahmed just deciding to take a look. And the place where he can very easily get a single anywhere he wants it is to the leg side. Absolutely oceans of space out there. But he's going for the big hit. It's going to carry over the line into the nettles. Doesn't matter that there are 3 men out there. Mohammed Ahmed has got enough on it, and it's not just about Mudassar here. Ahmed is also getting his 6s out as well. That's his first maximum. In fact, it's his first boundary. 3 off his first 4 balls. Now he goes to 9, and he is up and running. Now they could have thought about a single there. It would have been touch and go. Verma bowling a little too straight and on leg stump here to Mohammed Ahmed. Just needs to bring it a little bit wider of off stump. That's where most of the fielders are. See, that's better. It's a good shot, but it's under control, you see. They've got the field well set out there in the covers, and they know where it's going, even though it's a full half volley. Strike rotates. Now, what magic is there from Mudassar? 57 off 17 to start with. Something will happen now. You just know it will. Mudassar dropping short, and he climbs into an enormous 6 into the railway tracks. Well, that's about the worst ball you could possibly have bowled at Mudassar in this kind of mood. He goes up into the 60s now, 63 from 18, and he's going to finish this on his own. 85 now for 2. 36 more required.
Absolutely pummeled. And if it wasn't for the fact they've got a target to chase, you'd wonder if a T1000 was in the offing here.
Right, last ball of Verma's over. 36 needed. Short again, and same result. Up in the air, over mid-wicket. Well, Tony Verma has He's come on to bowl at the worst possible time, really, for a spinner. And he's got absolute tap. 19 off the over. They have to have a fifth bowler. Someone's got to do it. But Verma has drawn the short straw. And at the end of now 6 overs, the score is 91 for 2. And Mohammad Mudassar has 69 from 19 balls with 7 sixes. 30 to win off the last 4 overs.
He's hit the last 4 balls that he's faced for 6. 2 from the previous over and then 2 from that over. And if it wasn't for the lack of runs left, they do only need 30 more, then you would be very much looking at 100 as being a distinct possibility. We're finally seeing what he can do.
Now, Bieber needs some control, so they've called back Vinay Narayana to bowl his second over. And, oh, well, he's unfortunate. They would have liked to have got a hand on it and keep Mohammad Ahmed on strike. It's just got under his hands as he fell to the ground. And, this is all Ahmed has to do. I know he can hit 6s. He's proven that. He's just got Mudassar back on strike. 69, and this will be his 20th ball. Even in that kind of mood, he still has enough wit about him to step inside and let the ball go through for a wide. And that was where he came undone in his first knock of the day. He couldn't stay wise after the adrenaline got pumping. But you feel that he's got his head on now. Straight back to the bowler, dropped! No! That could have been a late opportunity to get a stranglehold on the game there. And Narayana got into the right position, but he couldn't cling on. The ball was so firmly struck. And at 69, a hard chance. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He got overexcited and came down the pitch and missed completely. Mudassar has gone. Well, I said he was wise and had got a good head on his shoulders now, but actually he just lost the plot and got a little too carried away. And his gorgeous innings comes to an end. 69 from 21 balls. The score now 93 for 3. 28 runs are required from 20 balls, and as Mudassar goes, it just offers a glimmer of opportunity for Bieber. As Narayana's reintroduction into the bowling attack has proven to be a pretty wise move, Michael McCann. They've got rid of the danger man.
They have, though it really should be too late unless we see some heroics like we did last night when Yasir took his hat-trick and Heinhausen came back and somehow managed to defeat Darmstadt Cricket Club in that final match of Pool A. But bar something ridiculous like that, this game should be finished. And that's because of Mohammad Mudassar. 69 off 21 at more than 3 runs per ball. 4 6s in a row at one point. 5 4s and 7 maximums in total. A strike rate of well above 3 a ball. He has finally well and truly announced himself on the European cricket stage.
So the new batsman, the left-handed Akhlaq Ahmed. Only by a narrow margin is he a lesser batsman than those who have gone before, but a good man for the situation. Still pressure on Narayana. And he hasn't adjusted his line quickly enough to the left-hander. Hopefully it'll only take him one more ball to recalibrate. The wide goes on the score. 94, which means there are 27 to win. He's not so good when the ball comes back to him, is he? There's 3 opportunities he's had. 2 to save a run and 1 to take a catch, but doesn't quite get himself quickly enough into a defensive position in his follow-through. But at least Narayana has conceded just another single. Akhlaq is off the mark. Mohammad Ahmed is just now taking his time to check the field. Now, they're just strolling the one here, and the fielder, consequently savvy, is not put under pressure. It's okay. They can afford to do that, you see. They can afford to just push the 1s and 2s as they are there. A 4 here, a 4 there. They will come. The bad balls will come. At least that's how FCA will be interpreting the situation. So all the hard work's been done for them. in the top order. That one's gone high. It's going to carry all the way. In fact, it goes right onto the television gantry for 6. That was only a bad ball in the sense that it was a long half volley, but he's got his eye in now. And just able to sit back, get deep into the crease and wait for it and loft it. You see there, he just swung through, clearing his front leg out of the way, 2020 style, and opening up his stance, spanking it back down the pitch. And that's the shot that really brings things back to more or less parity. 3 overs to go, and FCA, off those 18 balls, need 19 runs. And from here, well, you don't want to tempt Providence, do you? But it should be a cakewalk.
One thinks of the last 2 overs of day 2. 10 to win off 2 overs. And then somehow they fell 2 runs short and lost 4 wickets. And Yasir took that hat-trick and Darmstadt blew it against Heinhausen.
Now they've got to bowl spin, because 2 of their 3 options are spinners. It's Balasubramanian. And it's gone high in the air. Fielder can't quite get... Oh dear, it's bounced over his head. He came in a little bit too far. The ball just held up on the turf. And although he turns to his colleagues to say, well, what could I do about it? There's no sympathetic look in his direction, because all the other fielders had turned their back and shrugged in disgust. And that now brings the equation to less than a run a ball. And in T10 cricket, that should be as good as the end of it. 15 to win now off 17. Missed it! Oh, but so has the keeper. That is unfortunate. It bounces away for 4 byes. It might just have been a stumping chance, but that's academic now, unfortunately. And Bieber, having been quite up for this when they got the wicket of Madassa, and now as flat as Shrove pancakes. I just want it to be over with. You seem to feel at this point. Another one high in the air. It's going to be 6 again. It's finishing in a hurry. And Muhammad Ahmad is just going to apply the last rites. It's gone so quickly from 2 runs a ball to a walk in the park. With that 6, well, there's still an over and a half left, and it brings the target down to a mere 5. This next one is also pinged away into the gap. And, well, it's casual now, isn't it? Just strolling the single to put Aklak on strike with 14 balls left, and he only needs boundary 4 to win it.
11 sixes in the innings, comfortably more than half of the innings runs coming in them. That's more than we've seen in any other innings across the 13 matches so far, showing what we know about FCA Darmstadt. They're a lineup full of big hitters. Don't really do anything else, just try and power everything they can, pummel everything they can, punch it for 6.
Right,
and 7 of those from Madassa, of course.
2 balls left in the over. Balasubramanian wants to keep it quiet if he possibly can, and he's done well. Now that's the kind of fielding that Narayana couldn't pull off in his last over. The return stop, so hurt his hand a little, Balasubramanian, but it's a dot ball, and still 2 to win. He's got through him there. And it's another dot, so, well, if vanity counts for anything, at least Balasubramanian can go back to his fielding position and say, well, it wasn't me who conceded the win in my over. There are now 2 overs to go.
3 words for you: net run rate. It all could be proven crucial later on. We saw it in Pool A. It was the thing that separated Darmstadt and Pfungstadt for second. Who knows? Just managing to delay the inevitable. If they manage to do well in their other games, could prove very valuable for the debutants.
Right, 4 runs to win. And the opening bowler, Ranjit Singh, is coming on now. They're not going to need a 10th over, really, are they? And that's not going to go for 4, though. If they hustle, they'll go for 2, but they don't feel they need to at this stage. 4 off 12 becomes 3 off 11. As Michael McCann says, a big advantage here for the FCA team from Darmstadt is that if they win with 9, 10, 11 balls to spare, they get a good net run rate. 3 to win. That should, again, just be the single. They're just going to do it casually here. That means there are 2 more needed. 10 balls to get them off. You'd be amazed what a big difference winning with an over and a half to spare makes to net run rate. Doesn't seem like very much, but in the context
Of T10.
that's 5 to 10% of the innings to spare. Now, that could be 2, it could even be 4 if he gets a bad bounce, which he does, and that concludes the innings. It's all over. Ultimately, it was just a stroll in the park for FCA, and the United Stars have completed an emphatic 7-wicket win with 9 balls to go, and despite Bieber's excellent hustle to 120 for 5 and setting a decent target, they haven't quite been able to match the quality of bowling and the quality of fielding that we've seen from some of the most competitive teams in this tournament. But to take nothing away from them, their first televised game here at the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt, this was a good showing from Bieber, and you'd think they'd have a decent chance of winning a game or maybe even 2 if they continue to bat at the very least in the way they have so far. But the hero of the game, of course, Mohammad Nassar. He opened the batting and really straight away, just as he did in this morning's game, he immediately hit his straps, playing those outstanding shots, 5 fours like that one, and equally adept at finding the gaps in the leg side and the onside, even when the offside field was packed. And all around the wicket he was able to show his full array of attacking shots off good balls and bad. Having started off with a few boundaries, it wasn't long before Mohammad Tayyab also decided to work the ball away after the dismissal of Hasnain Kabir caught there in the gully. And Tayyab was told initially that he had to throw the bat, and he started by doing that.
Took it literally.
Once it had been explained to him what he was supposed to be doing, he then middled that crunching 6. And, he followed it up with a 4 as well. A rather strange trigger movement. His cameo all the time was kept pace with by Madassa, who after the halfway stage started to find the boundary.
He hit 4
His
sixes
catch
in a row
from
at one point.
Gurjinder Singh was very well judged, coming in, not distracted by the goalpost. So that was the end of Tayyab for 11. At that time the score was 45 for 2, and it just looked like there was an opening. And here was the turning point. A difficult chance, backpedaling with the midge flies all round him by Gurjinder, just dropped at short third man. And that was the let-off, really, that was the big pivot point in the game. After that, it just rained 6s. As over and over again, Madassa peppered the boundary. And though there were the occasional moments of great fielding, he just couldn't be stopped. And Tony Verma, well, he climbed into several big hits from him. And it was a smashing innings. 69 runs off 21 balls. There was that drop chance, but by then you almost fancy it was too late. And in the end, he just played one shot too many. Here is the man himself, Mohammad Madassa. Well, that's the even for you, Mohammad. That is a pretty rapid knock. What was your policy at the start? Did you decide you were just going to go for it?
Yes, because our team, we have many batsmen in my team for T10. Then I have decided, because 120 is not easy target in T10 matches, then I decided I will do my best and aggressive to chase 120 must. We will do in 3 hours in circles, 40 plus in 50 runs. Then maybe we will chase in 9 hours and 10 hours.
Was it a conscious decision of yours just to start by looking for the gaps and hit the 4s and then to accelerate when you got halfway? Because the 6s came later.
Yes, because I will do any time, every match, when 2 players outside in circle, I want not doing to 6, because I want to go upish and 4 runs and till to check to my, so easy for chasing for this match.
When you were finally out, did you feel confident that you had done enough?
Yes, because in 24 balls, I think 30 runs. I have said, but because I have too many batsmen in back, then maybe we will chase in 9th and 10th hour. Just we wanna chase and win this match. My brother said, "Why are you going to aggressive for 24 balls and 30 runs? You can't chase now." But I don't wanna not out anytime. I wanna do for this match early for 1 hour, 2 hour, because we are 5 teams in pool. Only 2 teams took for semi-final. Then too many times we have problem. Other teams problem for net run rate. That's my point.
It was a very unselfish innings all the way through. Not to worry about the not out. Well, the final question, obviously, is having triumphed in the first ECS Frankfurt in July, as skipper again, do you feel that you still have the squad and the momentum to make it a double this week?
Yes, we have not 2, 3, 4 good players in my team today because working, and I think is for last ECS was compatible and comfortable because we are a good team, but maybe this time we will do best.
One more question, a cheeky one. If you do get to the final, which team would you least like to face in that decider?
Yeah, I don't said because 3, 4 teams and we have friends. I don't want to say to one team to this team is the best and I want to play against this team for final. I think Riedberg is also is good, Heinhausen, Wiesbaden. These 3 teams I have said this the tough time for winning this final.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Mudassar.
Welcome.
69 of 21 balls here to bring the game home for FCA Darmstadt. A super striker and a diplomat as well. So that concludes this game. A strong start for FCA, therefore, winning both of their games and putting themselves at the top of the table. And that concludes our coverage of the third game of the day. We'll be back in due course here from ECS Frankfurt, the European Cricket Network's coverage of this midweek competition. The next game is going to be between MSC and Wiesbaden. Second game for each of those. And we'll look forward to your company just before the hour. Until then, this is Kit Harris and Michael McCann bidding you farewell for the time being. Things are simmering nicely here in Frankfurt on the third day. Here we are midway through the competition for Group B. This is Wiesbaden have won the toss in their game against MSC, and they've decided they're going to bowl first and put in the defending champions, who are, well, one failure from being up against it, Michael McCann.
Yes, they're in a bit of a pickle. They lost on the final ball in Game 1 of Pool B against United Stars Darmstadt. And it is a long, long road back for them if they were to lose this game, because Wiesbaden and United Stars would both be in control of the group with 2 wins from 2. And it would take a very unlikely set of scenarios for the defending champions to get through from that position. So it's pretty much all or nothing for them in this game.
So MSC have made 3 changes from their first game of the day. They've left out Nafiz, Habib, the wicketkeeper, and Kutub, and taking the field for the first time in the tournament are going to be Paramveer Singh, Bashir, Zamankel, the opening batsman, Adil Khan, and Hamza Syed Amir. First ball from Ennamullah is just going to go down in the book as a dot. It's a big game all round. Zabibullah is the other player who's completing the lineup. Big hit first up. It's not going to reach the fielder. So coming back for the 2, thinking about it, deciding only at the last minute to turn it down. It's a good desperate running. They're looking keen, and that is the first run on the board, 1 without loss.
Viewers who've been with us earlier in the day will remember what a superb bowling performance we saw from SV Wiesbaden in Game 2 of Pool B, defending just 79 for 6 against the RCC Oberwurzel. They comfortably won it, winning the game by 33 runs. A few people neutral suggest they're the best bowling side in the competition. We'll see again here.
Playing
a dot,
miss,
that
yeah.
helps.
It does help.
They were mightily impressive, weren't they, in that game? I mean, the bowling figures were just extraordinary. Fayez Khan went for 3 from his 2 overs. Kashif Zadran went for 4, and Khalid Khan went for 5, and there was 2 maidens. It was something I've never seen before in T10. Scoreboard frozen.
It's a good bowling attack. Now that's spiralling away. Third man won't be able to catch it, but he's done a good job getting down to it. It is not in the least easy down there, and Nasrullah has kept his eye on the ball very well. Both batsmen are now underway against this very, very decent Wiesbaden bowling attack. Already, Ennamullah, who, lest we forget, was the most expensive bowler, is bowling economically in this game, having gone for some tap in the last. Difficult angle that he's decided upon. Clearly not just in Game 1, but for this tournament as a whole, to bowl right arm round the wicket, even to the right-handed batsman. He's not going to try and bowl full and get LBWs. He wants to angle it across and get a nick. That's why the slip's there. He's just overreached himself slightly there. There's executing a plan, and then there's over-executing it.
He is, in many ways, a specialist right-arm around bowler. He actually very rarely bowls right-arm over.
Which is enormously unusual.
Yes, he bowls right-arm over to the lefties and right-arm round to the right-handers, which is a strange combination.
That's a good approach from Adil, just to step across his stumps, get into line quicker. But again, just the single out to a long off boundary. First 5 balls. In fact, that over has yielded only 3. Well, he opened with a 2-run over in Wiesbaden's first game today, and he's done just as well, just as economically this time round. End of over number 1, 3 without loss.
Only ended up conceding 13 from those 2 overs, and he is a guy who bowls for economy, the 28-year-old. He's the only batsman in their entire side who, by the admission of his own skipper, can't hit big, but that's not his priority.
very good economical bowler. And we've got another man on who is a very good bowler, conceded just 3 from his 2 overs and bowled a maiden against Oberazul. Fayez Khan Nasiri, who is, I would suggest, the quickest bowler at this European Cricket Series in Frankfurt, certainly that we've seen so far, and we have now had a glimpse of all 10 teams.
It's gone high in the air. Now the wicketkeeper's called for it. He has got himself in the right position. And well judged. Just had to reach a little bit wider than he first anticipated, but this good bowling side has got an important breakthrough. The first one to go, Adil Khan, coming off a little ruefully there, but he only made 2 runs. Although he's tried to be aggressive from the outset, it hasn't paid off on this occasion. So, first blood has gone to Wiesbaden. First wicket goes down. 4 on the board.
That's a big wicket to get as well. Adil Khan crucial in MSC's Frankfurt's victory in the 2-day ECS tournament in July. Hit 56 in the semi-final and then punched 48 off 29 in the final victory. So that's a big wicket to lose early doors. Responsibility on Hamza Saeed Amir, who's opening the batting. Shahid Afridi Boom Boom Jr. not given the chance to do that after failing in game 1.
So the new batsman is Muslim Yar Ashraf. He's at the non-striker's end with the red helmet. Hamza Saeed Amir is back on strike. Well, that was an enormous heave-ho. It almost put the wicket-keeper off there as he allows a bye to go through. You would think that the one place on this field that it was slightly easier to pick up the ball is, is when it bounces on the carpet rather than the outfield. But you can see that the wicket-keeper is having a lot of problem with this absolute plague of midges. I've already been bitten once, Michael. I don't know about you, but each player has his own individual dark cloud of flies. The wicket-keeper has had to take his gloves off and is using them in between balls to swat the flies away. Muslim Yar Ashraf is now on strike, facing Shahid Afridi. He's just gone inside out a bit there. He's tried to hit it too hard, in fact. And Afridi has got the, Fayez Khan Nasiri has got the idea of bowling in the channel.
It's a great bit of theatre about a fast bowler like Fayez Khan Nasiri charging in with his gold necklace. He said that there was a bit of the show of Akhtar's about him, and see where you get that from. Does love a short ball. Maybe we'll see it again here.
And he's got on the short ball there, and well, it's very, very good fielding to prevent Yar from coming through even for the single. There ought to be one just about anywhere in the ring. But superb pick up and return. This is a potholed, foxholed outfield. You can see all around, not just the run-up that you can see on your screen, but all around there are little marks. It's a football pitch, you see. So, useful dot ball. And there it is! Well, he swung once too many too early, and that probing, accurate line around the top of off stump has paid off for Nasiri. And, well done, Fayez Khan, for maintaining your length even when the batsmen were moving around. And it is the second breakthrough. Poor old Muslim Yar has not lasted very long. Bowled by the speedster, and it is now 5 for 2 in the second over.
A big wicket, current German international gone, a man with a Bundesliga double century to his name. 36 of 14 to take them into the final of the ECS last time in the semi. Now out comes the man who was relegated from the opening spot after a failure earlier in the day in that defeat against FCA Darmstadt. And he's Shahid Afridi, Boom Boom Jr. And my goodness me, do they need a bit of booming right now from him.
Well, I don't want to sound too cynical, Michael, but the way things have gone, he may as well have been the opener because, yeah, he's out to bat with 1 ball left in this second over. The score on the board suggests Well, nothing really has been done yet. 5 for 2, and out he comes at number 4.
I'm sure he'll have a bit of a point to prove, and he's a capable 6-hitter. He actually hit exactly half of his runs at the ECS in July in 6s. 9 6s. He was the second highest run scorer in the whole competition. And he only got 8 earlier today. Now he'll want to remind us all of what he can do.
Last ball of the over. That's a good one. Just tucking the batsman up for room, and Afridi gets his body behind the ball. It was pacey and it was short, but good and straight. And Shahid didn't get back onto the pull that time. So great first 2 overs in the power play. MSC, defending champions, have got their work cut out here. That's not to say they can't do it, but it's been a great start from Wiesbaden. 2 overs, 5 for 2.
Well, the lowest score we've seen in the 3-over power play at the top of the innings across this entire tournament has been in match number 12, where Oberwurzel, against this excellent Wiesbaden attack, were restricted to just 18 off their 3 overs. They could better that here against the defending champs.
And now Muller continuing. Now this should be out. 2 cover fielders underneath it, and it has been pouched. That's a well-judged catch. And the woes and troubles continue, I'm afraid. And Amir has now perished. He went for the big hit into the covers, and that's the 3rd batsman to fail. 5 for 3, and it's only the 13th ball of the innings. The defending champions, well, they're going to make it hard for themselves. They're going to win this competition with this difficult start to their second game in Group B.
Well, the experiment to put Amir up to open hasn't worked. It was a full toss on middle stump. It was as good a ball as he could want to get going. He only had one man out at deep mid-wicket to clear or get it wide of, and instead he spooned it to cover. So Sikandar Khan comes out with his team 5 for 3 towards the end of the power play. The 37-year-old experienced cricketer who's been a key part of this MSC side across the last decade has now got to show his mettle in a very difficult situation. One of their most reliable middle-order batsmen, and don't they need him to deliver now? He got 27 not out of 18 in Game 1 against FCA, so he should have his eye in, and now they really need him to go out and continue in the form he showed in that game and rescue things for his side alongside Boom Boom.
Oh, it's a block hole Yorker. They've gone up for the appeal. Bowler is completely convinced. And now Muller was sure that had gone through on the edge. And, well, I sneak myself towards the suspicion that the wicketkeeper was considerably less interested in that.
He's missed it by miles.
Yeah, it's just he got excited about the fact that it was such a good leg cut and went across the batsman. There was a big deviation, but the deviation came from the bowler's skill rather than the batsman's edge. So Shahid Afridi survives. Oh, another big play and a miss. They're getting desperate here, aren't they, MSC? They seem determined that their next scoring shot is going to be a hit to the boundary.
And this is what the power play does as well, because when you lose a couple of wickets early and you suddenly feel like this is our best scoring time, we have to capitalise on it, we have to go for it, that more big shots come, and you can end up batting yourselves into a hole, and that's exactly what they've done.
Finally he connects with one, and that is big and it's safe. Whether it bounces short of the boundary or not doesn't matter. It was 6, says the gentleman under the sycamore trees. Surprised he saw anything, the amount of flies are buzzing around him. It is a plague of locusts out there, but well, at last Shahid Afridi manages to connect with the 6 he so desperately wanted, and finally we have double figures for MSC in the 3rd over.
Very, very, very belatedly though, for the loss of 3 wickets in 16 balls.
He's tried it again. This time he should just get one. It's a friendly bounce out to Fayaz Khan in the deep field, so just the single.
Look at the midges. There's hundreds and thousands of them. I've never seen anything quite like it.
If they get in front of the television camera, you're going to have what will look like
plague of locusts.
Very poor TV interference, but all the digital equipment is working at the moment, but as the midges get round us, we're going to be in trouble. Thinking about the single. Now that's good. They have to go. That's very sensible. Oh, well, the fielder's upset with himself there for slipping over. Perhaps he got a mouthful of midges just as he was collecting the ball. But they've managed, by hook or by crook, to come through for the single. So power play over's gone. 13 for 3. What did you say the record low was in this tournament, Michael McCann?
18 by Oberwursel. And you know who that was against as well? SV Wiesbaden, who... Well, I'd heard a lot of chatter that they would be the best bowling team of the 10 teams in this tournament, and so it has proved. They only managed 79 in that first game, defended it comfortably, and now they've got MSC Frankfurt, the defending champions, who if they lose this second game from 2, are all but out of this competition, bar a minor miracle. Very much on the ropes. Faizkan Nasiri charging in once more.
Inside edged it and well stopped by the keeper. That's a good dive there. We've seen the ball go for runs behind the wicket so many times. And wicket keeping, of all the skills that have been executed well in this tournament, well, batting and bowling have been right at the top of the list. The fielding just a little way off, but wicket keeping probably coming in a distinct 4th so far. And going against the grain, that is a really neat piece of glove work behind the stumps to save what would have been 4. It's Fayaz again. Feathering away outside the off stump, hoping to get a nick, but he's missed it again.
It's not too much surprise that it is Shahanaga who's one of the best keepers that we've seen in this competition so far. 9 catches and 3 stumpings in the state T20 competition this summer. That was second out of 20 teams for the most number of dismissals anybody managed, and for being one of the best in the German cricket circuit.
Sikandar again aiming for that cut shot. Lots of space beyond the ring if he can pierce the infield. He just had a quick look at the umpire as if to say, "You're going to give me a wide for that?" But the man in black was unmoved, and I think rightly so.
It's just inside for me. I've lost 3 early runs, but these are still 2 very capable batsmen. They just need a big over or a little shift in momentum their way.
Sikandar has nailed that. Through the gap, he's going to get 4. That was the ball to hit. A bit of width, a little bit back of a length. And, well, there may be 6 fielders out on the offside, but if you beat that ring, the ball will race away. So he has found the boundary for the first time, Sikandar Khan. 17 for 3. They're going to need a bit more of that.
They certainly are, but Sikandar did marshal them through a bit of a sort of regular, continuous collapse in that game against FCA. Trying to do it again here.
Width again, and he's got something on it. That's going to be 4 more. That was a bit of a loose delivery. He needs to bowl a little fuller than that in order to get that offside infield into a protective mode. So successive 4s from Sikandar Khan, and score goes up to 21.
It's clearly intentional as well. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew third man was very wide. It was just intelligent touch play. As we see it again. Just leant back, just flashed it. Knew all he had to do was get it wide of the keeper. 4-4.
Just a little momentum now. He tried to do it again to a full length ball, and he's just hit the ground as the ball's gone through. A half-hearted appeal from Fayaz Khan to end the over. Just a little better in terms of run scoring that time for MSC. 4 overs gone now, and the score is 21 for 3.
And that's all it can take in a T10 game. Just back-to-back boundaries. The run rate is still only just a touch above 5, which is really poor, but if those boundaries can just get Sikandar and Shahid Afridi feeling more comfortable at the crease. These are 2 devastating hitters when they get going. MSC Frankfurt have not got to the position that they've been in or reached in state cricket
here in Hessen this season for nothing of winning the ECS and winning the state T20 competition. They've got a good deep batting lineup. It's going to be really tested here against arguably the best bowling side in this tournament.
Now, Shade Afridi has got to face the miser himself, Khalid Khan. Now that first ball should be at least 2. It's well picked up on the boundary. They decide to come back and the wonderful throw, an accurate one to the wicketkeeper, forces the batsman back to just a single. That is good fielding out there on the line. And lest we forget, Khalid Khan started off with a maiden in Wiesbaden's first game, followed it up with an over that went for a mere 5. A wicket in the first and a run out in the second. So he will hope to be just as parsimonious this time round as well. And now Sakanda gets a chance to face. Yeah, was it me, or was there just a little pace taken off the ball that time?
More
to
than
make
a
it
little,
difficult
and
to drive?
that was what caught him out, and he nearly chipped the ball straight up at cover and managed to check himself just in time to stop himself doing that. What a start this has been from Wiesbaden, even by their high standards.
Down the leg side. Is that going to be a rare wide? It is. Khalid Khan, he doesn't do that very often. Just trying to cramp the batsman for room by bowling a length ball on leg stump. Just missed his mark there.
Fayez Khan 2 for 8 of 2. Now Khalid Khan following that up very nicely.
That's well played. Just gliding the ball away. Batsman totally under control. Sakanda knew where the field was. It's the second time he's given the ball a deliberate glide down to third man, just to keep the strike rotating. Another single.
Well, these two are stopping the bleeding, which for now is the most important thing. The 6s can come later. Working it around.
Now that's a big one. It's over the fielders, 6 runs over the line. That was necessary, you'd have thought, because at this stage Wiesbaden have got MSC under the cosh rather, but Shahid does like to hit big, and that's the first time he's cleared the line. And Khalid Khan has been hit for a boundary for the first time in this competition,
Well,
and it's a big one.
We don't call him Boom Boom Junior for nothing.
Some of us don't call him Boom Boom Junior at all.
Well, he isn't called Shahid Afridi Jr. For nothing either. You
Does he
can
call
guarantee
himself
that
Boom Boom as well? That is his nickname for himself?
He is very commonly given that moniker, yes, by his teammates. Here's Boom Boom again, facing up.
Goes for it once more.
And it is a Boom Boom, 6-6.
That's enormous. That's one of the biggest ones. Comes down into the elder bushes behind the scoring area. So successive 6s. Well, that's spoiled his average, hasn't it, Tony?
Well, Kit Harris questioning whether he was deserving of the Boom Boom moniker, and just as my commentary colleague was suggesting that, he was answered in emphatic fashion with the nickname that, of course, once upon a time followed the famous Pakistani international, now follows the man named after him, starting to live up to that. 20 off 8 for him now.
15 off the over so far. That is intelligent cricket to retain the strike. That's something you don't have to do, is hit the ball for 6 every single time. Shahid Afridi shows that he's not all boom boom. He can be nudge as is necessary. So halfway through the innings, MSC have recovered a little, and they've got some impetus going now as they are 37 for 3. And well, Khalid Khan won't know really what to make of that. Having conceded 5 runs in 2 overs in his previous game, he's now conceded 16 runs in his first over this time round.
And that is T10. It can all change so quickly. Back-to-back 6s from Shahid Afridi. And this partnership has brought them back, not quite from the dead, but not a long way off. 5 for 3 in the power play when these two came together. 5 for 3 after 2.1 overs. In the 17 balls that's come since, they've gone at almost to a ball. That's a full toss. And with these two in this kind of form, that will go. Terrible bounce, and it does go for 4. Well, you've got to feel for Fayyaz Nasseri a bit there. It bounced 5 yards in front of him. And, well, I say bounced. It didn't really get off the ground after that at all. It became a daisy cutter overnight. And he's just mimicking to his teammates, as if to say, my hands were up, expecting it to, and it didn't. That was a brutal bounce, even by the standards of this poor outfield.
Yeah, this outfield at Frankfurt Cricket Club, what we can agree on is that it is not a very good advert for football, if this is what it does to a lawn.
Here's Abdullah Zadran. Well, that's also a full toss, although it's a low full toss, out towards square leg, who, having seen the bounce of the previous ball, gets right down low to it, and it proves to be the right way to field. Well stopped out there by Amin Khan. But this partnership between Afridi and Sikandar Khan growing in confidence every ball now. It's becoming a train that is starting to pull away from the station and pull the match back towards the defending champions.
You've still got, though, Kashif Zadran to bowl. He only went for 5 in his 2 overs in the last game. So they do have these 4 parsimonious bowlers, Inamullah, Khalid Khan, Fayyaz Khan and Kashif Zadran.
They just keep coming at you, this Wiesbaden attack. Here's Abdullah. Short, skied in the air. It's over the keeper Shahan Aga's head, and it's down towards the fine leg boundary. Well, if you're going to swing, swing hard. And that's exactly what he did. And he gets 6 for it. Mini Boom Boom really starting to do it now. That's his 4th 6 already. 33 off 12 for him. And all of a sudden he's wrestling the momentum right away from Wiesbaden. And the defending champions are showing that they are the defending champions for a reason.
Yes, it doesn't just take courage and strength to get through from a terrible start such as MSC have had. It also requires a wise brain and sound tactics.
Abdullah to Boom Boom Jr. That's a low skid up. It's a dipping one. It looked like it was a full toss. Instead turned into a half volley. Almost run out on the second, but Aga can't take it cleanly. Run short is signalled, though. That is not what you need when you're starting to take the game away from the opposition. Afridi keeps the strike, but he'll only get a single for that because he didn't run his bat in at the non-striker's end. Careless. 34 off 13 for him now. Alongside Sikandar, the partnership is worth 45. Abdullah trots in. It's very full on his legs, makes room. This is out to long on, and Nasseri, who's had a bad bounce in the previous over that's gone for 4, fires it in, and there was almost a run out on the second. Sikandar Khan sent Afridi back, and Mini Boom Boom just about got back to the keeper's end in time. A few nervous moments after the crashing 6s from Shahan Afridi. Definite momentum shift here, but these two have got to keep their heads after that bad calling between the wickets, the run short as well. Abdullah once more, he's got 3 out on the leg side. That is wayward. Very efficient footwork from Aga behind the stumps. We've been impressed by what we've seen from him, and he showed it again there. That was a long, long, long way down leg, and he made it look pretty simple when it definitely wasn't.
Just had this problem in the previous game, Wiesbaden, with 5th bowler and 6th bowler. Abdullah easily the most expensive economy rate from that game. 14 off his over.
Yes, he came on for that final over when the game was dead, but there's a lot more pressure on here. He comes in, slides that one down leg too. And that's not been given a wide, which I must say I'm really surprised
by.
Hit
his leg, yeah.
Umpire saying it just flicked off the pad. And that's the end of the over. 52 for 3 off 6. Sikandar Khan has 10 off 10, but it's been all about Shahan Afridi Jr., Boom Boom Jr., 35 off 14 with 4 huge 6s, which has got Frankfurt to a position where they're very much alive in this game. And if Mini Boom Boom bats through, then they're definitely looking at a score well in excess of 3 figures. But you do feel like a lot of this innings rests on his shoulders now, as Kashif Zadran, the spinner, comes on to bowl. He was exceptional in that game against Oberwurzel, conceding just 4 runs from his 2 overs, albeit against some questionably defensive batting given the match situation. You do feel like he's going to have a stronger test here, coming in and bowling at a set Shahid Afridi Jr. and also a quality player at the other end in Sikandar Khan, who hasn't quite found his best yet, but is a very capable hitter. Now, the field's changed in a very unorthodox way here. 3 sweepers out on the offside, and it's a 5-4 offside field. So he's got to bowl outside off. You'd think that's a full toss on middle. You can't bowl there to Mini Boom Boom. That is gone. 41 now for him off just 15 balls. His 5th Maximo in this innings. Shahid Afridi Jr. is single-handedly keeping the defending champions alive. That's into the stinging nettles over long on. And there's this huge search party going out to try and get it back. Good luck finding it.
Well, they have found it. But bad news is that it only means they've got to bowl it at him again now.
This is quite superb. He scored 41 of the 58 runs in this innings. A lot of it rests on his shoulders, their hopes. Short, he's gone quicker. He hasn't got hold of this, though. It's out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Oh, he juggled it for a second, but the catch is taken. And a fist-pumping celebration. That's the wicket they so desperately wanted, so desperately needed, and they've got him. It's Kashif Zadran who does get the breakthrough after the 6th the previous ball, and Mini Boom Boom is out for 41 off just 16 balls. 30 of those scored through 5 sixes, and a 4 as well on top of that too. Here's how he went. Quicker short ball, the closest thing a spinner can get to a bouncer, banged into the pitch, and you can see that nervous juggling, and then the relief in the celebration and the smile and the joking around with Kashif Zadran, the bowler, as if to say, yep, of course I always had it, which he definitely did not. 58 for 4.
Well, it was either of course I always had it, or I nearly dropped that. One or the other.
Here's again. Lovely shot, flicked round the corner wristily through the deep mid-wicket region. There is a sweeper there. They thought of having 2, sent back, and it's given as not out. Sikandar Khan sent him back, and in the end it looked like not a bad decision. Dawud Mohammed just about avoiding being run out without facing.
If they can get Sikandar out, that will put them back in the position of advantage. The only thing is, after this over, there are 3 left. Well, I'm sure Kashif will bowl another and Khalil Khan will bowl another. They've just got to find that 3rd over from somewhere. Will it be Abdullah Zadran again, who was expensive? Will they go as they did in the previous match for Javed Khan, who does bowl a mixture of off-spin and leg spin?
He only went for 6 off that over.
He could be expensive if he bowls this deep in the innings. So
we've seen that before, haven't we? Teams gambling on spin late on in a T10 innings, and it's not gone well.
Well, they're already going to have Kashif bowling his 2nd over after this one, as spin deep into the innings.
Dawud Mohammed on strike, one of only 2 left-handers in the MSC Frankfurt squad. That's a leg stump full toss, and it's over the head of square leg, high on the embankment. Not quite threatening the housing estate, but not a mile off doing so. 65 for 4. That is the statement of intent of all statement of intents. First ball Dawud Mohammed faces this ECS, and he hits it for 6. Can't bowl a full toss. Well, he's gone short, banged in, appealing for a catch down the leg side. I'm chuckling because we've seen that a few times this week. I must say that did look like the vintage let's just appeal in the hope that the wide wasn't given. And the umpire was having absolutely none of it. Immediately got his arms outstretched. Now he's coming right arm around Kashif Zadran. Arm around, swing and a miss. It hits the base of the off stump. 6 and out. as we used to say in garden backyard cricket, applies here to the ECS in Frankfurt. Daoud Mohammed gone for 6 off 2 balls. And it's another one that bites the dust for MSC Frankfurt. Now 66 for 5. They really need a late order recovery because against this Wiesbaden lineup, side of their quality, modest total like that is probably not going to be enough. Rashid Najam crosses the boundary to step out as the new batsman. Another one has gone. Sikandar Khan's been out there for 11 balls and managed just 11 runs. And you would think that if there is to be a recovery at the death, seeing as he's been in for a while and is seeing it well, it's probably got to fall on his shoulders to lead it.
Well, Rashid Najam can bat. The benchmark for a quality club cricketer in 2020 and T10 cricket is an average of 20. He's only just a shade below that. He can score and has scored 50s. So it's not going to be panic stations for Sikandar Khan yet. He won't have to do it all by himself. But if they can just get one more wicket in this over, it's going to take the pressure off whoever bowls the spare over.
Correct. They are a side that bat deep, MSC Frankfurt. Rashid Najam, the 41-year-old, only bats down the order in T10 cricket, slightly from where he bats in the middle order at about 4 or 5 in T20 cricket, because he's not necessarily the quickest of scorers at times. They need him to get on with it here. Can't really afford to hang about. Here's Kashif now coming right arm over to the right-hander. Quicker ball, he's completely mistimed this. And he does get through for one. Direct hit would have definitely been out. They're going to take a second. And he gets in. Both runs close, both runs tight. On both occasions he's done just enough to get home. 68 for 5.
Yeah, no backing up there. That's what's cost them the second run. Maybe, given the circumstances, it wasn't necessary to try and get that run out, because in attempting to turn the 1 into a 0, which is what would have happened had the wicket fallen through a run out there, what they've done is actually turned the 1 into a 2.
Well, yes, there is a discussion in the general T10 tactics world about, in a format as short as this, where every run is so precious, unless a batsman really is going and set and taking the game away from you, is it actually worth showing at the stumps because of the possible consequences of doing so?
Now, they have gone for Javid Khan. They've been encouraged by the spin and a little discouraged by Abdullah Zadran's over for 15. So we're going to have the little mix of spin now.
Good start. Turning leg break that Sikandar Khan can only cautiously prod away. Sweepers out at mid-wicket, long on, long off, and cover point. It's a 6-3 offside field, so whatever he does, and we have seen he's got leggies and offies in his armoury, he can't really afford to drop down the leg side. That's outside off again, and that's beaten him. That's a lovely piece of deception against Sikandar Khan. Put it up above his eye line. Big, slow, turning leg break, high in the air. Thoroughly tempted him. He's mistimed a lot of his shots in this innings, and it's brought to an end now. 11 off 12 balls. Not really what was needed. He accompanied Shahid Afridi Jr. in his 6 hitting, but couldn't do anything of the sort himself and got out trying to do so. You can just see there the drift on the ball and the spin taking it away from the bat, and he's not even in the same postcode as the stumps in his crease there, so has to take the long troop off. 68 for 6 now. The depth of this MSC Frankfurt lineup really being tested. Rashid Najam out there. He's joined by the man coming in at number 9 as wickets continue to keep falling. In fact, number 8, pardon me.
Ranveer Singh, now we are getting into the lower order.
He comes again. This is another leg break. He's got a foot on it, the bowler. Didn't get his hands down, but only take 1 out to Niseri at long on. It's 69 for 6. And I did mention that I felt like whether they got to 100 or not would be all on the shoulders of one man. That's the man relegated from the opening spot, but who Sent the ball to all parts as he comes again. Quicker, flatter ball. Well, that will help if it goes for 6. It won't because it's caught brilliantly on the deep mid-wicket rope. 1 yard in from the boundary. Excellent rope management. Superb catching as well. Hands safe as houses. And yet another wicket goes down. And we could well have a second hat-trick of this ECS here in Frankfurt. 69 for 7. As you can see, it was a much quicker, flatter ball. He picked it up really nicely. Just hit it straight at the fielder on the rope. Ibrahim Zadran taking an excellent catch to get rid of the latest man to go. So many wickets tumbling here now. It's not a hat-trick, of course, opportunity because there was the single in between the 2 wickets. In my excitement, I've just remembered. Sultan comes out to bat with 71 on his back. Sultan Ahmed, the wicket-keeper batsman, but in truth, he's not someone they'd normally depend on in such a situation.
You can say that again.
Here comes a little off break. He's made room for that and cut it away through backward point. They're not even going to come back for 2. He's not the quickest runner between the wickets, Sultan Ahmed, and he was stood at the non-striker's end with his hands on his hips, not remotely interested.
Well, I think the key part of it is he wanted to hand control of the steering wheel to Paramveer Singh.
Paramveer do. That's a very full-flighted leg break, chipped into the leg side. They really should get 2. They've got ages here, but they don't even seem to be contemplating it because their determination is that Paramveer will have the strike for the final over. So they've turned down 2 runs effectively there. 70 for 7. They have still got 2 overs left and 2 big overs here. And they would get to 3 figures. Now, right now, 2 big overs looks a long way away.
Who are you going to bowl now? You're going to go to
Ghostbusters.
Kashif Zadran for the spin, or Khalid Khan, who's been miserly? Who are you going to go for? You could go for Abdullah Zadran, although he was a little expensive.
I think for these last 2 I'd be looking at Javed Khan and Kashif Zadran, because Abdullah Zadran's had a pretty bad day of it. He's bowled 2 overs, so they've gone for 29 runs. As it is, coming on to bowl the 9th, it's Ibrahim Zadran. Big appeals from the first ball for a stumping. Shahanaga's left with a double teapot, hands on hips in frustration from the wicket-keeper.
Well, that's pretty merciless for those 3 bowlers who haven't been used. Khalid Khan went for 16, he hasn't got invited back. Kashif Zadran went for 16. Abdullah Zadran went for 15, and this decision is a curious one. Let's hope it works for Ibrahim Zadran to bowl the penultimate over.
Here's Ibrahim. His right arm leg breaks. Bit of width outside off, but the sweeper's out there at cover point. Again, they don't seem too interested in taking the second run, so they settle for 1. Paramveer Singh moves on to 3 off 4. Sultan Ahmed now has the strike, and out at long on, long off cover point and deep mid wicket. So much slower leg break. Was it turning too much? The umpire believes it might have been.
Want to see that again?
Certainly hit him in line, but he really took his time and gave it a very good rip. It looked to be turning a long way, this, which would seem the other reason, obvious reason for it not being given. Flighted once more, and he's mistimed this out towards long off, and well taken despite the midges being all over Abdullah. He manages to take the catch whilst swatting away an army of midges and running through them to claim it. And he claims his prize, which is the 8th wicket of the innings, 72 for 8. And with just 8 balls left, the collapse continues. Sultan Ahmed gone. Might well have been given a wide if he'd have left it. It was very wide and turning even further away. And he tried to find a way of digging it out and fetching it through that extra cover region. Miscued it though. Caught by long off. With time and balls running out, yet another one goes.
Kader Khan comes out to bat at number 10. And we're now through to the tail. But he can bat. I mean, his average in 2020 cricket is 31. And his highest score is 82. But one assumes that his depth in the batting order now is more a function of being a little bit of a slow accumulator.
That's correct, yes. Swing and a miss first up.
Can you believe this over from Ibrahim Zadran, who wouldn't have expected to bowl and was only called into the attack as an afterthought? 5 balls and he's only conceded a single.
Don't spoil it. Maybe you've given him the commentator's curse. Or maybe you've picked him up a second wicket. Said it's 1 bounce to Abdullah Zadran, who adjusts nicely to a bit of a bounce off the turf. That is the end of the over. So he's conceded just 2 runs and he's picked up the wicket of Sultan. So 73 for 8 with 1 over left. And the defending champions, well, they were 5 for 3. And if you'd offered them this at 5 for 3, they'd have taken it. But if you'd have offered them it at the start of the game when Wiesbaden won the toss and put them in, don't think...
Good luck describing that one when we're off air. We're back on air.
Pardon me, viewers, for the brief disruption to the audio feed. A few gremlins in our systems that have all been sorted out now, and just as that was going on, you will have seen that the 9th wicket has fallen, 73 for 9, and so out steps the number 11, Bashir, with time running out. Paramveer Singh gone for 4 off 7, caught on the deep mid-wicket rope, and it has been a theme so far in Pool B, particularly from the top 3 seeded teams, Wiesbaden, MSC Frankfurt and United Stars, that the catching has been of a much higher level than we saw from Pool A. Now in comes Javed once more. That's worked round the corner. That's a clever shot into the gap at fine leg. There's a big old gap from the wicket-keeper right the way through to mid-wicket. He identified that gap, and rather than trying to just smash the ball anywhere he could and hoping that a fielder would miss it or not catch it on the rope, having seen his teammates' demise in such a fashion, just intelligently worked it into the vacant region for 4. Good shot, 77 for 9.
Now, we haven't yet seen a team bowled out before 10 overs in the tournament, have we?
I'm sure if anyone wants to avoid the embarrassment of that, it's the defending champions. That's a quicker ball. Screwed out slightly off the toe end. Need a bit of chalk for his snooker cue. Into the gap. Cover point coming round, but they will get back for 2. 79 for 9. Kader Khan has 6 off 2. Number 11, Bashir Zamankal at the non-striker's end. And Javed Khan has taken 3 for 7. 3 for 9 now after that 2, in fact. Leg break. It's just a bit too short, though, so he can pick up where the turn was going to be. They've got to come back for 2, one would think. And the misfield from Abdullah Zadran costs them. They actually think about 3 eventually, but don't take it. 81 for 9 with just 2 balls left.
What's the lowest total in this tournament, batting first so far, to win?
Wiesbaden 79 for 6 in the game against Oberwurzl when they were on the other side of the equation. This time it's them doing the restricting. Full toss on leg stump. He's got away with that full toss. Down to long on, they only take 1. So the number 11 will have to take strike and face the last ball of the innings.
So there is, at the very least, there's a precedent for defending a total as low as this, and today as well.
It can be done, but as we saw, that was an exceptionally good Wiesbaden bowling performance and a very questionable Oberwurzl batting effort. Here comes that final ball. It's short, skied up in the air. This will need taking amongst the midges at square leg. It's very well held. A good low catch, charging in 15 yards from the boundary, and that's been a theme of this ruthless fielding and bowling performance from Wiesbaden. MSC Frankfurt, the defending champions, the winners of the state T20 competition, become the first side in this ECS Frankfurt second edition to be bowled out. They're bowled out on the last ball of the innings for just 82, and although they are a side that are known for their strength with the ball rather than the bat, SV Wiesbaden will surely fancy their chances here of chasing down a very modest 83 to win to make it 2 wins from 2 and leave MSC Frankfurt with 2 losses from 2, and in doing so dump the defending champions all but out. As we have looked back at some of the highlights from this innings, well, in some ways it was actually quite a recovery from where they were, because MSC found themselves 5 for 3. Faiz Majid Nasiri there clattering the stumps, a very important wicket early on, and that trend only continued as the game went on. Wickets kept falling. The only moment where that stopped was a 53-run partnership for the 4th wicket, dominated by the scoring of Shahid Afridi Boom Boom Jr. These were the very early wickets to fall. Caught at cover off a full toss, Hamza Syed Amir getting his chance to open, most definitely not taking it. And that was a lovely piece of bowling, just beating the outside edge, peeling for it in vain. And this was the moment where the game looked to have changed a bit. So Shahid Afridi Jr. got in. He swiped 5 sixes. That was the first of them. Hit 5 of them in the end. 41 off 16 for him. And a strike rate of more than 2.5 a ball. Sikandar Khan could only manage 11 off 13 at the end. Very much pedestrian by comparison. But these were the 2 boundaries he did manage. Good touch shots through third man and cover. This was what was going on at the other end, though. Shahid Afridi having all the fun, even managed to top edge one for 6 down towards the car park. When the spinner went on and dropped short, Boom Boom Jr. perished out to deep mid-wicket. It was there to go for 6, juggled on the mid-wicket boundary and held to the relief of Ibrahim Zadran. Once Boom Boom Jr. had gone, the midges came, and any momentum in the MSC Frankfurt innings really all but ended. They only added 24 runs at a run a ball in the time since Afridi got out. Left-hander Dawud Mohammed hit his first ball for a big 6 onto the embankment. At that point, hopes were high for the batting side that he could go on. But as you can see, the very next ball, tried to repeat it. Much better delivery that deserved more respect. It didn't get it, and it hit the base of his off stump. Next up, we had the interesting work. It's always a fascinating bowler to watch. Javed Khan Zadran with his mix of leg breaks and off breaks. He caused a few problems. They highlight that really nice stumping where drew them out with a bit of flight. This was not quite such an aesthetically pleasing wicket, but they all count. Again, well taken by Ibrahim Zadran, who took 3 very good catches on the deep mid-wicket fence. And this was some proper leg break bowling again. Good work from both of the spinners. Ibrahim Zadran taking those catches and then coming on with the ball, getting a couple of wickets. That one well taken by Abdullah, who had to fight the low flying sun to take the wicket of Sultan Ahmed as well as the midges. He's in a key fielding position in the firing line there. And this was Javed Khan Zadran taking yet another wicket. Very much spin that did the damage, running through the lower order. Javed Khan and Isra combining beautifully as the wickets just kept tumbling. Kashif Zadran taking 2, and Javed Khan claiming 4. So what that all meant is that it was a pretty sorry, I should say, looking batting card for MSC Frankfurt. Only 2 batsmen got into double figures. Shahid Afridi Boom Boom Jr. with 41 off 16, including 5 maximums. Sikandar Khan a very slow 11 off 13. And apart from that, well, the only other person that made any real impression was Qader Khan, who did grab 9 off 4 not out at the end. And that helped them get up to 82. They were 5 for 3 at one point, it must be said. As for SV Wiesbaden, arguably the best bowling side in this competition, and we saw what they can do once more. Faiz Khan excellent at the top. The 3rd maiden that Wiesbaden have bowled in this competition. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 8 for 2 for him. And Amullah Zadran very solid, opening up 2, 1 for 12 from his 2. Abdullah Zadran and Khalid Khan got a bit of tap. Kashif Zadran went for 16 off his over but chipped in with a couple of wickets. And then it was Javed Khan who closed the innings out nigh on perfectly. 12 for 4 from his 2 overs. Some of the best figures we've seen from this competition so far. And Ibrahim Zadran picking up a wicket and conceding just 2 runs from his over. 7 bowlers used, and between them they got the job done pretty darn well. 82 all out for the defending champions, and it's going to be a very difficult target to be defended by them when they come out to field. We'll see what they can do in not too long. We'll be back with you for the run chase. For now, I'm Michael McCann. Kit Harris is alongside me, just signing off for a few moments at the mid-innings break. We'll be back for the second half of this run chase to see if the defending champions can win, somehow defend the relatively paltry 82 that they've put on the board, because if they lose, they're all but out. See you shortly.
Welcome back here to Frankfurt, where the chase is on, and it's a chase of what could and should be a fairly gettable target. 82 all out in exactly 10 overs, the team batting first, and that in itself is an impressive mark and unprecedented so far in the European Cricket Series Frankfurt, the only team to be bowled out. More remarkable still is the fact that that team was the defending champions MSC. Now, if Wiesbaden, who did all the damage with the ball, can only hold their nerve and win this game, it will put the defending champions in a precarious position indeed regarding their qualification from Group B. And for the sake of hypotheses, if Wiesbaden managed to knock these off in reduced time, that would cause such damage to MSC's net run rate that it would only serve to put them even further towards an early exit from the competition. But as it stands, there's every possibility that a team as strong as MSC could yet fight back in a low-scoring game and attain an unlikely victory. Let's hope, for the sake of cricket, that here on the European Cricket Network we enjoy a thriller. Now, the opening bowler is Shahid Afridi, and he is just settled now to bowl to Kashif Zadran in the red helmet. And as you would expect, Shahid Afridi is on the mark straight away. He's a good, accomplished and solid bowler. He generates decent pace from a very tall action. He certainly is going to have to come off in this game. He was expensive in the last. 2 big overs he went for, but the reset button has been pressed. This is a different situation altogether. I've gone right through him there. That is a good start. So already a signal of intent from MSC that they're not going to lose this game without a very significant struggle, and Wiesbaden are going to have a fight on their hands to get this bowling away. My name's Kit Harris, calling the game for European Cricket Network, with me Michael McCann. Kashif just looking to get off the mark and get Wiesbaden up and running right now. Thinking about the single, the non-striker was at least. An aggressive throw comes in. It's really important that MSC demonstrate some bullying tactics here, some domination. You get back in your crease, not give anything away easily. And 3 dot balls is a great way to start the innings. Nasrullah Zadran at the other end, waiting for his moment to get on strike. Here is Shahid Afridi again. Oh, he's starting to get a bit desperate there, Kashif, taking advantage of the infield being up in the ring on the straight drive. But again, a dot ball, 4 in a row.
Well, you speak of bullying. They've got to do to SV Wiesbaden exactly what Wiesbaden did earlier on today against the Marsici Oberwursel, defending a very similar target. 79 for 6 was what Wiesbaden had posted in that game.
Now that might just be a wide. It is. The angle and approach was good to try and get Kashif thrashing through the offside. Just pitched it a little bit too wide of the tram lines that time. So courtesy of extras, Wiesbaden are up and running. You need 83 to win in total, and that's just been whittled away by 1. It has been a good over. You can see why that slip is in there. Down the leg side, he's done well to get something on it this time. It's going to race away for the fielder. He just reels it in and flicks it back. Good attempt at the relay. Nearly came off, but it was effective in restricting the run scoring to a couple. And Kashif Zadran is opened his own account with those 2. 3 without loss.
Well, Wiesbaden's excellent white ball form in German state T20 cricket has come from their bowling unit primarily, keeping teams to low scores, and then their batting unit just about doing the job. Scrutiny again is now on the batters to finish off the handiwork.
That's a great big booming one. I think that's going to go all the way. It drops down into the supporters area, and Kashif, having had 5 sighters, has got underneath one and smacked it away for a maximum, and that will give him heart. Moves to 8 with the first boundary, and at the end of the first over, Wiesbaden are on their way, 9 without loss. You just see how he cleared his front leg, opened up his stance, and with a full flow of the bat, really hit it out of the meat. That's a good first over in the end from Wiesbaden. Nasrullah Zadran hasn't had to face anything yet, so he just takes his guard now to face the bowling from Adel Khan, who opened the bowling in the last game alongside Shahid Afridi as well, with his off, his slow medium really at best. But he does have a very quick shoulder action. So although he just hobbles up almost like a spinner, it comes through quicker than you do expect. That's up and over the outfield, rolling along the ground, but it will be 4, and Nasrullah Zadran follows up Kashif's boundary with one of his own. Hits 4 from his very first ball.
Well, it's good intent from Nasrullah when you're chasing a below par total in T10, as we can see that sort of one-footed cut shot. You don't want to be aiming to take it deep. You want to be positive and aggressive in the power play and get ahead of where you need to be, and that is clearly the attitude Nasrullah's taking.
This one's been skied. There is a fielder under it at deep point. It should be out. Oh, he's put it down. What a tragedy for MSC. They needed that early breakthrough and a very welcome reprieve for Wiesbaden. It should have been straightforward. It went right to him, He was underneath it. I don't know whether he's going to blame the midges or not. But an important early catch has been shelled, giving Nasrullah Zadran a life on 4.
Well, if you're the defending champions and you want to stay in a tournament having lost the first game, you've got to take catches like this. Inside out, not where he meant it to go, was trying to get it to extra cover. Instead, nearly put it straight in cover point's hands, and it's put down by Boom Boom Jr.
Now he's hoping for a wide there. They're going to run through for a quick one, so there'll be a bye at least. It just remains to be seen whether the umpire will increment it by 1. It was a wide, even though the batsman came inside the line. So with the run that they sprinted, that goes down in the book as 2 wides. (16) without loss, halfway through the second over. 67 required. They've made a good start to the chase. That might be a wide again. The umpire really thinking about it. Waits for it to go to the boundary before signalling his intention. And it does. He signals the wide. So 1 wide plus 4 on the boundary goes down as 5 wide. So that's a bit of a shocker. 2 balls in a row from Adel Khan. Concede a total of 7 wides. 1 down the leg side, 1 through the offside. Neither keeper nor slip could get to it. And that means it's 21 for naught, and we still have yet to pass the halfway point in the second over. That's a better line. He knows it wasn't out. He was just a little concerned and insecure, I think, that he thought the umpire might be going to call wide again. An irrational fear, but why not go up? And Michael McCann has pointed this out so many times. Why not go out for the appeal in the hope that the umpire will spare you that wide?
Yes, and to the umpire's credit, they haven't been falling for it one bit. Oh, that's gone over the top of the stumps. That's definitely not a wide, and it's gone somehow through the keeper as well for 4. It nipped back, beat the batsman, beat the stumps, beat the keeper as well, and the power play's gone from bad to worse. Trying to defend this small total, Wiesbaden dropped a catch in this over. Good bowling again from Adil, but it comes back a long way, beats everybody, and it's 4 byes.
That was a big off-cutter, enough to beat the inside edge of the batsman, but also, unfortunately for MSC, enough to beat the keeper as well. And of the 25 runs that you now see on the board, remarkably, 12 of them are extras, top scorer. With this time edged and taken. It was a very, very wide ball, and, well, Nasrullah felt that he could get something on it and steer it down to third man or backward of point to the boundary. Well, he got something on it, but not quite enough. And Sultan, who is feeling guilty and culpable after the 4 byes the ball before, has redeemed himself somewhat with a nice jumping catch high to his left. The slip fielder was spared having to think about getting bruised hands.
Well, they've got the breakthrough they oh so desperately craved. Ibrahim Zadran walks out at number 3, and they really needed to arrest the momentum there. The required run rate had dropped below 7, and it was only dropping. 25 scored off the 10 balls to start the power play. But now they've finally got something to cling on to. They've got to get more wickets to try and keep the pressure on. As we see the other 3 teams just around spectating, waiting for their second games later on. We've got final game of the day, Oberwurzel versus Gamani Abiba.
Ibrahim Zadran, with his coloured peak cap, takes his guard. Just 1 ball left in the over. He's gone for the drive. There should be one here, but Kashif, rooted in his crease at the non-striker's end, refuses to take the single. He wants the strike. Doesn't want to expose Ibrahim Zadran straight away to the bowling. They're happy with the way the first 2 overs have gone runs-wise. 25 for 1 in the power play of the first 2 overs, and there still is 1 power play over remaining. First power play over went for 9, with all those extras. The second one has gone for 16, though the wicket fell. Really, all Wiesbaden have to do from here, 58 from 48 balls, is keep their heads. Boundary here, a boundary there. Really just taking the runs as they come. It will get them there.
But we know that keeping your head in a game of
frenetic, adrenaline-pumping T10 cricket is one of the very hardest things to do.
Shahid Afridi, the guilty man who dropped Nasrullah Zadran, has first been reprieved by the fact that Zadran was out very shortly after that, now has a chance to get himself back in credit in his second over. Just a little bit misdirected here, but fortunately for Kashif. Oh! Appalling. Why has he done that? He didn't run his bat in. He was just strolling down the pitch, and a wonderful direct hit, really out of nowhere.
Wowzers. What a piece of fielding.
From, I think, it's Paramveer Singh, who just saw the opportunity as Kashif Zadran was ambling to the non-striker's end to have a go for a throw. He knew, this was the critical bit, he knew the fielder was backing up to give him the opportunity to do it safely. No one seemed to warn Kashif. Here you see the leg side ball just pushed away, and Kashif first said no, that was the problem, and his partner had set off straight away. And well, that's awkward because it wasn't Kashif's call. Ibrahim wanted it. Kashif said no, but Ibrahim had called him straight away. And by the time he did take off, he was found short by Paramveer Singh's throw, and that is a big breakthrough for Frankfurt's team. See again, he put his hand up, you see, just at the edge of the screen. Paramveer had a good pick up and throw, but he wasn't looking. He thought he was safe. Kashif is run out for 8 from 7 balls at the beginning of the third over. 25 for 2 now, and out comes the big man himself at the non-striker's end, Fayez Khan, 228 on his back.
And remind me what you just said. All that SVV Sparta need to do here is keep their heads. The hardest thing to do in this game is Boom Boom Jr.
Easier said than done, but that is a good shot straight to the fielder, and he's taken a good catch. Has he got it? Has he got it? Coming forward. It's hit the ground. He took it cleanly, but I think just as he hit the ground, because he was diving forward with his elbows extended, I think it's just bobbled out. We'll see now. Firmly struck. It went in. Yeah, just spilled it as his elbows hit the ground.
It's the most difficult part of taking a catch like that, having to make sure it doesn't fall out on impact with the turf.
It's a let-off for Ibrahim, who seems now to want a new bat. He's calling back to the dressing room. The tent, I should say, the dressing tent. Here is the first ball to Nasseri. Fayez Khan just slaps it into the offside, but there's a ring of 6 fielders saving the single. On the off, so anything that's not an absolute gimme from the bowler should be just one. As Fayez Khan faces again. Now that's gone high, hasn't got all of it, and it's another chance for a catch in the deep, and this time, safely taken. Well, that's Paramveer's had an interesting time in the field so far. He dropped that difficult catch as he landed, having delighted everyone with a surprise run out in the over before. Then he's got a second chance to take a much easier catch. You can see it just went straight up in the air. Wasn't in any position to play, really. It was far too deep in the crease, unbalanced. Paramveer is a good fielder. He's absolutely delighted to have had a second chance to take that catch. 26 for 3 now after 2.4 overs. So yeah, not even 20 balls. 16 balls, 3 wickets have fallen in the space of 6 balls now. So this is where Wiesbaden quite unnecessarily are panicking.
And panicking is what so often happens to T20 teams, when T10 teams as well, when a wicket falls. Paramveer with the catch. Shahid Afridi Boom Boom Jr. with a wicket to go with his excellent effort with the bat earlier on. 41 off 14. He scored half of the entire runs that MSC Frankfurt managed in the innings. Now he's got the dangerous Fayez Khan Nasseri, who scored a very decent 30 in the win against Oberwurzel, out for a second ball duck.
Ibrahim on strike. That's sensible. Just take a moment. That's what you need to do. Just take a moment when the ball is good, just to settle the nerves, because they will be nervous now, Wiesbaden. In attempting to blitz the difficult part of the target, just to break the back of the chase, they've lost 3 very quick wickets. Just need to take stock for a moment. Played and missed. It's okay, he was trying to just glide it away, but it was very close to his body, not enough room for the cut. Ibrahim can afford, he's got the time just to take a moment, reconstitute his mentality, because Wiesbaden, don't forget, they've lost 3 wickets for the addition of a single run. And that over from Shahid Afridi only went for 1 in the end.
It's a very good comeback after a disappointing first over by his high standards. He finishes very tidily with 1 for 11, 1 for 10 even from his 2 overs to go with that knock with the bat. If the defending champions do manage to pull this off and somehow win this game, there is no doubt as to who the player of the match is.
Second over then for Adil Khan. They're bowling both the openers right the way through their spells to start with. 12 runs to the bowler and 4 byes off his last over, but he did get the breakthrough. First ball, Shahnagar is away, just working the ball into the leg side, and there should be 2. There are indeed. That's well done. They were alive to the possibility of taking a couple from the very get-go of that ball. They've judged it well. You see, that's the kind of positive running that will take them to within range of their total. It doesn't have to be all these aerial hits for 6.
Well, yes, they're above the required run rate, but you wouldn't think so from the way they're batting.
No, they're batting like they need 11 and over. That's a good ball. Late movement away from the batsman, and in fairness, he was a little bit undecided until too late where he was going to try to play the ball. He just waved the bat at it at the last moment, whistled past the edge. He's having a real struggle now with the midges. They are all over the umpire. You can see the umpires waving around as well. That's gone in the air. It's going to be safe though. I think just the one. In fact, they've ambled it. Just came off the leading edge as Shahnagar just tried to aim it through the leg side. It's dropped safely. Another run as well. Bring Ibrahim in his red helmet back on strike. No need for it, is there? There's no need for it. Trying to slash everything. Stay calm, Wiesbaden. Wait for the runs to come. They got the wide though. I don't think that is going to bother Adil Khan too much. He was quite happy to see Ibrahim trying to slash at the ball that's wide of off stump. Could get the catch behind. Now what's he doing? What's he doing? Shahan really ought to go down the pitch and just tell Ibrahim Zadran to calm down. He's trying desperate things he doesn't need to try.
The only defence I would offer is that there isn't any sweepers behind the wicket square on the leg side.
They're appealing for the catch. The umpire doesn't think there was one. Perhaps it hit a midge on the way through. You know that, if there was a snicky noise, maybe it just hit one of the knees or elbows of a midge fly as it zipped past. Well, I didn't hear a nick, did you, Michael?
I did not, but it's just more that it's one of those lines that I never thought I'd hear on cricket commentary. Perhaps it hit a midge.
Little deflection off a midge.
But yes, just going back to that shot, there is long on mid-wicket, long off and extra cover out, but no one on the ramp.
I think that might be a wide. No, he's done well so many times in that over. Adil Khan just pushed the ball wide of Ibrahim Zadran, and he was trying over and over again to flay the ball through the offside and pierce the circle. And Ibrahim, well, he's kind of lost his head there. 4 overs gone. Wiesbaden are 30 for 3, chasing 83 to win. They need 53 to win off 36 balls. the batsmen, Ibrahim Zadran and Shahan Agha, have rather lost their heads at the moment. They've both sent their helmets back. That's an interesting move. I think that's because the helmets, they feel we're getting all jammed up with midges, and it's easier to swap them away if you've got a cap. That's my guess anyway. Now that over, Adil Khan brings his spell to an end. 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. 4 runs from it.
It's very smart stuff from both opening bowlers. And they are now behind the rate. But again, they do only need 8.8 and over. There is not a need to panic.
So Bashir, our first view of Bashir Zemankal in the tournament, didn't play in game 1. Batted at number 11 and hit a couple of useful shots. And there's another useful shot this time. Welcome to the tournament, Bashir. First ball is short, and Shan just climbed into it. 4 runs, almost cleared the boundary. And I should think that Shahan Agha is relieved that he got this full swing of the bat into a long hop after the openers had proved so difficult to get away. And in fact, the umpire has changed his mind and upgraded the scoring shot to a 6. So,
Blazing
Bashir
sunshine.
Zemankal got now. Shahan Agha. Well, it won't upset MSC too much that they're trying to score with big hits. There's still fielders out there waiting for them. Short again, got a little glove on it, deliberately guiding it down to third man. Well played, maybe not quite as much as he would have wanted, but at least he's rotated the strike and got the single. That was intelligently played by Shahan Agha.
He guided it away. Definitely didn't mean to glove it, but you could see exactly what he was trying to do.
Now Ibrahim had a bit of a nightmare in the last over off Adil Khan, trying over and over again to pummel it through the offside, missed repeatedly. But this one he has hit right out of the screws. 6 runs, rocking onto the back foot, into the railway line, and whoever gets on the end of that is going to get their hand stung, not for a catch, but because it's deep in the nettle bed. And, well, it's a harsh baptism, isn't it, for Bashir Zemankal, getting his first opportunity to bowl in this tournament. And he's been hit for 2 sixes, one by each batsman, as Wiesbaden have got back on track. Big appeal, but I think it's going over the top. May even have just brushed the bat as it went through. So Ibrahim almost hit himself off his feet there, trying to swivel the ball round to that vacant area behind square on the onside.
Oh, he was on 1 off 7 before he managed that 6. We'll hope that that can start to get him going. He was swinging himself into a bit of a hole, trying to hit the ball too hard. But now he's got hold of one, we might start to see the best of Ibrahim Zadran.
Right. They're nearly halfway, 40 from 33. He's got something on it, and he will get that run. And it's a no ball. Non-striker comes back. It's hit the foot of the bowler. But luckily for him, it's been picked up neatly by one of the cover fielders. And, well, Bashir, bless him. First he gets hit for 2 sixes, and then the throw comes in and hits him on the left ankle, and it's a no ball. So now there will be a free hit as well.
Well, Shahan Agha cannot believe he's not facing this free hit, because they didn't take the single. It was in that awkward area where it wasn't quite clear whether it was behind square and whose call it was.
So Ibrahim's gone right in front of the stumps for this free hit, and he's middled it, and he's going to get 4. Backward to square. If you bowled 2 full on the leg stump here, there are lots of runs on offer because the deep fielders are in front of square. So, well, I don't quite know what we're going to make of Mr. Zemankal, Michael, but at the moment he's proving a bit of a liability for MSC. I hope he gets chances again in this tournament, but so far this over has gone for 18, and we still have a ball left.
Well, he is known for his unpredictability. When he's hot, he's very, very hot. When he's cold, he's very, very cold. Tall new ball bowler, but can spray it, and that's what's happening here.
Now that has gone high. It may be in the gap. It falls safely, and they're pushing for 2. I think they're going to get it. The throw comes into the correct end, the keeper, but they've hustled that really well. They kind of decided immediately it was hit that they would go for 2.
Big old boundary, a long way for the boundary fielder to come in and try and collect and stop 2 there.
20 off the over, and there is still a ball left. Poor old Basha Zamankel has gone for some serious tap in this over. Here's his last ball, and he's climbed into that one behind square. No one out there again, and they're wondering whether it's 4 or 6. 4, 24 off the over, the third most expensive in this tournament so far. And just when it was looking potentially a little bit dicey for Wiesbaden, chasing this total to win of 83, they have absolutely creamed an over, the 5th of the innings, having had a wobble. Now 52 for 3 at the halfway stage, requiring 31 to win from 30 balls. And remember what Michael McCann was telling you all through the first half of the game. MSC Frankfurt lose this game, they're going to have to rely on run rate to get them through. But if Wiesbaden can knock this off with good overs to spare, that is going to create a big negative in the net run rate column for MSC.
Well, yes, a significant defeat here for MSC Frankfurt, and the defending champions will be all but out of this tournament. They would need either Wiesbaden or United Stars Darmstadt to lose both of their last 2 games, and MSC Frankfurt to win both of their last 2 games, and a big shift in net run rate. They'd be asking for a lot of things to go in their favour. And they've now got to find a way to pull this back after a nightmare of all nightmare overs. 24 off it. Muslim Yar Ashraf brought on. Tidy left arm orthodox. And that's a good start. A bit of normality resumed for the bowling side. A dot ball. What's he got second up? It's good and turning. Guided away out to backward point. Turning away from the right-handed batsman. Current German international Muslim Yar Ashraf. One of their go-to bowlers, and I was a touch surprised that it was Basha Zamankel who came on before Muslim Yar Ashraf, but here he is now. That's short. He held it back a bit though. It's clever bowling. Ibrahim Zadran swings and misses. Just putting the brakes on here. 1 off 3 balls. And they put a slip in, have they? No. He's just popping the helmet behind the wicket-keeper. Required run rate is only a run a ball. 2 sweepers out on the leg side, 2 on the off. In comes Muslim Yar. That's 2 full. He's got hold of that. That will be over the mid-wicket fielder's head, right into the stinging nettles. And the fielder, in his enthusiasm to try and cut it off, ends up running into the nettles and nearly doing himself a real mischief and falling over in there. 6 more to the total. Ibrahim Zadran had been struggling to get Muslim Yar Ashraf away, but he certainly got hold of that. And now it's just 21 to win. Much less than a run a ball. There is Ashraf. Inside out. This is wide of long off. We'll get there and cut it off, but good positive running. They take 2. 63 for 3. Wiesbaden's such a good bowling side who often have the formula bowl first, keep it tight, then the batsmen do just enough to chase it. Following through with that here, Muslim Yar Ashraf, fancy footwork, and that's a cracking shot as well, but it's actually caught. It's caught right on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Desperately needed. Well, he looked to me for a second like he got hold of all of that. He had got hold of it pretty darn well, but the fielder right on the mid-wicket fence takes a really important catch. And if they are going to somehow pull this back and defend this, they needed a breakthrough. They've got that breakthrough. Ibrahim Zadran gone for 23 off 16, and with a modest 20 needed off 24, they've got a new batsman to have a look at, joining Shaheen Agha out there.
Well, Michael, I hope that doesn't prove to be the pivot point of the innings and the one that they regret. Looking to finish it in a hurry. And we'll put that down to positive mentality rather than recklessness. and carelessness, because the net run rate will come into consideration, at least between two of these teams. It always does. So they're trying to finish the game quickly. And with 3 wickets down and 20 to win, with more balls than runs left, well, yeah, okay, fair enough. Try and finish it quickly. But we've seen collapses before.
In favour, fairness to Khalid Zadran, 1 yard either side or a couple of yards higher on that shot. And even with the fielder out there, it was 6 over his head. He did get hold of it very nicely. So Muslim Yar Ashraf concedes 9 off his first over, but picks up a wicket. And now, unsurprisingly, after conceding 24 from his other over, his only over in the tournament so far, they're not going back to Bashir Zamanko. It's Daud Mohammed, holding left arm around the wicket with his zippy stuff. That's sliding across Aga. That's a good start. He's got a 6-3 field, so he's got to be on off stump here. He's also fighting the midges as he goes back to his mark.
It's what we saw him doing really successfully in the previous game. If you remember, bowling wide of the crease and angling it across the batsman. I think the batsman needs to compensate by moving further onto off stump.
He's down once more, chopped on. Chopped on, that's another wicket. And they're giving themselves a chance here, the defending champions. If they're going down, then they're not going down without a fight. Daud Mohammed picks up Shaheen Agha, who just couldn't get hold of the awkward left arm whippy angle. Short and trying to force it through extra cover. As you can see, just leant back. His weight wasn't really in the right place. This will show it. Short ball. Chops it down onto the base of that middle stump, and it's 63 for 4. And with 20 needed off 22, both set batsmen have gone. And now it's going to be up to Khalid Khan as well as the new man Amin Khan. Together, both of them have not faced a ball yet to take them home.
Well, I mentioned pivot points when the catch was taken, but that's a double breakthrough. And, well, there's a certain cliche about one bringing two, but in this case, with 2 new batsmen at the crease, what they really must do now is just try and work the singles around for an over or so, especially against Daud Mohammed with this difficult angle of approach across the batsman, just to keep the runs lower than the balls.
Here is Daud Mohammed. Sliding across, it's left alone, but that's a wide.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Didn't quite get his angles right to the new batsman.
Just reduce the target by increments. That's down to 19. If you miss 4 balls in a row because you're trying to hit them all for 6 and then you get bowled by 1, it makes a dent very quickly in what's required. If you just fiddle it around, work the balls down at the same number as the runs, it all becomes more manageable.
Here's Daud Mohammed once more. Excellent over so far. That's a back of the hand slower ball.
That's it. They should have taken 1 quickly there, but they're going to be able to get it in the end, Michael. But that's the approach I'm talking about. That's what'll do it.
It does always look easy from the commentary box, so when the adrenaline's up in a big tournament like this, the biggest tournament that most of these cricketers have ever played in, aside from the ECS tournament in Frankfurt in July, apart from a very select few who are German national team players, it's very hard to keep your composure. As now Khalid Khan, the left-hander, comes on to strike. He's the only left-hander in the Wiesbaden squad. And the field changes, so fine leg comes up, but there's square leg deep mid-wicket, long on and long off out. It's a 5-4 offside field. Short, that's a dot ball, straight to point. So that will help make things interesting for the neutral, which the first majority of us in the commentary box and all of you watching at home at ECN.cricket worldwide and on fan code in the subcontinent will be. Another final ball finish. We've already had 3 of them this week. And it's down. Comes very wide on the crease this time. Shapes this back into the batsman. That's a crucial misfield at extra cover. You just can't afford that in such a tight game when you're trying to build a sense of pressure. There was a bad bounce off the turf, but he didn't get down to it. Rahman with that crucial misfield. Now 3 sweepers out on the leg side for the right-hander. Square leg mid-wicket, mid-on cover point, and long off as well. Short, This is thumped out towards deep mid-wicket, and he's overrun it for 2 balls in succession. Significant fielding errors have really cost the defending champions. Habib Rahman with back-to-back mistakes. The previous over at extra cover, he let it run past him, and then when he was put out onto the deep mid-wicket fence, he overran it, didn't dive, didn't time things right, and that really does help just settle the nerves. You can hear the cheers from the MSC Frankfurt tent that's not far from our commentary position, and it's now just 13 runs to win from the last 3 overs. You can also see the midges. Crikey, there's so many as well. Muslim Yar Ashraf on. They really could do with something quite extraordinary here. You think of Yassir's hat-trick for SG Heinhausen in the penultimate over of cricket yesterday to help them beat Darmstadt. That's the kind of thing we're needing now.
Umpire's just clearing some midges off the bowling crease. But it gets quite slippery with crushed midges underfoot, Michael.
Now this is interesting. For the first time this week, 5 fielders on the leg side. It's a 4-5 field. And a fine leg, deep square leg, mid-wicket, long on. Short mid-wicket as well. It's Muslim Yar, left arm over. That's just prodded back.
It's a stalemate.
Amin Khan wanted a single. The striker Khalid Khan wasn't interested.
It's the right thing to do, though. Don't take any unnecessary risk. You're allowed to have a couple of balls in this situation to play yourself in. You can work the gaps.
It's Ashraf once more. Just guides that off the face down towards backward point, and point coming round can't in any way prevent the single as another train ricochets past around the deep mid-wicket boundary, which is where a fielder heads. So for the right-hander there'll be a square leg mid-wicket, long on, long off and cover point. 5-4 offside field. Really need dots here at this stage, Frankfurt. That's thumped back down the ground. This will take good fielding to cut it off, and it gets good fielding as well. He's managed to keep that to 1 just in front of our commentary position. Superb work from Daud Mohammed. And they'll just be wishing that Habib Rahman could have shown similarly high levels of fielding excellence in the previous over when his errors cost them 5 precious runs. Here's Muslim Yar Ashraf once more. That's a real dart in towards the leg stump, and a beautiful pickup whipped away over square leg's head onto the embankment for 6. That's a huge moment. It brings it down to single figures now. Just 5 needed from 13 balls for Wiesbaden to go 2 from 2, and for the defending champions MSC Frankfurt to be all but out of this competition. Huge moments here at the ECS in Frankfurt. 5 to win now. Much slower, held back. It hits the pads. It trickles down towards the fine leg boundary. It might well go. It's given us wides. And it's 5 wides as well. So I make it that's the game.
I don't think it quite went to the boundary. He just got his foot on it and reeled it in.
Ah, there we go.
You see again on the replay, although the fielder went as far as over the boundary, the ball stopped short. If we do get a chance to see that again, you'll see that the game has just stayed alive for a fraction longer. And the umpires are just checking it as well.
Well, here we go. So Muslim Yar Ashraf into bowl. Turning down the leg side, it beats the keeper Sultan. Runs away towards that boundary. Well, has he just about kept that in play? No, it's decided he hasn't. As I first suspected, it goes away for 5 wides, and Wiesbaden have chased it down. It's the Wiesbaden formula. It's what brought them 10 straight wins in the state T20 competition. Bowl first, bowl brilliantly, field well, keep it tight, and then the batting unit will just about get them through on the run chase. They get there with a very decent number of balls to spare that will do their net run rate no harm. Winners by 5 wickets with 13 balls left, and it most importantly will really dent the net run rate of the MSC Frankfurt boys, the defending champions, the winners of the ECS in July, the winners of the State Hessen T20 competition this summer. But at this rate, they're not going to be winning here at the ECS once more. They've lost 2 from 2 now. They need to win their last 2 games and an improbable set of other results to go their way to allow them to qualify. They are 1 foot, 1 arm, 1 leg, 1 everything out of the tournament. It's going to take something extraordinary for them to pull it back now, as we see highlights of that innings, that run chase, which was ultimately successful. It's a good early start for Wiesbaden. They were 25 without loss after the first 10 balls. Good positivity from Kashif and Nasrullah Zadran. Nice cut shot for 4 there to get that scoreboard ticking early on. But then they did get the breakthrough. The outswinger well caught. Well, pardon me, that was the dreadful drop from Shahid Afridi. Boom Boom Jr. Then the in-swinger got absolutely no luck whatsoever in this over. Adel Khan beat him and went for 4 byes. And then Afridi came on, tried to make up for that poor drop catch at cover point with the ball. And his bowling led to this spectacular run out from Paramveer Singh. You can see the batsman dawdling and ball watching, and my goodness me, was he made to regret that. If he'd have got his head down and just run and not worried about anything else, he'd have definitely got in. Then on came Shahid Afridi, a good bouncer outside the off stump that rose on the batsman, led to a very good catch in the deep mid-wicket region by Paramveer Singh, who had already taken the brilliant run out as well, so he had a very good day of it in the field. Then in came Afridi once more. Again, Paramveer made sure that was Faiz Khan gone for a 2-ball duck, and at this point Wiesbaden were really struggling in the chase. Big appeal on that occasion from Adel Khan, who really did have no luck in this innings. Oh, very well, and deserved better than his figures will suggest he did. Another pivotal moment there as boundary started to come. Ibrahim Zadran with a valuable 25 off 17. You can see in the late evening sunshine here in Frankfurt, the midges started to get out and about. That was almost comedic as the fielder nearly ran into the stinging nettles. Muslim Yar Ashraf came on to try and contain things, but over-pitched there and was climbed easily into. But then, to the batsman's surprise and to everyone's surprise, given the convincingness of the shot, was caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Shahin Agha had been looking quite good, but went for 11 off 9, chopping on off Dawood Mohammed for 11. With 1-6 in that knock. Okay, Muslim Yar Ashraf, he strayed onto the pads of Khalid Khan. And that was the blow that took them to just 5 away from victory. And then this was how it was sealed, a pretty ugly way for it to be sealed. Muslim Yar Ashraf, a current German international, you'd have expected better of him than that. Slid one down the leg side. There was a lot of confusion about whether it had gone for 5 wides or not. And in the end, it was confirmed that that had happened. So SV Wiesbaden chasing it down by 5 wickets with 13 balls to spare. The top scorer, Ibrahim Zadran, with a very valuable 25 off just 17 with 2 4s and 2 6s. Apart from that, Shahin Agha, the captain and wicketkeeper, was the only player to get into double figures. 11 off 9 for him before he chopped on off Dawood Mohammed, and then Khalid Khan and Amin Khan both hitting a boundary at the end and finishing it off. As for the bowling, well, MSC Frankfurt bowled really well and gave themselves a chance. The over that really cost them, that it was a surprise to us that he came on and bowled because he didn't bowl in the game against United Stars, was Bashir Zamanko. He went for 24, and that really was by a country mile the most expensive over of the innings. Shahid Afridi Boom Boom Jr. taking a very respectable 1 for 10 off his 2. Adel Khan 1 for 16 off his 2. Muslim Yar getting a bit of tap, but wasn't too bad with 1 for 22 off his 1.5, sorry. And Dawood Mohammed with 1 for 7 off his 1. But that Zamanko over was what proved really, really costly in the end. They just couldn't pull it back enough from that point to drag it out to the end. And it allowed MSC Frankfurt, well, it caused MSC Frankfurt, I should say, to lose this game And now they're 2 losses from 2, and you don't need to be a genius to work out that in a 5-team round robin where the best 2 teams advance to finals day Friday, that is very costly indeed. And that, as they say, is that from match number 14 in this European Cricket Series here in Frankfurt. A big shift here in Group B. It is now SV Wiesbaden and the defending champions MSC Frankfurt, who are in a battle to qualify, as well as FCA Darmstadt. Those are the 3 most fancied teams, but the dynamic within those teams has shifted so much now. The defending champions MSC with 2 losses from 2, Wiesbaden and FCA Darmstadt with 2 wins from 2. Up next, it's a match between 2 newcomers, the 2 least fancied teams in this pool. They've both suffered defeat once today and are now trying to get their first ever televised European Cricket Series win. Do join us in around 15 minutes or so's time for Lamazisi Oberwurzel, who lost earlier today against Wiesbaden, up against FC Germania Biber, who lost against FCA Darmstadt. But for now, I'm Michael McCann alongside Kit Harris for the European Cricket Series. It's goodbye, but we'll see you in 15. here in Frankfurt for the final instalment of day 3 of this European Cricket Series tournament. First day of Pool B action. We already know that SG Heinhausen won Group A, with Darmstadt finishing second on net run rate. We're getting closer to finding out who will join them on finals day Friday. SV Wiesbaden in pole position, as well as FCA Darmstadt in that regard. They've now both won 2 games from 2 in Group B. But our day finishes off with 2 newcomers, 2 teams who were surprises to even qualify for this European Cricket Series tournament. They were probably expecting that by now they'd have packed their cricket kit up for the winter, and will be having to wait until things get a little bit less chilly to get back playing. But instead, here they are, making their televised debuts. They have both lost once already today, but it certainly won't dampen their spirits too much. Germania Biber losing to FCA Darmstadt, facing a rain of sixes from Mudassar. Meanwhile, the MCC Oberwurzel kept SV Wiesbaden to 79 for 6, but then only managed 46 themselves. It is Germania Biber who've won the toss. They've elected to bat. They're out there facing the MCC Oberwurzel's Shermiran, who was excellent in the first game for them with the ball. Kept things relatively tight at the top. I hope that he can do the same again in this matchup. This might, based on the seedings, be both teams' best chances of a win. Here is Moran, left arm over, that's over the head of square leg. And that's a very good start, having won the toss and elected to bat. That's how you want to get going. A nerve-settling boundary from Mohamed Zahid. He's their best 6-hitter, but in the very first ball of their ECS batting campaign against FCA Darmstadt, he hit it straight down Long On's throat. So I'm sure he'll feel better for not becoming a quiz question of who was the first batsman in ECS history to get consecutive golden ducks.
Never happened before?
It's not happened,
Wow.
so I'm told by our statistical boffins. Here comes Miran. That one is convincingly hit out to cover point. They thought about 2 and they went for 2, but they went for 2 far too late. Oh, he's hit a direct hit, but that's going to skibble on through, and it's stopped by square leg, and it's all going on, and in the end 1 goes in the book as if nothing of significance happened that much, as the sun dips behind the clouds, another train goes by, and suddenly it gets a bit chillier, and the weather gods just remind us that it is almost October after all.
But you know the good thing about it getting colder and more overcast, don't you?
Is there anything good?
Our biggest audience of the day has started to dissipate, and I refer to...
The midges.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a fair point. Shermiran has conceded 5 so far. He's got a first chance to bowl at the left-handed Gurjinder. That's a terrible, woeful full toss. Very wide. Not capitalised upon, but they'll get 1 for it anyway. Gurjinder Singh, the one of 2 left-handers in this Germania lineup. Vinay Kumar Narayana, who is better known for his exploits with the ball, being the other one. Power play time. Fielders out at long on and deep cover. Just plinks that for a single. We knew exactly what he was doing. That was clever batting. Once he realised it wasn't there for the shot he wanted to play, was quite content to take 1. 6 without loss here. And these two met in the state T20 competition. It was Germania Biber who prevailed by just 2 runs. Wait for a similarly close game here. That's very, very full. Driven hard at long on. They look at 2 on the misfield, but the arm coming back in is excellent. The recovery is good. And once again, because the batsman didn't have conviction to take the 2 at the right time, they end up having to settle for 1. Field changes for the lefty. 5-4 field with long on and extra cover out. Lefty versus lefty. Shermiran, that's a dreadful ball. A waist-high leg stump, full toss. No way he's missing out on that. A first 6 of the match for Germania Biber. Statement of intent as they come out to bat. And Gurjinder Singh gets his first 6 in ECS cricket. And what better a ball could you want to score it off?
Absolutely. It's been a bit rusty in the field so far in the first over. De Gurjinder has on the whole been having a very good tournament, and I'm not surprised that he's come up the order in this game.
It's Moran. That's full, but it's on the leg stump again. Easy enough for him to pick it up and just flick it away. Beautifully timed shot from Gurjinder. He's now got a 4 to go with his 6. The first over goes for 18. And Gurjinder has 11 of them off just 3 balls. It's a commanding start for the batting side. They are a team that are generally better with bat in hand than with ball in hand. It's not unfair to say. I can tell you why it's not unfair to say, because the manager Klaus Keller told me that himself in a very honest assessment of his side's capabilities. So not too surprising that when winning the toss they thought we'll have a bat, get runs on the board and scoreboard pressure in our favour. I've had a comment on the YouTube stream. Yassir Khan says, I live in Tarbes city in France. He even gives the postcode of it, near to Toulouse. He says, in this city there's no cricket clubs. I'm lost. How do I go about doing this? Well, cricket in France is actually growing spectacularly, Yassir. Much better than my ability to say the word, spectacularly. So here comes the second over, bowled by Sadakat. Still only 2 out, of course. 1 at long on and 1 at extra cover, but there's nobody at square leg. And again, the Marcy Oberwurzel making the mistake of dropping onto the batsman's pads, and both of these two have shown real disdain for that. Mohammad Zahid moves on to 10 or 4, joins his partner Gurjinder in double figures, and this is meat and drink stuff for the 2 opening batsmen.
Confident start from Bieber. We found that they could bat previously. They've just got the momentum going, haven't they, that they need at the moment.
Sadakat comes wider of the crease this time, but it's in the slot, straight down the ground. That's a lovely straight batted crackle of the bat down the ground. Nothing long on can do to cut it out. Back-to-back boundaries for Mohammad Zaid. He has 14 off 5. And this is really good, purposeful, aggressive power play batting. Taking the positive option, but not the reckless one. Sadakat once more. That's a better ball, back of a length. Can only sort of end up gloving it away for 1. 23 without loss. Well, I can tell you, Yassir, that Dreux, the French champions, are now outside of Paris, but ever since the European Cricket League came along, and now it's that extra incentive, and also more than anything, people like your good self, Yassir, realising that cricket very much exists and is thriving and an opportunity in France. The number of cricket clubs in France has increased 5-fold in the last 2 years or so. So hopefully you can get in touch with the French Cricket Association. You can find one somewhere near you in Toulouse. Sadakat in. It is creamed away, but he hasn't got all of it. It will be a catching chance for long on running round. Would have been an exceptional take, and they get through for 2. That went higher than it went longer. Was trying to scoop it up for 6 and ended up scooping it much higher than it went longer, really.
Yep. He just got underneath the ball, didn't he? Too much bottom hand in it. It was there for the hit, but he just pulled it across the line. And, didn't really swing through with the elbow enough.
And this one again has been scooped up. Surely will be taken, is taken. Well, Gurjinder had played some excellent positive cricket. Trying to go hard down the ground, just threw himself through his hands way too hard at the ball. Simple enough catch for extra cover. And a much needed breakthrough, 29 for 1, with just 1 ball to go in the second. And Gamani Abiba suffer their first casualty. And Premjit Singh, who was so instrumental in that total of 120. He hit almost half the runs, 59 off 24, comes to the wicket with a decent platform laid by the 2 openers.
Yes, he is another capable batsman, and he will also prove more than adept at running between the wickets quickly. It's one thing that the Bieber team have done really well. Always pushing that hard one, the first one, and then making sure They're already backing up for the second run, so that if there's any chance of a fumble, a misfield, an overthrow, a mistaken collect at the wicket, they're ready for the 2. And you can't say that many teams have done that throughout the tournament so far.
It's a valuable asset running between the wickets. In T10 in particular, you do that well, can be worth a solid 15 or 20 extra. There's so much focus on the core skills of batting and bowling, but running between the wickets, fielding, both as crucial.
So 2 overs gone. And, well, it's kind of in the middle somewhere between the 2. Bieber have made a good start with the bat, but Oberwesel have managed to get that first wicket.
I always use 40 as that barometer for the power play, and then contextualising what wickets have been lost and how crucial they are to that side. So based on that, 30 for 1 off 2. You'd still rather be the batting side. Premjit in now. 7 4s and 3 6s in that first match against United Stars Darmstadt.
I mean, I'm very interested in this next bowler. Very lively in the first game. Still in the power play. 3rd over. Atif Shams, Michael.
Here's the 18-year-old. Slips over on his first ball, which is thumped at extra cover. He does well to field it and keep it down to 1. Now, Atif Shams has had quite a day of it. The 18-year-old, the youngest player in this European Cricket Series, making his debut. 2 for 6. He was on a hat-trick in that first game against SV Wiesbaden. Then with the bat, had something of a nightmare, it must be said. In comes Shams. Short back of a length, well bowled. He can be very erratic. When it goes wrong, it tends to go spectacularly wrong. But he's a talented young cricketer, learning his way and learning very quickly on this big stage. But with the bat, he ended up with 26 not out off 29. A really bizarre innings that in truth went a long way to losing them the chase when they needed only 80 to win. That's good quick running. They get through for a single, and exactly as we said up in the commentary box, my colleague Kit Harris, they have run really well between the wickets, these 2. As Luke from Belgium says, what has been the par score so far? Around 100 or a little higher? I'd say par is about 110, based on the 2.5 to 3 days of action we've seen. Here comes Shams, bustling action, short bouncer, top edged, and that's a 1 bounce 4. Having a go at it, Premjit, and we wouldn't expect anything less of him in truth. 36 for 1 now with 2 balls left of the power play, and having hit 10 boundaries in that 59 from just 24 against FCA. Premjit now gets his first in this match. Wasn't a bad bouncer at all from Shams. Came off the top edge and flew away to that relatively short fine leg boundary. And Shams to Premjit again. This is full but wide and too full. It's well driven. Picked out the sweeper though at cover point. They do end up only settling for 1 there. So 1 ball left of the power play. Shams with a 5-4 field. He's got his 2 out at cover point and long on. What can the 18-year-old finish off with? Charges in with real intent in the increasing gloom, and he's got him, Shams. Fist pump to celebrate from the bowler. A very valuable breakthrough. Mohamed Zahid gone for 16 off 9. And the teenager gets his 3rd wicket in the European Cricket Series. Caught at short 3rd man. The umpires are coming together for a chat, but it still seems that Zahid is walking off. It's a good place to bowl from Shams. Outswinging short back of a length. And slashed away straight to the fielder, who wasn't going to drop that one. And as Raheem walks out at number 4, Gamania Bieber have lost their second, 37 for 2. You would say, given that second wicket that's just fallen, that is an also valuable wicket that probably tilts the power play in favour of the bowling side just on points for me, to use a boxing analogy. Out comes Raheem Zadran with 18 on his back. Michael Daub says, what does Lamar mean? Is it a place somewhere in the South Asian cricket world, or is it a Dari or Pashto word with a special meaning? Perhaps our commentators know.
Yeah, I'm sure Michael knows.
I'm sure Kit knows. This feels like a version of the Chuckle Brothers to me, to you. As you can probably tell from what we just said, Michael Delb. Unfortunately, we don't off the top of our heads. We'll see if we can do a bit of investigation on that overnight. As Sadakat comes wider of the crease, driven down the ground. They'll look for 2 to long on. They don't come back. It's a good arm. Slightly wayward arm, though, and that can be quite costly if it's a little further wide. The keeper is backing up, though, so all good on that front. Sadakat to bowl his second, into his second, I should say. 1 for 12 from his first. 1 for 7 from Shams. Pulled this back after a good start from Gamani Abiba. Here is Sadakat. Last game of day 3. That's very full and very wide. 1 to the extras column.
Sadakat has taken the umpire's wide call there with good grace.
David Holt says, last game, may it be a good one? Who do you think will win? Back of the length, just pushed out into the offside, dot ball. Well, this looks like a pretty even matchup from where I sit. I did mention that it was just a 2-run win for Gamani Abiba over RCC Oberwurzel when they met in the T20 state competition. They both had very similar records in that competition. They've both played very little T10 cricket, these two. As in comes Sadakat, full beats him. Well, he held the pose. He held the pose very nicely, Raheem Zadran. The only problem was that the ball was in the keeper's gloves, rather than having made any contact. They did have very similar records in that competition. They both won 6 from 9 in the pool stage. So Sadakat again steps down the track and flashes this one through extra cover. Just goes up and over the fielder's hands. Might have been a slight catching chance, but it would have been a very good take indeed. And Zadran does open his account after an extravagant play and miss. Gets all of that particular shot to add 4 to the score. Just to try and give you the most thorough bit of background I can, well, I mentioned they had near identical pool records. They're only separated by net run rate. Oberwurzel missing out on the quarterfinals on net run rate. Gamani Abiba progressing in 4th in their pool. 2 pools of 10 teams. The top 5 made it through to the ECS. Sadakat wider of the crease, slower ball, but it's on the legs. Whipped out, there is a deep mid-wicket. They'll look at 2. And they're right to take 2 from there on that long boundary. No one is going to have an arm apart from a high-level professional cricketer that could even remotely cause a chance of a run-out.
Although we have seen a few good arms, especially from the youngsters out here.
It's true, but the odds are very much with you. Sadakat to Raheem, who's come a long, long way down. As LBW appeals, it was a very wooden LBW pad appeal. Came off a thick inside edge from where I was sitting. Might be able to see on the replay.
Well, if there's anyone who knows when there's a thick inside edge for an LBW appeal, it's Sher Sadakat, of course, as has been demonstrated previously.
Well, by the looks of that replay, it was also possibly swinging so far down leg that it actually was also missing a second set of stumps. But as the old joking village cricket saying goes, apart from that, so it was given not out. 46 for 2 at the end of the 4th. It's suddenly starting to get a bit chilly as the sun has gone down.
But it's got rid of the midges. I'll take chili instead of a mouthful of midges.
Yes. It depends what you prefer. It's your poison of choice. Sher Sadakat is done. 1 for 21 from his 2.
You've been wanting this guy to bowl this whole afternoon,
Yes, I have. Mohammed Zahid. And his first ball is clobbered straight. This has gone over the TV scaffolding that's 20 metres behind the boundary, out towards the nets and the TV truck. One of the ECN staff has gone to fetch it from next to that TV truck. A massive Maximo from Rahim Zadran. And it takes FC Germania Biber past 50 and past 50 in style.
Say the thing again about wanting to see him bowl. You're joking. Anyone can be hit for 6. Even the best of the bowlers can be hit for 6 first up. It's how the thing that counts is how they come back.
Absolutely. Momin Rahmatullah.
Well done.
And that's a better comeback. That's what he can do.
He saw the batsman coming down the pitch at him, as he certainly did set off quickly, and dug it in short. So the batsman suddenly found that where he wanted the drive, the ball was rearing up at his head. So, yeah, that's the kind of experience that meets the build-up that you've given Rahmatullah. Well done.
He's generally their best bowler. And I'll explain why I wanted him to bowl so badly in a second, as he's gone slingy round arm on that occasion, but he hasn't got a fine leg, and he's strayed onto the leg stump, and Rahim Zadran's put that away really nicely, flicked away, so 6.4. Zadran now has 17 off just 8 balls. Germania Biber motoring on towards the halfway mark. So in the first game that they played, Momin Rahmatullah, who generally is a unfortunate for him, weird situation where he's their best wicketkeeper and arguably their best bowler. So he came out from behind the stumps to bowl, bizarrely having taken his pads off and everything, didn't bowl and ended up going behind the stumps again for the last 2 overs. But he is now bowling in this game. That's short, that's a very good bouncer. They might skip through for a bye. They do skip through for a bye. Rahim Zadran had to get his skates on because he was spending a lot of his time signalling a wide to the main umpire, which I wonder if the match referee might be having a quick look at that for possible dissent.
Of course he was. I mean, it's been happening a lot this week.
But to actually even signal the wide was quite something else. We haven't
well
seen
done.
that level of attempting to lead the umpire.
Premji did a good job. He saw the bye was on and ran it through.
It's Rahmatullah. And that's there to climb into, there to go outside the off stump. It's a 1 bounce 4 up towards the embankment. Well, you just can't bowl there with a field like this. Just too full and wide there for the batsman to throw and whack his hands at. And he certainly did that. So Rahmatullah in the first game came out from behind the stumps, ended up not bowling. Now he is bowling, but it's not going as he would like. He's conceded 14 runs plus the bye off this over. 14 off 5 from his bowling so far. 21 wickets for him at 9 in the state T20 competition. He was one of the big reasons why they surprised a lot of people in terms of playing so well. A lot of responsibility on the shoulders of the 23-year-old. Trying to finish off this first over, but that's not good again. It's once more too wide and too full, and the gap is found. And Rahim Zadran and Premjit Singh are having a lot of fun out here. That's now 16 off 6 for Premjit and 17 off 9 for Zadran. Rahmatullah, the arguably key bowler in this Oberwurzel lineup, has gone for 18 off his over. And they're in a bit of a pickle here, the bowling side. Germania Biber winning the toss, choosing to bat, which is their natural strength. And they've reached 65 for 2 at the halfway point.
But all is not lost for Oberwurzel, because very good bowler who bowled 2 parsimonious overs in the first game, Sher Miran, has not come on to bowl yet until now, and he's going to bowl therefore 2 of the last 5 overs. To begin with, going to bowl to Rahim Zadran. Got himself in a good position for the sweep there. He didn't get all of it, but he has got enough just to push it backward a square for 4 and immediately get the pressure onto Sher Miran. 69. Scoreboard ticking over rapidly, especially after 18 were taken off the last over, and that will provide a bit of a headache for Sher Hask as captain, won't he? Where will he give Mohammed Rahmatullah the second over? He has got Khan Anna in there, who bowled emergency overs last time round when needed. That isn't good. Filthy. Umpire's preparing to give a wide. And The wicketkeeper's made a good effort there to get round to it to prevent a second wide.
Is 18 off and over the scoreboard whirring rather than ticking? Pedant's question.
Well, listen, we have the progressive modern type of scoreboard here, which is updated only at the end of each over. 20 years ago in cricket, that would have been an unheard of. It's come down the pitch this time, high, and is there going to be half a chance? No, not even half a chance. A tenth of a chance for a tall man. And Momand is not a tall man. And in any case, maximum runs and consecutive boundaries, therefore, for Rahim Zadran. Well, he was used to having it all his own way, Shermaran, in the previous game. Now he's gone for 4 and 6. It's a play and miss. So a bit of a mixed bag here. That was a good ball, angled across the batsman, who wasn't really in any position to play the shot through the onside. 4 wide, 6 dot. Shermaran just needs to stick to bowling outside off stump, where the field suits him, and that's 2 straight again, high in the air, but there is a chance. Just dropped short of the fielder, who's gone for the catch rather than the stop, which was a positive thing to do, but they have been able to race back pretty impressively, would you believe it, for 3 during the time that ball was in the air. That is the best running of the innings.
Well, they love a quick run, Kamani Abiba. Their running is arguably their best asset as a team.
And their uniform.
Oh, yeah, that's true. If there was runs for funky uniforms, they'd be winning this tournament. No question about it.
Do let us know in the YouTube comments who's got the best kit. Which kit, if you could have a bit of stash on this, would you want?
Massive. Absolutely enormous. And he's really got his vision now. He's seeing the ball like a beach ball. They say the longer you get in, the larger and larger the ball seems to be. And just a lovely flow of the bat through the line there. And well, we've seen 4 and 6 from Rahim Zadran, but now it's Premjit's turn. The scoreboard is starting to squeak on its hinges now. Shermaran is getting some proper tap from Premjit now. Now this one could be 4. He's bisected the fielders perfectly, and it is 4. And a lot of exercise from Mohammad Rahmatullah in the last couple of overs. He's had to bowl 1 and chase 2. And that's a big runs over there. 23 runs from it. This score is now to 19 from it. The score is now almost out of control. 65 for 2 at this stage. What is it at this stage? Because that's the end of the 5th over. So the scoreboard has been wound back again. Can you explain what's happening here, Michael?
The scoreboard's frozen, unfortunately. Just having to go back to manual means it is 89 for 2 off 6. So 24 came off that over, 18 off the previous over.
They're smoking now, aren't they?
They really are going 42 off the last 2 overs.
So Shams is going to bowl his second over. The team scored 7 runs from his first. That's the cheapest of the innings so far. So good idea to bring him back. Now that is very high and over Rahmatullah's head once again into the players' area amongst all the spectators from the other teams down there. And Rahim Zadran is now absolutely in the zone. You could go and bite him on the neck at this point and he wouldn't even notice, I should think. And I dare say about 10,000 midges have been trying to do that over the last hour. Now he's got overexcited. He just came running down the pitch, decided to have a baseball-style swing at it, and to Shams' enormous credit, he saw him coming, dropped it short, and there was a play and miss. Did you know Zadran actually had the temerity to turn to the umpire to suggest that the bouncer might have been a no ball? Well, he did run into it. These decisions about how high a ball is all depend on you staying where you are in the crease. And he's done it again. That was very good. Again, he appealing to the umpire as he runs the bye. It is just a bye, and Shams has pulled off the perfect bouncer there. Over shoulder height, hard to hit, but below head height, therefore a legal delivery.
And he's continuing having a chat with the umpire. He has 2 distinct priorities when batting Rahim Zadran. The first is hit the ball as hard as I possibly can. And the second is, if I miss it for any reason whatsoever, appeal to the umpire for a wide or a no ball. It's a very simple playbook.
It gets you nowhere. The 6 hitting may work, but the appealing to the umpire never will. Shams' next ball is leathered, but straight to cover, dropped for... The fielder was in the right position, but the ball was surely travelling, and it's just burst through his hands. And as it's getting cold now, you can see he's wringing his fingers. And I think there are rather a lot of us at about club level who are quite pleased not to have a catch like that come to us. Mohammed Ahmad has shelled one out there.
He's already got 1 wicket in this game and 2 in the previous one, Shams. Could have made it 2 and 2 if that had been taken.
Here he is again to Premjit, and he's gone big again, 6 again. He loves that area down there, and now he's properly in. He seems with the simplest of swings just to be able to smoke it over the boundary. Barely seems to hit it, he's just middling everything, and it's all timing. Just a lazy swing of the bat. Lazy swing of the bat, and over it goes. It must be quite a bat. Shams again, slower ball this time, and that was a very good idea, but it's all to nothing because it's 6 more and held by his teammate out there on the boundary. But unfortunately, wrong team, wrong place to catch it. 6 more. Everybody is enjoying this 6 blitz that we're seeing from Bieber. 112 for 2 at the end of 7 overs.
Well, they're in a race with each other to see who can get to 50 first. Premjit's got 36 off 11, and Rahim Zadran has 36 off 16. 106 for 2. They really are flying along. And he's just exceptional, clean hitting here. It's been raining 4s and 6s. It truly has.
23 off that over from Shams. And Hask now comes back into the attack. Could be 2 if they run quickly, but when the ball does come to him, Rahmatullah is a decent fielder, and they've just decided to restrict themselves to the single.
Well, in fact, it's going so quickly, our scoreboard can barely keep up with it strike for strike. 112 for 213 with that shot from the first ball of the over. So Premjit now on to strike on 42. Rahim off strike on 37. What a partnership this has been. I mean, they came together at 37 for 2. They've put on 76 so far unbroken. 76 off 25 balls at 3 a ball, these two. Extraordinary.
Well, it was always going to miss one in the end. He almost swung himself onto the floor. It'll be a bye, I think, there, because it's gone between bat and stumps. So a novel way for Premjit to lose the strike. And for him, that's a dot ball. So his record-breaking 50 is going to have to wait for a moment. 114.
Peter Young from Norwich says, this was about an hour ago he said this, is it as midgy out there as it looks on the screen? The simple answer is yes. Yes.
But not so much now as it's got cooler again. Comes down the pitch, Rahim Zadran. That's a tough chance. They're both going to come to it. And it collided, and the ball has gone on the floor.
Oh dear, that's really nasty.
It's a very serious collision, actually. I think Rahmatullah has been hurt in the head. Nobody called. That was the trouble.
Well, Shams is okay, but Rahmatullah took the full brunt of that impact.
It's just, it's hit his head, but I think unless there's a hidden injury, they're going to be okay. They're just shaking his head now. I don't think you can put freezing spray on someone's head. And in fact, now the recriminations have begun now that the injury is safe. But they just both ran for it, absolutely blind. Nobody put their name on it, you see. Just take a look at this. It was high, wasn't going to go for 6. Both fielders converged on it, neither looking at the other. And
well, Rahmatullah did actually catch it. He had it in his hands, but then the impact of Shams coming in on him not only knocked the ball out, but as importantly, with concussion in particular, something we're all very aware of these days, acutely aware of, potentially really injured him in the process as well. Just a bit of calling there. would have done the trick. Nasty.
It can be difficult, those, when you're both so keen to get to the ball. And you say credit to both of them for deciding that they were going to be the one. And to give it 100%. Now actually Shams has come off the pitch. He's hurt his left hand. He's a very strong man, Shams, and a brave, courageous man. He won't come off the pitch unless he feels he absolutely has to.
Come off he has. Ramatullah is still holding his face, but he's out there at long on, very much in the firing line. And they're down to 10 men.
3 runs, would you believe, during all that skirmish. 117 now on the board. And now there are 10 men on the field. They've had to bring in one of the fielders on the leg side. Here's Hask again. They should just get a simple single here. Unwritten understanding between fielders and batsmen there that was just going to be one, and no one seemed in any urgency. Just a moment for everyone to take a breather. 118. Here we go. Raheem back on strike. Goes for it again. Now no one is going to collide here because the ball is going straight into the nets. It lands in the nets and he's nearly decapitated one of his teammates. That was a
he waves his bat in apology to them.
Aaron Barasubramaniam in the nets there. But very, very nearly got his head taken clean off. 6 more.
Well, that is a lesson to any cricketer at any ground. You never turn your back. And that's what they'd done in the nets, and thankfully didn't come to anything nasty.
1 ball left in the over. 124 with 13 balls left. This could be the highest total of the tournament. Play and a miss. Says to the umpire that was definitely a wide. He's still asking him for the wide. Someone appealed for a caught behind there. It is difficult being an umpire in this situation.
It's the way in this same shot. He follows through from the pull shot, and as soon as he realises, oh, I can't wait to see a replay of this. The moment he realises that he's missed the pull shot, he immediately heads into the position to appeal for the wide. Hopefully we can just get a quick look at this last ball before the 8th over begins, because that was comedy cricket at its very best.
So the bruised and battered Mohammad Rahmatullah is going to come back for his 2nd over. Decided that they're not going to go with a different bowler. Khan Anar is available to bowl. He did some tidy up bowling when there was an injury in the first game, but they're sticking with Rahmatullah. 18 off his last over, and now his head hurts.
But it should be said that tidying up bowling in that first game was arguably one of the things that cost them the game, because it was so expensive. So even though he's conceded 18 from his first over and he's had that hit on the head, they've clearly decided to still keep faith for Rahmatullah, who is normally one of their go-to bowlers. Let's see what he's got.
Round the wicket to Premjit, and he's going to get over the line this time. I think it's just gone for 6 more, and that takes him to 49 from 15 balls. This is 4th 6. It's the 9th time he's found the boundary, and there's not going to be any respite for Mohammad Rahmatullah here. In his 2nd over, they're going to go after him just as they did the first. His teammates are clapping his 50. One run early. He's on 49. This will be a lightning one. This is the 16th ball that he shall have faced. There's the 50. Oh, no, they've gone against the run, and he's done well. Oh, and Raheem Zadran is furious that he was sent back there. Absolutely furious. Kicking the ground. He cannot see why there wasn't a single there.
And I have to agree with him.
I think Premjit just rather fancied staying on strike. He feels that he's got Rahmatullah lined up in his sights now, and he doesn't want anyone else to get in on the fun.
He switched to right arm over.
Now that will be his 50. In fact, it's 55. Another 6 bounces onto the canopy of the spectators area. What a fantastic knock that is from Premjit Singh. It's taken him 16 balls, 5 4s and 5 6s.
It's the quickest 50 we've seen at the ECS here in Frankfurt. Well, we thought he was going quickly in the first game they played, where he hit 59 off 24 with 7 4s and 3 6s. This time he goes to 50 with his 5th 6 to go with 5 4s, and he's going at comfortably more than 3 a ball.
Still 3 balls left in the penultimate over. This one is also going to find the line. 4 on this occasion as it goes down to third man. He just leant back, opened his stance and played an uppercut down to the boundary. So he's moved from 49 to 59 in just 2 balls. This total is beginning to look like it might be out of control. Bieber now 140.
It is about to surpass the biggest score that we've seen here at the ECS in Frankfurt. SG Heinhausen made 141 for 3, batting first in game 2 against Pfungstadt. They're now on 140 for 2.
I believe he's now equalled the highest individual batsman score in this tournament so far. Isn't that 69? Next ball, and it's gone very high. That's potentially catchable, but the sun, no, it's not potentially well, the sun was right behind it. Very, very difficult to pick up out there on the boundary. No fault to the fielder. But 4 more, no, that's a 4. Has dropped just short of the line. Umpire Gooch has got that message. And you see, the fielder, had he not been unsighted by the sun, might just have got to it. Well, maybe I'm being a bit harsh. There was good distance between fielder and ball. 63 of 19 balls now to Premjit Singh.
He's closing in on the highest score. Mohammed Madassa making 69 off 21 for FCA against Germania Bieber earlier today.
And he's managed to work it away on the leg side, and it's going to be 4 more. 67 now for Premjit Singh. That was only his 20th delivery. And 148 for 2 at the end of the 9th over, and that is the highest score we've seen so far here at European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. He's totally in the zone. He seems to be able to hit the ball at will wherever he feels like it.
And also when the luck's going with you, He swings hard at that, gets an inside edge Chinese cut through fine legs. Legs for 4, and well, at that moment you really have to feel for the poor bowler who's doing their best to stop him. Last over. Surely will surpass 150. 160's got to be in their sights, maybe even more.
So Sher Hask brings himself back on to conclude the innings, and he's starting off with a wide. I can see what he's trying to do, which is to bowl full or length outside off so they don't have room to free their arms, but he's gone too wide on that occasion.
Zadran 4 away from his 50, 46 off 20 to join his teammate Premjit in the Half Centurion Club.
And that could be it as it whistles away off the back foot through the leg side, and he has reached his 50 of 21 balls.
4-4 to go with 4 6s. And he joins Premjit Singh as the second man for Germania Bieber to hit a 50 on their televised debut. It's an incredible partnership. The partnership is well past 100 now. It's worth 116.
Still 5 balls left, 153 on the board. And that's in the gap as well. That's going to be 4 successive boundaries on the leg side. It's really starting to show here that Oberus will have 10 fielders. It's not Shams' fault. He's hurt his hand. But there just seem to be gaps everywhere, frankly. Got as much of the ground covered as they can, but in this mood, Zadran and Singh reduced the bowler's margin of error to practically nothing. Only a searing Yorker or a gorgeous outswing would really work here. What's he doing? All over the place. It doesn't really matter. He's still going to get elevation on it. 6 more. Just for a fraction of a moment, Shermaran thought he might have a chance of getting underneath it. He got himself as close as he could. And all that fidgeting about on the boundary for Raim Zadran didn't make much difference to the position he ended up in, which was under the ball and thrashing it away for another 6. 163. And I think that's going to be another one. It's very high in the air. Well beyond the boundary once more.
He didn't
6
even
again.
get hold of that necessarily. He's hit ones cleaner than that, and it's still gone 5 yards beyond the rope. They're going at this stroke for stroke. They're almost in a battle with each other, these two batsmen, as to who can hit more 4s and 6s.
One-handed, Michael. He lost control of the bat there. He's just toying with them now. And that should be 4. He just picked the gap. And that's a classy shot. Good bit of shot selection there. It's not all about brute force and improvisation. Raheem Zadran just pulling out a perfectly judged shot there to take the score to a whopping 173 with 1 ball remaining.
Well, Morseman says Raheem playing with the bowler now, and I couldn't agree with you more on that assessment. 4-4-6, 6-4. And now he's standing miles outside off. What's he doing?
70. He's going to finish it with a 6. Yes, he is. 76 to conclude the innings. The highest score of the tournament by a team so far, 179. And the highest score by an individual, as Raheem Zadran has scored 76 from 26 balls with 6 4s and 7 6s. Alongside him, scoring the 3rd highest individual innings of the tournament so far, Premjit Singh, 67 from 20 balls with 8 4s and 5 6s, 179 for 2, a partnership, would you believe it, of 142 from 7 overs.
At a run rate of more than 20 runs per over between them. They were fighting with each other shot for shot, and in the end Premjit ends up with the slightly better strike rate and Raheem Zadran ends up with the slightly better score, but utterly outrageous between the two of them.
So there you saw the dismissal early on of Gurjinder Singh, caught at mid-wicket, but then Shams did bowl well, and the second wicket fell with the score on 37, and that was Mohammad Zahid, and then in came these two batsmen who have just played their hearts out here. Look at this exhibition of stroke play. Premjit Singh with the blue helmet on, 67 from 20 balls. He started with most of his 8 4s. Then at the other end, with his lovely new haircut, no helmet at all, Raheem Zadran, he took a little more time to get going than Premjit Singh. But he just improvised so well, up and down the pitch, backing away, moving across his stumps. He was so hard to bowl to as a moving target. And, well, there were fielding mistakes, but they were forced mistakes. This is the point at which it started raining 6s for Premjit. Very, very strong through the leg side. And it just seemed it didn't really matter where Ober Usul played their field settings. It was always a gap that seemed so easy to find for Premjit Singh and Raheem Zadran. And the captain came back for a bowl. And even when he went one-handed, Raheem Zadran got the ball in the air. That was a nasty knock. Fortunately, Mohammad Rahmatullah didn't hit his head too badly there, but it was the end of Shams who'd hurt his hand. So then they were down to 10 men in the field, and still the big scoring kept coming. Concussion or not, Rahmatullah came back for a second over, and he got absolutely spanked on both sides of the wickets as the score rocketed past 150 and became the highest innings that we've seen here at the European Cricket Series Frankfurt so far, late on day 3. And as the sun set, the shadows lengthened. Just start to wonder whether the sun has already set on Lemar Cricket Club Ober Ursul's chances of getting through this tournament. Let's look at that full face of the bat. Every time he seemed to have hit it a little too high, just had enough legs on it. Even one-handed, he was capable by the end, Raheem Zadran, of clearing the boundary. And it really was the most marvellous innings all the way through to the end. Improvising well, so hard to bowl to. 7 6s he hit, and between them they hit 12 maximums. 142, the partnership for the third wicket from just 7 overs. So there we go. Look at the scorecard will tell the story. Premjit and Rahim, really that's the batting performance for a team of the tournament. 179 for 2. Just for a moment, just end of the power play after 3 overs at 37 for 2. With both openers gone, it looked fleetingly as though Oberursel might have had a chance. Well, whatever their chance now rests entirely with their batsmen, and they are going to have to blitzkrieg this from the very beginning. Hardly anyone escaped with reputation intact as a bowler. Perhaps Sher Sadakat, the least expensive of the bowlers, still going for 10.5 and over. That really came down to bowling his 2 overs in the first 3, but everyone else got an absolute spanking. He started off quickly, run rate per over. It just got worse and worse and worse for Oberursel. And, well, let's be optimistic about it and say they do have a chance here. Even if they lose, they're just trying to get as close as possible with net run rate. If they lose by a big margin, that will be 2 defeats from 2 with a significant difference on net run rate, and they will be as good as out, Oberursel. So the only thing that they can really do at this point is to put their big hitters up right at the top of the order to try and hope that they will face as many balls as possible and to hit from the very beginning, just chance their arm. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. Will it be a quick collapse going for runs, or will it be another superlative performance with the bat? Only time will tell. We'll be back with you here on European Cricket Network in just a couple of minutes. We look forward to your company then. Me, Kit Harris, and my colleague Michael McCann will be on air with you again in but a blink of an eye.
Welcome back to the FCC Oval in Frankfurt for the final innings of day 3 of this European Cricket Series. As we build towards finals day Friday, Pool A already done and dusted. SG Heinhausen and Darmstadt CC making it through. But in Pool B, we're still in the process of finding out who that might be. Now, these are the two teams, the two debutants, newcomers, who were slightly surprised to even qualify for this tournament, who many people thought coming into this one would be probably playing for the respectability of maybe picking up a win in this game or causing an upset in their other 3 matches. But Kamani Abiba have just put on quite the statement with the bat. 179 for 2 off 10 overs. Yes, you did hear me correct. As Lily Panda has said in the comments, this will require a mammoth effort to chase. It certainly will. To provide some context, the 3 highest scores on this ground for the 2-day ECS tournament in July were when Heinhausen hit 148 for 2, Darmstadt managed 138 for 8, and MSC Frankfurt managed 129 for 5. And then across these 3 days of cricket, the highest score we had seen was Heinhausen's impressive batting lineup again thriving when they made 141 for 3 versus Pfungstadt. But Kamani Abiba have just gone and ripped up all of those records. They haven't just beaten that highest score, they beat it by 31 runs, thanks to a quite ridiculous 3rd wicket partnership worth 142 at a run rate of more than 20 per over between Premjit Singh and Raheem Zadran. And that's what brings us here. And it might just be me wondering, with such a strong batting lineup, and it has been the fulcrum of their side this season, could we be seeing something quite extraordinary? And could we be seeing the start of an unexpected ECS campaign of strength from the newcomers? We knew about MSC Frankfurt, the defending champions, but they've lost 2 from 2. FCA Darmstadt have won 2 games out of 2 today, as have SV Wiesbaden. But it's Kamani Abiba, the newcomers, who have really stunned us all with that. All the chatter around the ground is in almost disbelief at what we've just seen. I'm Michael McCann here for the European Cricket Network. Alongside me for this very difficult run chase will be Kit Harris. Power play time, 5-4 field. We've got a deep 3rd man and a cover point as the 2 allotted fielders that can be outside the circle. Kumare-san opening the bowling for Kamani Abiba. Starts with a dead ball, or doesn't start, as the case may be. Mohand Ramatilla out there opening with Atif Shams, who has had an interesting day of it. Shams, 2 for 6 in his first game, when he was also on a hat-trick. It was then part of the bowling attack that's just been absolutely pasted to all parts. And in the run chase, where they only needed 80 to win against Wiesbaden, he could only manage a slightly strange Kuret-Segev innings where he only got 26 off 29 balls as they lost the match. Here is the first ball of the unlikely chase. And that hits the pad and dribbles away. We do have to wonder about how this might go. You account for the fact that Kamani Abiba only had to chase a modest 80 to win against Wiesbaden and ended up bizarrely batting through their 10 overs for 46 for 3. This time, they've got to chase 180, another 100 on what they had to chase last time. We'll see how they go about it. Ramatullah on strike, comes down the pitch, drives this straight, well stopped by the bowler. Yoga Kumare-san starts with a pair of dots. Can't get too much better than that. Making his ECS debut after not playing in the first game, and was watching from the sidelines as the batsman did all of the hard work in this game. Now the bowlers have just got to bowl reasonably well to defend it. That hits the body, dot, dot, dot. We have seen 3 maidens today from SV Wiesbaden. You could see one from Kamani Abiba now. Luke says 3 runs needed off every ball from the start. That shows how this is almost mission impossible. It's T10, so let's see. Yes, I'd agree with that as a general assessment of the situation. Here comes Kumaresan once more. Well, they've actually been courageous after seeing those dots from him. They've brought cover point up, so only one fielder out at long on. That's again in the right area from Kumaresan. Really good start this. 4 dots. Oh, my commentary colleague Kit Harris did suggest, are we going to see them just bat the overs out or put their blasters up top and have something of a go? They are generally much more of a bowling side over Oberwurzel. They've just been decimated in that sense by 2 batsmen on top form, Rahim Zadran and Premjit Singh. Goes inside out of this one, doesn't get all of it. That is the first runs of the innings. It does stop the maiden, but that is the smallest of small victories at this point. 1 without loss after 5 balls. And it was Zadran at the end who took centre stage, overtaking Premjit Singh's score with an assault in the last over. But for Premjit in particular, it caps off a really good day with the bat. He hit 59 off 24 in their first game against FCA Darmstadt. Here's Kumaresan finishing this first over off. He's beaten the batsman. It's well followed by the wicketkeeper. Deliberate cutter drifting in, beat the leg stump, beat the batsman, but didn't crucially beat the wicketkeeper for some needless buys. Well stopped by Teja Yadam behind the stumps. As you can see there, drifted in. And because Shams had stepped away to make room, that was definitely rightly, of course, not given as a wide down the leg side. Premjit Singh with 67 off 20 balls to go with his 59 off 24 balls. A pretty fine day's work, all in all. I count that up as 126 runs off 44 balls at a strike rate of almost 3 per ball, with 15 fours and 8 sixes. Speaking of 4s and 6s, they might finally have their first one here. Trickles out towards us on the boundary, but it's stopped by Sabi. They come back for 2 in the end. Struggling start here for Oberwurzel, who are known for being much more of a bowling team. So it is proving. Zulhak Kadakil is on. As he so often does, the 23-year-old opens the bowling for them. After Kumaresan went for just 1 from his first over. Can't get much tighter than that. Single out to point, brings Shams onto strike. Well, it's been a strange start to this run chase. Positively sedate. Kadakil once more, left arm around. Shams has got hold of this. It hasn't quite gone where he wanted it to go, but it's more than good enough. And in the power play, if you go hard and get enough of it, you'll be fine. 1 bounce 4 through square leg. And that's a lot more positive intent than he showed early on in his last innings against Wiesbaden, when he ended up through dots and singles, all but confirming that his team wouldn't be able to end up getting anywhere near quite a modest total.
Absolutely. You've just got to keep blazing away, that's the thing. Stay positive.
Left arm around once more, inside out. That's a good shot from Shams. He's thought about where the field is, thought about where his gaps are, and there is one, if you get it over the head of fielders that cover an extra cover. So they come back for 2. Real learning curve this for the 18-year-old. On TV with the world watching. Well, it's almost not really worth them looking at the scoreboard, in many senses. Just bat. Shams down the ground for 1. A really pedestrian start. he's gone inside out of that. And that means that it won't be given as a wide. It's good intelligent bowling following the batsman. Good stuff from Kadakil. Left armour. Well, they've changed their bowling order around here, and I believe that's on account of defending such a big total that they feel like it's very unlikely they lose. They gave Kumaresan unusually a go to open the bowling. He only conceded one off his first over, so he was excellent. Kadakil's completed his over with a dot. 11 for none off 2. Rahmatullah has 3 off 8. Shams has 7 off 4. Will be Shams in the red helmet to face. Last over of the power play. Long on and mid-wicket out. Hasn't got that quite where he wanted it to, but it's still in the gap behind point. And despite 3 fielders converging, it runs away for 4. Shams on to 11 off 5. To his credit, on a slightly chastening day at times for the teenager. He's showing a bit of spirit here, coming out in a pretty much impossible situation and showing more aggressive, positive intent with the bat than we saw from him in the previous game. A reset of mindset, and with 2 more games after this tomorrow, that could prove important. Inside out, he's totally miscued this though, easily caught at extra cover, and Gamani Abiba have their first wicket of this game. Lovedeep Gotra wasn't going to drop that, and Ranjit Singh picks up the breakthrough just as Atif Shams was starting to look good. He's gone for 11 off 6, and it's 15 for 1.
Well, he had the right idea. He had to go for it. They have no option other than to try and hit everything. He's done the best he can in the circumstances. He is a big hitter. It was right for him to go in early. Ultimately, it's just proven a bit difficult and a little bit too far out of reach.
So Atif Shams perishes.
Just give me a minute.
So 15 for 1 now. Pretty thankless situation going out to bat now. Ranjit just pushes this a bit too wide. Once you see Obuazul aside that too often find their batting to be the most difficult part of the operation. Snuck into 5th in Pool 1 of the German State T20 competition. And that was what got them here. That's better in that it's a legitimate delivery, but it's still short, wide filth, and that is quite easily put away. Bit of a gift to the new batsman. Mohamed Saeed, good enough that he's not going to miss out on a scoring opportunity like that. And he takes it very nicely. It's 19 for 1 now. Decent fielding, stops the run. There might have been an overthrow, but not with good backing up like that. The conclusion of day 3. It's difficult to see anything but a win here. The required run rate is already 21.5. We're in just the 3rd over. It's another huge swing off Ranjit. He's a wide. Net run rate possibly does come into this as well, not wanting to lose the game by as big a margin if they could, but quite frankly it's difficult to impossible to see the RCC Oberwurzel going through from here. There'll be 2 losses from 2 with a big dent to that net run rate as they head into tomorrow, where they've got 2 difficult fixtures back-to-back as well, which probably isn't ideal. So he comes down the pitch against Ranjit. That's a good shot, though. Meets it on the half volley. Positive intent from Rahmatullah. He gets himself
up on the ledger of runs per balls faced. He's got 11 off 11 now. Gets himself level on that front. Tracked this one down the pitch. It would have been a wide, but he got inside it. And batting in the power play, knew that as long as he didn't hit it straight at long on, got it much squarer than that, he'd get 4. Ranjit again. Down into the ground, and by the time it had bounced up, there wasn't really a chance of a run out. 26 for 1 at the end of the power play. Well, even in normal circumstances, it would be a power play clearly in favour of FC Gamani Abiba. But in these extreme circumstances, with a ridiculously high total on the board, anything but an exceptionally good batting power play would leave the game a long way towards being over. That is where we are. Required run rate already up towards 22. In the final game of the day, we've had 2 final ball finishes in the previous 2 last games of the day. Days 1 and 2 here at the ECS in Frankfurt. But I will eat my European Cricket Network hat that I've been kindly provided by the staff for this event if this gets anywhere near that. But that's a lovely shot, straight down the ground, on bounce. Beats the long on fielder, but coming around and throwing with gusto is Mohammed Zahid. So much gusto that it almost goes for overthrows. Well, they won't want to just coast this, because if FC Gamani Abiba are going to really make a big impact on this tournament, rather than just be remembered for this one-off performance, they want to back that up tomorrow, and they've got 2 difficult games against high-quality opposition in MSC Frankfurt and SV Wiesbaden. So the left-arm round bowling of Kadakil continues. Just a single out to long on, and they're going to have to bat, bowl and field really well to get a win in either of those, or both of those, if they're to secure a very unlikely and unexpected qualification passage through to Finals Day Friday. In match 3 of tomorrow, they've got MSC Frankfurt, and then the final game of tomorrow is against SV Wiesbaden. And now they're focusing on securing their first win, which they're going a long way towards doing with every ball that passes here. It's a very convincing shot, but again, only a single. It's time for new batsman Shah Yassin. 30 for 1 in the middle of the 4th here. Horseman makes the point that FC Germania were 37 for 2 after 3 overs. As that's almost caught on the rope and dropped and fumbled. Well, he did really well to at least stop the boundary, but for a second it looked like he'd taken a brilliant tumbling catch out there. Rajinder just couldn't cling on. So Momin Rahmatullah gets a life. Kadakil is denied what would be his first ECS wicket. Comes in again, back of a length, that's just finely grazed. Down to 3rd man for 1 by Rahmatullah. One of the key wickets in an Oberwurzel batting lineup isn't overly intimidating, to be kind. 189 runs at an average of 24 in the state T20 competition this summer at a strike rate of more than 2 a ball, Rahmatullah. So when he gets going, he can really score quickly. Now he's watching at the other end as Shah Yassin goes to the right of long on. He stops this brilliantly. Well fielded by Gajinder. Chasing and being willing to dive 10 yards to his right. Keeps it in. Osman points out that Gamani were, as I said, were 37 for 2 after 3 overs, but that was when the carnage started. And after that, they scored 142 runs at an average of 20.2 runs per over. It was truly extraordinary stuff, even by T10 standards. Those of you who remember the European Cricket League will be thinking of Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd, putting on 222 without loss for VOC Rotterdam, who became the kings of Europe after winning in the final against SG Findorf. There was no way that total was going to be chased down. A T10 world record. Of course, ECL 21 now taking shape.
will be back at La Manga in Spain from May the 30th to June the 6th, 2021. Of course, VOC Rotterdam will be back there. The defending champions get the first invite back. That's played out. Well fielded at point. Lovely one-handed pickup. Direct hit might have been out. And instead they'll come back for two. So Show Yassin will pick up two in the end for that little push through the offside. He moves on to 4. And also from the Netherlands, HBS Kruijnhout will get the invite because the reigning champions get an invite in and of themselves. HBS Kruijnhout as the second best team in the Dutch T20 competition, losing finalists to VOC Rotterdam, also get to come along for the party. This is all the way towards our commentary box. And it bounces 5 yards or so to the left of where we're broadcasting from at deep long on, over the head of Sabi. And it is a maximum for Oberwursel to celebrate. They did manage just 46 for free, chasing 80 to win against Wiesbaden. They're going to have to be better than that if they're to make an impact on this tournament. So, if nothing else, this is useful batting practice for them they've got to make the most of. Here's Kumaresan. He only conceded 2 from his first over. He's got a bit more tact from his second. Thick outside edge, 1 down to third man. ECL 21 is starting to take shape. Swardeston, the English champions from 2019, will be there because there wasn't English competition in 2020. CIYMS Cricket Club, Church of Young Men's Society Cricket Club from Ireland will be there. There's Kumaresan in once more. Well, it's beautifully guided down to third man, but there is a fielder there, so Ramatula will only pick up 1. From Scotland, 4 first year. From Denmark, Svanholm, the ECL 2019 semi-finalists, who won a playoff against Skanderborg Stingrays Cricket Club. It means that Svanholm will be returning to ECL 21. Gymkhana Helsinki, the Finnish Premier League champions, will be there. Then comes Kumaresan, full, inside edge. He's towed that through to the mid-wicket region. They'll think of 2, they stop at 1. There's a very enthusiastic yoga class going on out at the deep square leg region. 10 people all doing star jumps. Well, I think it's more of a keep fit class. They're moving around a bit too quickly and enthusiastically for a yoga class. Might get to a glimpse at the chaos of that as the train goes past the railway line too. The ball's hit out to square leg. It's got inside the line of that and gone behind point. That's a really good quality shot, one of the best we've seen in this innings. Ramatula on to 23 off 18. Starting to show us what he can do as one of the fulcrums of this Lamar CC Oberwursel lineup. And they are now just shy of the total they managed against SV Wiesbaden, albeit in approximately half the time. So it is an improved batting effort for them, albeit in strange circumstances. Also at ECL 21, there'll be Lund Cricket Club, who won their playoff in Sweden. Dreux Cricket Club from France, just outside Paris in the suburbs. Once again, won their playoff. Once that won their French T20 competition, I should say. So they'll be at ECL 21. We'll see Wahid Abdul, the headband warrior, back again. And Nasir Ahmed, the first ever centurion in European Cricket League cricket, will be back again for another go at things. Cluj from Romania, Pavel Florin's men. Taranjit Singh, the big hitter, will be back for them. Moscow Foxes from Russia have qualified. Ostend Exiles from Belgium joined the party as one of the new countries involved. And FCA Darmstadt, who of course are in this tournament that we're watching now, will be Germany's representatives. That's the field that's taking shape. There's only a few teams left to be decided. Italy, Norway and Spain are in the process of playoffs. As a new over begins, and this goes over the head of deep mid-wicket, who was right on the rope, managing the rope situation as best he could, but it didn't matter one bit. And it's a massive blow from Show Yassin, trying to extract the tiniest bit of revenge for what FC Germania Biber did to them in the reverse situation. Ala Subramanian getting some tap with his right arm off spin. As the exercise class out at square leg gets increasingly enthusiastic. Got fielders ringing the leg side slog region, which is what he's gone for. And that's given not out on the stumping. He's managed to get back. I must say, from my instinct, it looks like they got him, but apparently not. It's not really a sensible shot, that, because the fielders are out for it as well. There's a very straight long on, a very wide long on, and a mid-wicket too, as well as a cover point and a long off. 5-4 offside field for Balasubramanian. And this is far too full in the slot. He's got the fielders out there. It won't matter. That's 15 yards over their head into the stinging nettles. They'll have to fetch that back. Well, it's not quite the level of carnage yet that was extracted on them 45 minutes or so ago by Messrs Zadran and Premjit. But Rahmatullah and Yassin are putting a bit of pride into the Oberurzel shirt with this batting effort. Partnership is now worth 24 between them in very good time as well. 4-6.6. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. So currently in 2021 European Cricket League, there's 3 teams different to what it would have been if the ECL had happened in 2020. Balasubramanian continues. Another swing and a miss. Svanholm got themselves back in by winning their playoff against Skanderborg Stingrays. Gymkhana Helsinki have done it in Finland, and then in Germany, FCA Darmstadt have won that playoff against KSV, meaning that even though KSV did win the German national contest last year, didn't manage to make it through to ECL 2021 in the end. Last summer postponed due to coronavirus, of course. So that is the end of the 6th over. The RCC Oberwurzel struggling in pursuit of 180 to win, but we knew that that would happen. We knew that they weren't going to get anywhere near this target. They are 62 for 1, pardon me, of 6 overs. Bit of a mini partnership. We're kind of in respectability sort of territory here, and they've put some respectability on. If they were batting first, you'd say they were in a decent position here. Alas, they are not, as the 7th over starts with the sweeper at cover point being hit. Rahmatullah has 23 and is brought onto strike. Shah Yassin has 26. They're scoring at just above 10 and over, which, were they batting first in this game, you'd say they're not going along too badly. The problem is they're chasing a record-breaking score on this ground that, unfortunately, I don't think anyone could reasonably expect them to get anywhere near. As Harris rejoins me in the commentary box.
In the circumstances, it has been creditable. There are good takeaways from this.
Well, yes, they'll get more out of it by having a good bat here, seeing if they can take it in increments. All the professionals talk about 10 runs at a time, but they can maybe get to 3 figures. That will be a big improvement on what we saw earlier, where with their stronger side of the game, which is generally their bowling and their fielding, they held Wiesbaden to 79 for 6 and then ended up 33 short in one of the worst managed run chases I think I've ever seen. But they are at least showing something of what they can do with the bat here. That's through the extra cover region, and that's good intelligent batting again. He knows where the gap is. 5 sweepers out. The only one that was there was extra cover, and he got it through him for 4. I mean, he knew the only gap was extra cover. Got it through there for 4. So this partnership continues to grow between Rahmatullah and Yassin. Just too wide and short and punished. Then comes Lovedeep Gotra again. Oh. That's a minger of a ball. That is just awful. And he somehow got away with it. That has to be one of the worst dot balls that I've seen this week. And I just cannot stop myself laughing from the reaction of Moman Rahmatullah here at the other end. He just stood there with his hands on his hips, shaking his head like, what on earth has happened there? That's a much better shot, though. Blazed down the ground for 4. That's what Shah Yassin can do, and that's what we've seen from him in this innings. 34 off just 15 balls. After that dreadful feeling of missing out on the ball before, he makes up for it this time.
And if they can somehow get up to near to 90, 100, it will put them in a position of some pride. That's going to fall safe, isn't it, Michael?
Nothing to worry about there. And if they need to come back for 2, well, I said they should, pardon me, they should come back for 2. And they have come back for 2 in the end. Well, some might say that we're just dotting the I's and crossing the T's on this game here. And that is almost certainly the case with the required run rate at a highly improbable level of 34.1 and over. However, it's worth remembering that there's still so much pride in being here. These are 2 teams that had never been on television before today. You can't just give up because a big total is put against your name. As Morsman says from here, Germany really stepped on the gas. Yes, they certainly did. It's the start of the 8th over. Sees the teasing spin once more. They've got a lot of spin in their lineup, FC Germania Biber. Probably the highest proportion of spin of any team. A big part of that is Aaron Balasubramanian, with teasing off breaks. Do get a bit of tap sometimes, the 38-year-old. Here he comes again. Inside out, that, well, could be 6 over extra cover. It's a 1 bounce 4 instead, but that's the gap they've both targeted, these batsmen. Consistent 5-men outfield of cover point, long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket and square leg. The extra cover region inside out has been a shot of favour, and the fielder at long off has now moved round to a very wide long off now, almost a deep extra cover. But he's overcompensated and drifted down leg. Fine leg does field. Shea Yassin is committed to the single, and that's good running, because there was always one there. The partnership approaching 50 now. Excellent partnership it has been too. And that will be a real milestone for them if they can just get it past that. They've had a really bad day of it on their first day of ever being televised, the RCC Oberwursel. But if they can come away with a 50 partnership, that will be something to take home with them. Something to remember more fondly. Balasubramanian, full. And that's the way to bring up the 50 partnership over mid-wicket's head. Didn't quite actually get all of it. We've seen bigger, more convincing sixes today. But it doesn't matter how far it goes over the boundary. The most important thing is that it does. No points for aesthetic. It was mullered. And it just about got over deep mid-wicket's head. And it brings up the 50 partnership between these two. They came together at 37 for 2. And they've taken the score along very nicely indeed. Single there, 86 for 1. And Yassin eyeing a 50. It could be the RCC Oberwursel's first European Cricket Series 50. On their television debut today. It hasn't gone as planned. We're the 5th seeds in their group. We have had a few comments wondering how the teams qualified for this. Well, there was a 20-team state T20 competition this summer, featuring 2 pools of 10 teams, round robin, and the top 5 teams from each of those pools qualified for the European Cricket Series event that we're watching now. Here's Lovedeep Gotra. Outside the off stump, swing and a miss. Just for those wondering still about the European Cricket League 2021, it this time is much expanded competition from the 3-day edition back in 2019. 8 days of T10 action, 32 games. He's got... Oh my goodness me, that's one of the slowest balls we've seen at this competition. Really held that back and nearly beat Shea Yassin. 43 off 20. Ramatullah on to strike at the comparatively slow 28 off 22. But they've just got to forget about the target. The target's a long, long way off. That's not going to happen. And we knew that was almost certainly the case right from the start. Last 12 balls of day 3 of this European cricket series. It's great to have you with us wherever you are. You're on fan code in the subcontinent or on ECN.cricket. Very, very slow. Ramatullah just about gets this out to long on. Walks the single, which is very much opposite to the traditional cricketing practice of run the first one hard. They are going to want to get as much as they can out of this opportunity as a learning experience as much as anything else, because they'll be back here quickly, the Marsigsi Oberwurzel. This time it's another trotted single, this time from Sher Yassin. He moves on to 45 off 23 because they're going to be back here before they can blink. This game will finish at just shy of 7 o'clock local time. And then tomorrow they're back here at 9 a.m. German time, as we all for the start of match number 16, which they're playing in. That's incredibly slow. He's tried the scoop, but you can't really scoop a ball when it's barely travelling towards you, which is what he was trying to do there. Fielded by fine leg, the strangest of dot balls to finish the over. Lovedeep Gotra can have a smile and a laugh about it. He really is quite a unique bowler. There's a bit of a Pavel Florin grenade kind of feel about him. Contributed with 18 off 6 in the game against FCA Darmstadt as part of this impressive Gamani Abiba batting lineup. As they scored 120 for 5, but they were met by an assault by Mohamed Mudassar, whose rapid 69 put paid to their hopes in that game. 69 now, the second highest score of the tournament, behind Rahim Zadran's 76 not out in this game. Premjit Singh's third with his 67 not out in that extraordinary partnership we saw earlier. Premjit in particular having a very good day with the bat. It's another dot ball passes into the last over of the day. And they have reduced the margin of defeat to below 3 figures. That is one scamp positive. And I mentioned that 100 would be the next mini target that they would be looking at. He comes very inside out of that, just trying to hit the ball too hard, Sher Yassin. Well, there is a 50 there for him. He's just 5 runs short, 45 off 25. I'm sure it would mean a huge amount to him. Oberwurzel next in action in the first game tomorrow against FCA 04 United Stars Darmstadt. And then they're in action straight again afterwards against MSC Frankfurt. As that's a better shot through extra cover. But he still can't get a single to his frustration. Ranjit Singh keeping it nice and tight. What a final over this is. It could be a final over maiden. That is a line I never thought I would use on T10 commentary in particular. Does also seem to have possibly pulled his back here, Sher Yassin. That's that short, mistimed, down to long on. I'll take a single, not particularly in a rush to come back for 2, and that might deny Sher Yassin his shot at a first ECS 50, not just for him, but for any Oberwurzel batsman. He's on 46 of 26 balls, and with 2 balls left of this match, it's Ramatullah now on strike. He has 29. Here's Ranjit. Very full. Huge swing and a miss by Ramatullah. He is arguably Oberwurzel's best batsman, bowler and wicketkeeper. Sher Yassin, I should say, showing what he can do though. He's been very impressive with bat in hand in this knock. They'll need that tomorrow for back-to-back games against arguably 2 of the best teams in this group, the defending champions MSC Frankfurt. And also the impressive side that we've seen today, United Stars Darmstadt, the ECL 21 representative from Germany as well. This game finishes off with a boundary. Ranjit dropping short. Good intent from Ramatullah, who charged down the pitch and hit it for 4. It means that Sher Yassin falls short of a 50 that he looked so likely to get. So he finishes on 46 off 27. And those two, if nothing else, having a really good bat. They came together at 15 for 1 midway through the second over. They put on an unbroken partnership worth 79 between them that, were they batting first, will be very creditable. Unfortunately for them, they only actually got just over half of the required runs. It was 180 to win. As we have a look back at the highlights from this innings, it was Rahmatullah and Shams that came out for the improbable run chase. Shams, who struggled in that unsuccessful chase of 80 against SV Wiesbaden with a slightly bizarre 26 not out of 29 balls. Clearly decided he was going to come out with more intent, and that he did. 11 off 6 until he went caught by Lovedeep Gotra off Ranjit Singh. And then Shaya Singh came and joined Rahmatullah, and where lesser teams might have given up or let their heads drop in their first day of being on TV, the second ever televised game, they show real pride in the badge, Oberwurzel. Rahmatullah with 33 off 27 with 5 fours, but the big hitting came from Sher Yassin, who got a life here, dropped on the rope by Gajinder Singh, and he made the most of it. 2 fours and 4 sixes, just a few dots towards the end of his day when trying to hit the ball a bit too hard meant that he didn't become the first half-centurion in ECS history for the Marcisi Oberwurzel. Some lovely rasping cut shots, but the bulk of Sher Yassin's runs came through that mid-wicket region with hammering blows like that, just smearing it, using decent hand-eye coordination. That was a stumping appealing of Bala Subramanian, so although they have won the game very comfortably, it was slightly frustrating time in the field for Oberwurzel, who I'm sure would have rather have had the joy of taking more than just the 1 wicket that they took. Deep Gotra with his mix of licorice all sorts, getting a bit of tap. It wasn't a bad outing at all for Oberwurzel with the bat. It's just that because of the extraordinary efforts of Sadran and Premjit earlier on for Biba, this game was all but decided in truth. Nobody from the Biba attack got too much tap. There was a good consistent scoring of runs from the pair for the second wicket, who made the most of their opportunity, made the opposition chase a bit of leather, batted the overs themselves and walked off with a loss to their name, but their pride intact. So the Marcisi Oberwurzel chasing a ridiculously unlikely target of 180 to win, finishing with 94 for 1 from their 10 overs. Rahmatullah with 33 and Yassin with their highest score so far in the tournament. A much better batting effort than when they failed to chase 80 against Wiesbaden and managed just 46 for 3. Shams the only player to depart for 11 off 6 off Ranjit. As for the bowling figures, well, relatively tight, but a lack of wickets. They struggled to really penetrate that second wicket partnership. Ranjit took the only one for 20 for him off his 2. Bala Subramanian, very expensive in his second over, ended up going for 25 off 2. Lovedeep Gotra, pretty nice and tight at the end. He only went for 14 runs from his 2 overs. But we knew the conclusion, well, we were almost certain of it at the halfway stage. In truth, FC Gamani Abiba beat the Marcisi Oberwurzel by 85 runs. And in truth, with 2 losses and a ridiculously low net run rate, that almost certainly leaves Oberwurzel out of the competition. Gamani Abiba very much still alive with 1 win and 1 loss. When we see that in the context of the table, MSC Frankfurt with a big shock today. The defending champions, having won the ECS in July, the winners of the state T20 competition this summer too, coming into this tournament, one of the favourites, but they lost both of their games today against the other 2 strong sides in the group. A last ball defeat early doors against FCA United Stars Darmstadt, and then against SV Wiesbaden, they were bowled out for just 82 MSC Frankfurt. So they're going to need a really 2 performances, 2 massive wins, and some other results to go their way to sneak through. It is SV Wiesbaden and also the other side with 2 wins from 2, FCA United Stars Darmstadt, who are in control of Pool B because they've both got 2 wins from 2. Gamani Abiba buoyed by that magnificent stand between Rahim Zadran and Prenjit Singh in this big win might well be dreaming of an unlikely upset. But as for which two will definitely make it through to Finals Day Friday, there's only one way that you can find out, which is to join myself and Kit Harris tomorrow as we confirm which two will make it out of Pool B. We start off with the Marseille Oberwursel, looking to see if they can get themselves an unlikely first win up against FCA United Stars Darmstadt. But for now, it's Wiesbaden who are top of the table on net run rate ahead of FCA United Stars Darmstadt, with Germania Bieber in third by virtue of managing that one win. But to find out who does make it into Finals Day Friday, be sure to be with us tomorrow once more at just before 9 a.m. German time. Wherever you've been watching on ECN.cricket and across the world, I've been Michael McCann. Kit Harris has been alongside me. It's been a great pleasure to have your company across the last 3 days, and we look forward to it across the next two as we'll find out who will be joining SG Heinhausen, who won Pool A, and Darmstadt Cricket Club, who finished runners-up in Pool A in those semi-finals. We do expect that it most likely will be FCA United Stars Darmstadt and SV Wiesbaden. They're in the power seats in Pool B because they've both won 2 games from 2. But who knows? Germania Bieber might spring a surprise. MSC Frankfurt might win their last 2 games and mount an unlikely assault as the defending champions on somehow making it through to the semi-finals. We saw Pfungstadt almost do that in Pool A. They lost their first 2, came back and won their second 2, and ended up short of Darmstadt Cricket Club only on net run rate. So who knows? The beauty of sport is the unpredictability. And to see the latest chapter in that unpredictability, we'll see you tomorrow morning. But for now, it's good night.